Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest winter storm coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are about to experience one of the most significant winter storms that we've seen in a long time here across the Northeast. And for some of you, you are going to see the most snow that we've seen in a decade. And again, this is going to be a very rare winter storm. So we're going to be talking about all about what is happening right now along the East Coast. And on top of that, basically what is going to be happening over the next 24 to 48 hours in terms of how much snow you're going to see, what is happening right now, and exactly who is going to have over 24 inches of snow, because we are going to see, I think, a lot of locations pick up well over 2 feet of snow when this nor'easter and winter storm is all said and done. I do want to remind you, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We will have live coverage tonight and also tomorrow covering this winter storm, going very in detail about what is happening with this storm as it continues to rapidly intensify just offshore of New Jersey and also southern New England. All right, let's get into what's happening right now. Then we're going to kind of go through the forecast and the latest in terms of our thinking for snowfall accumulation. But you can see on radar right now, we do have a large area of heavier snow that is now beginning to fill in just around and south of New York City. It is the heaviest right now in southeastern New Jersey. You can see we have 3 different storm chasers currently located just to the north of Atlantic City, New Jersey. And this is where we are starting to see snowfall rates approaching 1 inch per hour. It might not sound very impressive, but by tonight, they are going to get closer to 2 to even 2.5 inches of snow per hour falling as these heavier bands of snow continue to develop. So we are starting to see some much heavier snowfall now filling into New Jersey. A little bit further back off to the west, this is one of those areas that is struggling a little bit more to transition into purely snow. Biggest reason why is because the temperatures are still a little bit above freezing, but dynamic cooling is basically going to help to drop our temperatures over the next several hours, and we are eventually going to transition into all snow across areas like Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Lancaster, Harrisburg, and back up towards Sunbury. I do want to take us out real quickly to a few of our storm chasers, just to kind of give you an idea of what it actually looks like out there right now. But this right here is Tornado Pagey. They are in Egg Harbor City, New Jersey right now, and you can see the snow is actually coming down at a pretty good clip right now. We're talking about 1 inch of snow per hour coming down, and those snowfall rates will double, if not even get close to tripling, once we get closer to sunset and also after sunset. I do want to also point out that our low pressure center offshore has not intensified yet, at least that much. It's going to intensify a lot more as we go into tonight and also the overnight hours. Wind gusts right now across the coastline of New Jersey are only at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So we haven't really met blizzard criteria in this area quite yet, but that is going to happen once we go into the overnight hours tonight and also into tomorrow morning. This is also storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He's over in Tuckerton, New Jersey, and again, pretty much around the same vicinity right now, but these are some really large snowflakes that are coming down. And so again, snow is starting to stack up pretty quickly. We already have at least a couple of inches on the ground, and this is a location that we are forecasting well over 1 to 2 feet of snow to fall over the next 24 hours. And then this right here is Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers. They're in a little bit of a different area right now. They're over in Milroy, Pennsylvania, and so they are kind of in central Pennsylvania where there are winter storm warnings in effect. This is one of those locations that could easily see around 4 inches or maybe as much as 12 to 13 inches of snow, but it's going to come down to the track of this nor'easter and exactly where it positions itself. So again, 3 different perspectives right now. We also have a lot of other live cameras that will be going over here over the next little while. Also Storm Chaser Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia just out there, Philadelphia. We'll tune into them here in a little bit, but I want to go more over the forecast and all that sort of good stuff to kind of give you an idea of how much snow is expected. Real quickly, this is the high res radar, so just zooming in again on New Jersey here for just a moment, you can see some of these heavier bands of snow are now making their way into Toms River, just east of Washington Township, just east of Philadelphia. We have really heavy snowfall coming down near Stafford Township, and then also some of those heavier bands of snow trying to make their way up towards New York City. It's pretty light right now, but this right here is really the heaviest band of snowfall on the northwest side of our low pressure system. So storm chasers like again Bryce Sheldon, Tornado Pagey, also Connor Croft and Ryan Scholl are kind of in the midst of that around the Stafford Township area. Before we go into the forecast and also the latest on the snowfall accumulation, I do want to point out a couple of rare things with this winter storm, one of which we did not talk about in today's video. But this is the first time ever that we've ever had blizzard warnings in all of New Jersey. That has never happened in history. It might surprise you, but the entire state of New Jersey is now under blizzard warnings, which is, again, really crazy. So this is what it looks like for our blizzard warning map right now. All the red shaded areas basically going from basically the entire coastline of Maine back into southeastern New Hampshire near Manchester, Boston, Massachusetts, Cape Cod, Providence, Hartford, Bridgeport, New York. You guys are all included now in blizzard warnings. It's a very expansive area. It also includes some sections of eastern Pennsylvania. So it's not just the coastal regions that are under blizzard warnings. It also includes some inland areas too. And around Philadelphia, you guys are under a blizzard warning. And then back over towards Springfield, Massachusetts, which is well inland, you guys are also under blizzard warnings. And this is mainly because our low pressure center is going to get so close to the coastline once we go into tonight and early tomorrow morning that our wind gusts are going to be as high as 60 to 80 miles per hour pretty much for this entire region here. There could even be some isolated areas like Nantucket or eastern Long Island that get closer to an 85 or 90 mile per hour wind gust. So power outages are definitely a big concern out of this event, not just because of the wind, but the snow type. The snow is going to be a wet snow. That means it's going to try to stack up on power lines, and it could accumulate to the point where those winds are going to really start to, again, the snow is going to weigh down the power lines and then the wind gusts. And once we get really strong wind gusts, that is what's going to be able to knock out power in some of these areas. So I do think widespread power outages are on the table pretty much for any of these like really immediate coastal regions. So I'm going to draw kind of a line here, and we'll have a map also to kind of show you. But basically anywhere on the interior coastline here is where I do think widespread power outages are going to be on the table tonight and tomorrow morning. So you want to make sure that you are starting to get your preparations, done at this point, because obviously the winter storm is now starting to ramp up in New Jersey, and it's only going to continue to get more intense once we go past sunset tonight. The worst of this winter storm, by the way, for the most part, is going to end up being after midnight tonight. It's going to be mostly the overnight hours into very early tomorrow morning. All right, let's go ahead and talk more about all the forecast stuff. Let's go into the future radar. Let's kind of break down exactly who is going to be seeing snow, exactly when snow is going to be falling, and also talk a little bit more about how much snowfall we are expecting. Again, this is our watches and warnings map. Nothing has really changed there at this point in terms of our watches across the board. All right, let's go into the future radar. This is the latest from the HRRR model, so this is a brand new model run, but this is pretty much what it looks like right about now. Again, heavy snowfall is starting to ramp up across New Jersey, Long Island. Areas like Washington, D.C. are a little bit of a mix of rain and snow right now. And again, if you are anywhere in these areas, let me know what you guys are seeing out there. I just saw somebody say in the chat, it is still raining in D.C., but it should transition into a mix and then eventually into heavy snow over the next few hours. We also have some widespread snow showers that have been ongoing a little bit off to the west of this low pressure center. So across Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Western New York, Western Pennsylvania, there's a large area of snow showers that is currently ongoing. But obviously the big culprit here is this right here. This is our nor'easter that is currently developing just off the shore of North Carolina. And before we go further in the future radar, I do want to point out that I feel like this isn't being talked about enough to an extent. I don't feel like everybody's aware of the magnitude of this winter storm and what it could do over the next 24 hours. Again, for some locations like New Jersey and even New York City, this could be some of the most snow that we've seen over the last 5 to 10 years. That is the magnitude of this winter storm. So it's not just an ordinary winter storm here. This does have the capability of being quite significant here across the Northeast. But over the next several hours, again, the snow is really going to continue to intensify as the low pressure center deepens offshore, which means intensifying. It is going to allow for a lot more moisture and a lot more of a push of heavy snowfall to start to ramp up, especially near Long Island, Maryland, and then back into even eastern Virginia by about 6 or 7 o'clock tonight is when the heaviest snowfall is going to be impacting areas like Virginia Beach, Washington, D.C., Dover, and then all the way back over into eastern Long Island. Once we get closer to bedtime tonight, the snow is going to be the heaviest if you are in eastern Virginia, eastern Delaware, and then back into parts of central and eastern New Jersey. Again, the immediate coastal regions of New Jersey is where I do think some of the significant snowfall is really going to be ongoing by this point, and we'll be talking about snowfall rates as high as 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour. Southern New England will also be getting hammered by very heavy snowfall around this time, or at least it will start to ramp up right around 10 to 11 o'clock. Once we go into the overnight hours is when this low pressure center will start to move just a little bit off to the east. It's going to kind of stall, but it'll be moving very slowly to the north and east. And so a lot of the heavier snowfall will transition from being over here in New Jersey and Delaware more into southern New England. So areas like Long Island, Nantucket, Cape Cod, and also Providence, Rhode Island will start to see some of that heavier snowfall by this point. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom into the northeast so we have a little bit easier view of everything that's happening. So here's a more zoomed in view here by around midnight tonight. Eventually, as we go further into the overnight hours into the early hours of Monday, the heaviest of the snowfall will start to move out of Delaware, New Jersey. So the heaviest snow, again, for the next really 12 to 16 hours is going to be in New Jersey and Pennsylvania and also Delaware and parts of Maryland too. But eventually it's going to transition into southern New England. So this picture here is about 4 to 5 in the morning, just before sunrise tomorrow. You can see the heaviest bands of the snow are going to be right over here around Boston, Massachusetts, Foxborough, Cape Cod, Providence, and then parts of Connecticut, like Hartford, could be dealing with some occasional heavier bands of snowfall. But by far, we are going to be talking about upwards of 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour in that black circled region. I know some of that is offshore, but eastern Long Island and southeastern Massachusetts, you guys are going to be getting some of the worst of the snow by this point. And again, this thing right here almost looks like a hurricane in the winter. Obviously, it's not. This is a classic nor'easter / bomb cyclone setup where we are dealing with a rapidly intensifying low pressure center just offshore here of New England. So this is going to continue to intensify even into tomorrow morning. The pressure should get to about 970 millibars by the time we wake up tomorrow morning, so it will be rapidly intensified by this point, and this is when we're expecting the highest wind gusts to be ongoing. So again, winds across the board here in southern New England and right along the immediate coastline of New Jersey, New York, and also Delaware will be as high as 70 to even 80 miles per hour at times. That is the magnitude of how strong our winds will be, and with all the snow that is going to be stacking up on power lines, it is going to create the recipe for possibly numerous to widespread power outages. After sunrise tomorrow, the heaviest of the snowfall will still be located here across southeastern Massachusetts. With that said, there will be some occasional bands of moderate to heavy snow that make their way and kind of fill their way in to parts of New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and also back into parts of Maryland. So those will be still moving onshore. They'll be moving kind of inland, but they'll be a little bit more isolated by this point. And then once we get closer to lunchtime tomorrow, the low pressure center will continue to track to the east. The heaviest snowfall by this point will be primarily across southeastern Massachusetts, southern Maine, and almost all of New Hampshire should be at least seeing some light snowfall around this time. Moderate to heavy snow possible closer to areas like Ipswich, Massachusetts, Rockingham, in New Hampshire as well. Those areas will be seeing some more significant snowfall still. And then once we go into the mid to late afternoon and early evening, a lot of the snow is going to start to move more offshore. So we'll be pretty much done with this, I think, by around 10 o'clock tomorrow night for most of the Northeast. But the worst of this for sure will be overnight tonight. I do think we'll have some pretty intense snowfall as well, really over the next few hours. And as you can see, bottom right of your screen, that's live. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is driving through some bigger snowflakes right now, and that should only intensify over the next several hours. All right, we're going to talk more about snowfall accumulation in a second. I do want to point out that this right here is going to be our basically snowfall rates for today and tomorrow. So I'm going to begin with what is happening right now. And for the most part, over New Jersey and Delaware, our snowfall rates are around 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour. Again, it might not sound like much, but once we get past sunset tonight is when those numbers really increase. You can see we'll start to see some locations around 1 to 2 inches of snow falling per hour, which is going to make the snow stack up very quickly. Even though it's a wet snowfall, it is going to stack up a lot faster once we go into the late evening tonight and into the overnight hours. And then once we go into tomorrow morning, this will basically be the peak. So again, overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning, Long Island, southeastern New York, very far northern New Jersey, and anywhere in southern New England, right along the coastline, basically any counties that border the coastline will have snowfall rates getting closer to 2 inches of snow per hour. So it'll get a lot more significant by that point. And then during the morning hours tomorrow, anywhere in eastern Massachusetts, like Boston, Cape Cod, if you're over in Providence, these are going to be areas that'll have snowfall rates as high as 2 to 2.5 inches per hour, probably topping off though around 3 to 3.5 inches per hour, especially in Cape Cod. The snowfall rates after lunchtime tomorrow drop off a lot. You can see they're only down to about 1/2 inch by this point. So the worst of the snow again will be primarily during the morning hours, again, late tonight and into tomorrow. Now, in terms of total snowfall accumulation, we got a couple of different scenarios here that I'm going to show you, one of which is a more conservative forecast, which I think is going to end up being more accurate, but there's also one that is a little bit more aggressive that shows a much better shot of seeing, in some cases, upwards of 3 feet of snow. So this is the National Weather Service forecast. This is their latest thinking in terms of snowfall accumulation. And notice areas like Boston, Massachusetts are still forecasted to see around 18 to 24 inches. Same thing back over near Foxborough. And I do think Foxborough, Massachusetts has the potential to be a little local maximum. And what I mean by that is basically where the highest snowfall totals might end up actually happening out of this event will probably end up being near Foxborough. I think we could actually have a location over here in southeast Massachusetts pushing towards 28 to 30 inches of snowfall. Back over in Long Island, New Jersey, Delaware, this is also where we are expecting a widespread 1 to 2 feet of snow. I do think New York City will probably push towards 24 inches of snow. If you guys remember, the last time we had blizzard warnings in New York City was back in 2017, but back in 2016 as well, we also had blizzard warnings. And when we had those blizzard warnings about 10 years ago, Central Park picked up 27 inches of snow. That was pretty much the last time we had blizzard warnings for a major winter storm. So I do think Long Island will actually end up probably seeing a widespread 20 to 23 inches of snow for most of this area. There could be a few areas that push a little bit higher than that. Obviously, a few areas could also be a little bit lower than that. And then once we go into, again, anywhere further north and east, so back over in like southern Maine and southern New Hampshire, most of these areas will be between 8 to 16 inches of snow. I think Springfield, Massachusetts will be right around 12. I do think Hartford, Connecticut will be right around 15 to 18 inches. Providence, Rhode Island should also be pushing closer to 20 inches. And then back over near Dover in New Jersey, I think those areas will be, closer about 23 to 24 inches of snowfall. Now, this is the more aggressive scenario. This is the National Weather Service blend of models. You can see we do have a possibility, again, of seeing some areas pushing over 30 inches of snowfall, which would be over 2.5 feet of snow. So areas like southeastern Massachusetts, near Foxborough, and also Providence could easily be closer to 30 to 32 inches of snow. But again, it'll be very localized. I do not expect that to be a widespread event by any means, but I do think that's possible. And obviously, if we do end up having even anywhere over 24 inches of snow, that is very significant on top of all the wind that we are going to be seeing. This is going to make it a true blizzard across the coastlines here of, Maryland all the way back over into Maine. So this is going to be a very significant winter storm. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And then when we top it off with the wind, you can see right now the wind gusts aren't even that bad right now for most of New England and also the Northeast. Again, back over here in New Jersey, we're talking, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts right along the coastline. It's nowhere near where it's going to get tonight, because once we go into tonight, you can see the wind gusts really ramp up and increase, especially along these coastal regions. We should have some areas by about midnight tonight reaching wind gusts of around 60 miles per hour around far eastern Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey. And then back over here in Long Island, Nantucket, these are locations that I do anticipate we'll start to see isolated power outages once we go into the overnight hours tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, look how high the winds are going to be getting. We could be talking about some wind gusts in Long Island and far southern New England pushing towards 80 miles per hour. So we are going to have very significant wind gusts. The HRRR actually has a maximum of 95 miles per hour just on the south side of this low pressure system. Obviously, that's very far offshore, but that is really impressive. There could also be some inundation from this winter storm as well, because the winds are going to be so strong. Big waves are expected offshore. So if you are in any of these coastal areas right along a beach, that is also a big concern. We haven't really talked much about that in videos, but we'll talk more about that here throughout the stream. Right around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning is when we will have probably the peak of our wind, basically the climax across New England. Wind gusts basically all across Boston, back down into Providence, and also Foxborough and Cape Cod and Nantucket are all going to be pushing 70 to 80 miles per hour. So widespread power outages are almost undoubtedly going to happen here in southeastern New England tomorrow, which again, schools are closing for that exact reason, not just because of the snow, but the wind, and then on top of that, having the risk of no visibility pretty much all day tomorrow here in New England is going to cause some really big problems. Luckily, the wind will be done though, or at least a lot weaker by the point we go closer to a sunset and after sunset on Monday. Tuesday should be a little bit more calm, but there will still be blowing snow and drifting. So again, if you have travel plans on Tuesday, you want to be very cautious too. I do think school closures will likely last at least into Tuesday, but if not, definitely into Wednesday here across the Northeast. All right, we got a couple more things I want to talk about, the forecast stuff, and then we'll go back into what's happening right now. We'll also answer some questions. One thing I do want to point out is that we do now have an extreme risk here across parts of the Northeast for this winter storm event. So this is some of the latest. Let me go ahead and do this. We'll go ahead and go down here. So this is the latest in terms of our winter storm severity index. Anywhere in the purple, pink color here, that is where extreme winter storm impacts are expected. And this has been expanded into a very large area. I also want to say this is probably one of the largest areas that we've had this winter, outside of the mid-January major winter storm that brought all that ice. But basically all the state of New Jersey is now under an extreme winter storm risk. And again, this is the highest level that you can possibly get on the scale. So that includes areas near Philadelphia, it includes New York City, it includes White Plains, New York, Brookhaven, and then back over here towards Toms River, Trenton, Stafford Township, Middletown, New Brunswick. All of you guys are included in extreme risk here for this winter storm. And back over towards Dover there in Delaware. I think I might have said Dover, New Jersey earlier. I meant to say, Delaware. But over there, we're also talking about extreme winter storm impacts in that location and pretty much all of southeastern Massachusetts, like Foxborough, Boston, Providence in Cape Cod, and then also in Plymouth. All of you guys are going to be talking about some extreme winter storm impacts here. So very dangerous stuff is going to be happening when it comes to the wind and obviously all the snow that is going to end up falling here. So again, in any of these areas, you need to be ready for a significant winter storm. And here's another map that we'll show you here in a moment for snowfall accumulation. But Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one thing I wanted to touch on real quickly, just nowcasting this event as we're going into the rapid intensification stage here, is if we take a look at our area of low pressure here right in the center, this is where we're going to start to see that pressure drop. And I have my eye on the convection that's in the northern portion of this. When we go over and take a look at lightning data, we can actually see that there is lightning right around this low pressure area. That is a signal that this is starting to intensify very, very quickly. And we're probably going to start to see that pressure rapidly drop here shortly.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. One thing I do want to point out too is that we can't even rule out thunder snow today. It can't be ruled out. We could have some thunder snow here in New Jersey, so definitely keep a close eye to the sky here. If you're over here in eastern New Jersey near Atlantic City, there is actually a possibility that we could actually have a little bit of thunder snow this evening. It's much easier to see at night, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. It's much easier to see that thunder snow take place at night because you can see the flash. It's pretty clear in the sky. If you guys do end up seeing any thunder snow, make sure to send it in to us. We do have a link in the description. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. You can go to that site and you can submit photos and videos. And if you have any photos or videos right now, you can go ahead and submit them. We'll be definitely checking them out. I do want to show you guys a couple of crazy things that we've been sent in by our very own storm chasers. We have one from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. They're currently out there right now in Egg Harbor City, New Jersey. This was taken about an hour ago. They sent this in of an accident that happened. Obviously, this could be weather related. We don't want to really speculate, but this is the kind of thing that will happen a lot more frequently today and also into tonight. And then once we actually see legit blowing snow, that is when this is going to become extremely common. So again, if you are planning on traveling for whatever reason today, which again I do not recommend, I would make sure that you are taking it very slow on the roadways. And again, I know you might be a good driver in the snow and these types of conditions, but again, other people might not be, and that makes it that much more dangerous to be out there here. It really anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's the interstate or you're on a side road. It doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. So again, be very careful out there here in the Northeast if you have any plans of traveling. This was also sent in by Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. This was a video from a little earlier, and this is also back over in eastern New Jersey. Again, look at the big snowflakes that were coming down here. And again, this is about a half an hour ago or so. So, again, really large snowflakes coming down. And we are going to continue to see that here over the next several hours. And there are still plenty of people driving out there in New Jersey, which is a little bit surprising. But keep in mind, we don't have any significant accumulation yet. We haven't reached blizzard criteria quite yet either. We're going to reach blizzard criteria once we go into the late evening tonight and also into the overnight hours. So, again, we're a little ways away from things really starting to crank up. All right, this is back over to Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. And they are currently live again just north here of Atlantic City. And they are currently heading to the north right now, going towards Bass River Township. And so this is a live view of what they're looking at right now. The snowflakes are a little bit smaller here, not nearly as large as what we were seeing earlier. And we're going to go over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl in a second. Let me pull him up. So Ryan Scholl is a little bit further to the north. So Scholl is going to be back up here in Manahawkin, New Jersey. And this is where we do have a heavier band of snow. If you look bottom right of your screen, you can see a heavier band that is filled in from Vineland back to Tom's River. And so we got some larger snowflakes coming down here. Derek with the super chat says heavy snow in Northern Virginia right now. Already picked up a coating and it's piling up fast. Yeah, once we get past the period of, the temperature's dropping, it's going to get a lot easier to have snow stack up. Keep in mind that many of these areas in the Northeast these last several days have actually been above freezing, and that is keeping the ground a little bit warmer for the time being, but it will stack up very quickly once it actually starts to get going. For those that are over in Washington, D.C., are you guys all still rain? Let me know in the chat. Is anybody seeing snowflakes out here? We could actually look at some of the cameras as well. Let's go ahead and go to some of our cameras back over here in the Washington, D.C. area. And this is what it looks like right now in D.C. There are no signs right now of any really snow coming down. Maybe a couple snowflakes. It's been almost all exclusively rain so far in Washington, D.C. Eastern Delaware is a different story. If we go to Eastern Delaware, look at the roads already. They're getting a lot worse. Gotta go up the coast here. This is a little bit further south, just east of Millsboro near Millville. Already got a little bit of blowing snow out here. This is an area that we could see wind gusts get close to 60 miles per hour tonight. And really over the next few hours. Wind gusts are already around 40. The immediate coastline is where those highest winds are currently located. There's another live view there in Delaware. Let's go a little bit further to the north. I'm gonna send this actually to slot 2. Let's go full cam to this. This is a live view over at Sea Isle City, New Jersey. The waves are going to get big tonight. They're going to get really large. Power outage risk. Oh, yeah, I meant to go over that. One sec. Let me get the power outage risk up. Completely forgot about that. All right, here's our power outage map for tonight and also into tomorrow. Again, anywhere in the pink is where widespread power outages are likely. So this is where you should be preparing. If you have a generator, have that ready to go. Flashlights, have those ready to go. You know, if you have any devices, even if it's an old iPod Touch sitting in your drawer for the last 15 years, charge it up. It's a good light source. I don't know. If anybody has an iPod Touch still, that's kind of impressive. I'm not going to lie. Who has an iPod Touch? Let me know in the chat. We need a roll call. I think I still have one. I don't know where it is though. Anywhere in the dark red though, you should also be anybody that's basically shaded, be prepared for power outages, because it doesn't really matter where you are here. You could get power outages tonight. So far the power outages have not been bad, but again, we are so early into this nor'easter. It's going to get a lot worse tonight. Currently sitting at 97,000 customers without power across the entire country. But if we just go to the northeast, let's go mid-Atlantic first. We only have about 5,000 customers without power, so it's extremely isolated. And if we go over to the northeast here in New England, we have 98 people without power. I don't know if you're one of those unlucky 98 people that's without power, but that number again will only be increasing once we go into tonight and also once we go into tomorrow. It's going to get a lot higher over the next several hours. Let's go a little bit further to the north. Let's go over to New Jersey, or not New Jersey, Long Island. This is definitely not New Jersey. This is over in Long Island. And we already have a little bit of snow on the ground. And again, some of the snow too that we have up here in New England is actually from previous winter storms, so some of it hasn't even melted yet. But we are starting to at least see a little bit of accumulation in the far southern extent of Long Island. We go a little bit further to the north. There's a little bit of snow on the ground here too, but we are still very early stages into this event, and I do think most of Long Island is going to end up picking up around 18 to 24 inches of snow from this winter storm. So that number should only be increasing really over the next, several hours and obviously into the overnight hours tonight. I think this is one of the coolest cams that we have though right now. This is back over again on the coastline of New Jersey, just south of Ocean City. This will be very interesting to see what it looks like tonight and tomorrow, and it'll also be interesting to see if we can even see anything by tomorrow. The power could get knocked out and this camera could go down, so that is entirely possible. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is in Manahawkin, New Jersey, and it looks like right now he's actually going to the coast. So he's about to go over the bridge.
I did not study meteorology, unfortunately.
So he's about to go over the 72 bridge here. It's called the Manahawkin Bay Bridge. And so we should see some pretty big waves off to the right here in a second. It'll be very interesting to see what it looks like there. One of the cooler things, by the way, and today's stream isn't necessarily brought to you by Radar Omega, but they just added these arrows so we can actually see where chasers are going to now. The Ryan Scholl's actually going towards Surf City. Got Tornado Pagey going northeast. You got Connor going southeast right now towards Pleasantville. And we also got PA Storm Trackers right now south of Lock Haven. So kind of a cool feature. Now we actually know where everybody's going.
I'm still learning.
Makes it a little bit easier.
So
hey, Cyclo for the super chat. I live in southern New York. Snowing since early morning with no accumulation. The governor did declare a state of emergency in 22 counties. Yeah, keep in mind, again, accumulation is not going to be instant for most of these areas, and that is why we're a little bit hesitant on saying we're going to see widespread 24-plus inches of snow. I do think there will at least be some locations with it, but if you're in those pink boxes, we at least have state of emergencies for either parts of these states or all of the state. So Connecticut, New York, New Jersey and Delaware, we have state of emergencies right now. We also have some travel bans, which Riley will go over here soon, but we also have some travel bans that are in effect for certain locations. And again, across the board, this is going to be a very significant winter storm. It's best to stay off the roadways tonight and also into tomorrow. So it looks like Shoal's going over the Manahawkin Bay Bridge. We can't see the waves really. We'll have a better view of what we see after he gets past this bridge. Let's go ahead and go back over to this Tornado Pagey. There's still plenty of people on the roadway right now. And again, we haven't gotten to the point where conditions are really bad, but they will continue to get worse. That's what they're looking at right now out there in New Jersey. Again, 3 chasers that we have are in New Jersey. We also got one in Pennsylvania. This is PA Storm Trackers. I don't know where they're exactly heading, but they're going up some, like, little hill. I don't exactly know where they're going. They're over in Spring Mills, Pennsylvania. There's a lot of snow coming down here. Some of these higher elevations of Pennsylvania will likely get pushed towards a foot. There will be a pretty sharp dividing line, I do think, in Pennsylvania that'll have, you know, very little snow. If we go over to the snowfall accumulation here, for the HRRR, I do want to show you guys like the dividing line here of significant snow versus no snow. But basically anywhere in this green area here, again, we're talking about at least a foot of snowfall. So New York City, all of New Jersey, and back into southeastern New York. Look how sharp the dividing line is, though. You could go from Doylestown in New Jersey, just north of Philadelphia, and be at about 16 inches of snow, and then go over towards Reading, where it's only going to be about 3 inches of snow. That's about a 40-mile gap between seeing over a foot and seeing less than 4 inches. That is quite the difference. Like Elizabethtown's at like 1 and 2. You know, Westchester's at 10. We got Philadelphia at 15. But it's a very sharp decline as you go west. Same thing over here in Baltimore and DC. Again, we have a very sharp divide here. The HRRR is only showing a few inches here for Baltimore. Let's go over to the National Weather Service forecast. This is an interactive map that we can use here. And you can see, again, like Tom's River, this is the National Weather Service forecast. So this is pretty much what we're expecting no matter what to happen. But with that said, we could see the totals higher and lower. And I'll show you the probabilities of that stuff here in a second. But you can say, again, you can see like Tom's River, for example, 26 inches of snow is expected in that area. We go over to Trenton in New Jersey. We're talking about, you know, about 20 inches. New York City is probably going to pick up about 22 inches. I know these might sound crazy because we haven't had a whole lot of snow that's actually stacked up yet, but again, over the next few hours, snow is actually going to start piling up, and it's going to get really, really crazy. You know, Reading, according to the National Weather Service, getting about 11. Allentown, about 14. If we go over to Lancaster, only about 6.7. Did not mean to actually click on that number. 4.4 inches around Elizabethtown. Harrisburg might only be a couple. But you can see some of these higher elevations, which is where PA Storm Trackers is. They're closer to 8, 9, 10 inches. So that's, you know, the higher up you go in elevation, the more significant our snowfall is going to be. Even Virginia Beach, about 2 inches. So we're actually going to see a little bit of accumulating snow back down here in North Carolina and Virginia. Nothing comparable to what we saw with our previous winter storm, but hey, it's a little bit more snow. Snow is not something that we've seen a whole lot of over the last several years in North Carolina. And then back over into Massachusetts, 25, 26 inches. I think Foxborough, again, could push towards a foot or push towards 30 inches. And then White Island Shores around 22. Providence around 18. Nantucket is going to be about 10. And then Tisbury about 22 inches. Manchester, New Hampshire, not far from where I used to live, about 12 inches. So, and this is going to be a really significant winter storm. And one thing I do want to mention here, I do think that pretty much anywhere in this region here is pretty locked in on the snowfall amount. I'm not saying it's going to be exactly what I'm saying here, but I do think the snowfall accumulation is very likely to happen in these areas. I have a lot more question marks still with areas that are back down here in New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and even eastern Pennsylvania. I'm not as confident, all right, that we're going to see, you know, as much snowfall. It could go higher, could go lower. This is a much more uncertain area because we haven't had any snow really stack up in a lot of these locations yet, which is why I'm saying that. All right, so there's a true possibility that, you know, some of these locations might not end up picking up as much snowfall as we're seeing here, or they might end up actually overperforming. It could go kind of either way. There's a lot more uncertainty, though, further down to the south and west. Let's go over to the probability of seeing more than 18 inches of snow. All right, so this is the probability of seeing more than 18 inches of snow right here. Putting the little key on the left there so you can actually see. But basically, there's over a 60% chance we're going to see more than 18 inches of snow there in Foxborough. 40% chance at least all across Long Island. So pretty good numbers there. This is also the high end of snowfall. So if you want to have if you're going to have an overperforming winter storm, this is basically what you can expect. About a 10% chance of this happening anywhere. You can see areas like, New York City could get close to 27 inches on an overperforming scenario. 36 inches almost there in eastern New Jersey, which would be near 3 feet. Near Foxborough and Bridgewater in southeastern Massachusetts near 37. So these are all the high-end scenarios, and then this is the expected scenario. And then this is the low end. So Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update on a bunch of different travel and overall closures from this winter storm. So starting in New Jersey, they've closed, or they will be closing all transit at 6 p.m. today. That includes buses, light rail, and Access Link. Another update from New Jersey is starting at 3 p.m. today, so 2 hours ago, there's a 35-mile-per-hour restriction in effect statewide, and also a commercial vehicle ban is in effect there as well. New York City is another big one that has declared a state of emergency. This means that roads will be closed at 9 p.m. Eastern. Streets, highways, bridges, everything closed to any sorts of vehicles. That includes stuff like trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, and they're going to be closed through noon on Monday. Another state of emergency was declared by a different agency in New York City for snow removal, as well as DoorDash suspending all operations in New York City from 8:30 p.m. Eastern tonight all the way until noon Monday at the minimum.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So it will not be the DoorDasher Super Bowl tonight in New York City. It was for our last winter storm over in the Carolinas. All right, so we got Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He is in Surf City now. We're keeping an eye on him. We also got Tornado Pagey. Look at the roadways here. Again, only one lane currently. You can actually drive down successfully. The other one has not at least been plowed recently. Again, there's a lot more snowplows up here in the Northeast than what we're talking about, back over down here in the Carolinas or South Carolina. If you remember, the last major winter storm we covered was the Mid-Atlantic winter storm and also the Carolina winter storm, or it was more of the Carolinas winter storm, about 3 weeks ago or so, and there was like no snowplows down there. So a little bit different, back up here to the north. Again, there's plenty of snowplows. This is something that obviously always happens, so... but again, very slow moving traffic right now, only looking about 40 mile per hour, or at least going around 40 miles per hour here in Tuckertown here on the interstate. Then Storm Chaser Connor Croft right now is near Atlantic City. Go back over to Tornado Pagey, and let me actually go to Ryan Scholl. So this one looks like in Surf City right now. This is one of those areas that is right around freezing, so snow hasn't really stacked up onto roadways yet. I believe Ryan Scholl is going to the beach, if I'm not mistaken, or he's going to be going back over the Manahawkin Bridge. We're about to find out. But he is currently near the Gateway Bar. Again, you got the snowplows out there. There's going to be plenty of snowplows, so hopefully the roadways stay clear here today. And there's a stoplight. And now it turned green. This is back over to PA Storm Trackers, which looks like they're not working right now. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey. Let me see if I can fix that.
I think the big city that gets the most snow out of
Looks like their stream's down here for a second.
Rhode Island. Wow. I think there is a solid chance for 30 inches plus in Providence.
Thank you, Data, for the super chat. Massachusetts state of emergency declared a few hours ago. We'll have to check in on that. Somebody check in on that. We'll have to add that to the map. Hey, add word for becoming a member.
Totals.
They were talking about the blizzard of 78 earlier.
Yeah, that was a big blizzard that kind of looped. It did a loop.
It's going to be interesting to see how much snow is coming down tonight. This is a live look over in Paradise, Pennsylvania. So this is just to the southeast of Lancaster. And this is an area that's forecasted to see around 10 to 12 inches of snow. A bit more of a zoomed in kind of range of how much snowfall we're expecting tonight. But again, good amount of snowflakes coming down. They're not nearly as large as what we're seeing over in, New Jersey right now, but still Decent amount of snow coming down right now. And then back over here near Ocean City. We do have a camera that we have to fix. This is what it looks like over in Ocean City right now. This is on the eastern shore of Maryland. You can see the wind's picking up. Look at the porta potty opening on the right. It kind of gives you an idea of the wind. How windy it is right now. Porta potty might go flying tomorrow. I have to watch for that. A little concerned about that. Hey, Durham for the super chat. What is Ithaca looking like? I don't know which Ithaca we're talking about. I don't know if you're talking about Ithaca, New York. I'm not sure which one we're talking about. Hey, I'm for the super chat. You can track New York City snowplows if you want. Just search it on Google. New York City snowplows. I'm actually curious now. You actually can. It's actually kind of funny. There are certain states that do that. There are certain ones. I know Michigan, I'm pretty sure, does that. It's kind of interesting. Now, these aren't snowplows, but these are chasers that are out here for this nor'easter. And again, many of the storm chasers that we have out there, if we go back over to the map here, you can see, again, we do have 3 storm chasers right now in New Jersey. We got 1 back over in Pennsylvania. And I think at least 1 or 2 of them are going to be going up towards Massachusetts tomorrow. So they're starting in New Jersey. I think a lot of them are going to go into southern New England tomorrow. So again, that is when we're going to be, you know, probably getting a pretty good amount of coverage there. Blizzard warnings obviously in effect up there, but right now the snow is the heaviest in New Jersey and also near Long Island. We also have some heavier bands of snow making their way into Philadelphia. You can see that transition into snow is currently happening in Philadelphia, Westchester, and Elkton. It's only a matter of time until Washington, D.C. is transitioning into purely snow. I know most areas here are still dealing with rain, but it will eventually be snow here pretty soon. If we go over to the METAR data, which is the, again, the temperature and the dew point, all that good stuff, but I want to go over the temperatures. This is some of the latest data here as of the last, hour or so. And you can see temperatures over here in New Jersey have dropped to around or just below freezing. A little bit further back off to the west, over here in the Washington, D.C. area, temperatures are still running around 36, 37 degrees, so it is currently getting at least a little bit cooler. Dynamic cooling is going to come into effect over the next few hours, so temperatures should naturally drop much faster once we go into the sunset hours here, which sunset's only about an hour away from most of these areas. These are the actual temperatures. I'm going to plot the temperature map here. This is the latest temperatures. I believe this is right now. Yeah, this is right about now. So again, 33, 34 degrees in Baltimore. We go back over to Philadelphia, it's about 30 degrees. Toms River's down to 30, and then New York City's about 32. Again, a lot of the snow that we're seeing is going to be wet, so it's not going to stack up as fast, but tonight is when the more intense snowfall is going to come into play as our low pressure system intensifies offshore. If we head over to the HRRR here, I want to show you the pressure drop with this low pressure center. So our pressure currently offshore is... You do go back to mid-Atlantic, actually, to see. The pressure right now is about 1,000 millibars or so, so it hasn't really rapidly intensified yet. But look how rapidly it intensifies tonight. That low pressure center is sitting just offshore of Maryland by around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight at about 983 millibars. So that's about a 20 millibar drop compared to what it is right now. And then overnight into tomorrow morning, it gets down to about 968. So the peak of the low pressure should be right around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, getting down to around 968 millibars. And see how it gets really close to Cape Cod, too. With that low pressure. So if you are one of those people that gets headaches or anything like that from pressure drops, be aware of the fact that we are going to have pressure drops tonight, and it's going to be very likely that you're end up getting some sort of headache, especially in your coastal regions. Pressure specifically, like in eastern Maryland, will not get to 978 millibars, but it will get down probably to about 980, maybe 985, 990, somewhere in that range. Same thing with New Jersey. We'll be very close to the 992, 990 range. Long Island, 988, and then back over in Nantucket. Nantucket will probably be the lowest place out of anywhere, getting down to about 976 millibars by around 12 o'clock tomorrow. So the pressure is just going to be dropping, a ton here over the next 24 hours. All right, let's take off METAR data. Let me go back over to... This is the porta potty camera. back over in Delaware. It looks like the or Maryland. Looks like the porta potty is closed again. Oh, never mind, it opened. Yeah, there's nobody in there. I think it's just this is going to be a pretty common sight here over the next 24 hours. Can't believe we have a porta potty camera. Should call it that. Let's go back to see if this camera's working. All right, so we got another camera. This one's over in Ocean City, Maryland. This is the Inlet Beach, looking south. And again, the waves are going to get really large tonight. You can actually see them there in the middle of your screen. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see it crashing onto the rocks there, the big waves. Waves are only going to get larger tonight. We are expecting some inundation because of how windy it is offshore. Going to push a lot of water towards the coastline, so immediate coastal areas are going to be pretty hit hard by this winter storm. And this is another live shot over in Sussex County in Delaware. It's pretty, not really as large of snowflakes as we were seeing earlier, but quite a few snowflakes coming down currently. And then this right here, Storm Chaser Connor Croffey is in Egg City, or Egg Harbor City in New Jersey. And roadways have not seen much accumulation so far, and they're obviously being plowed frequently. The temperatures, again, on the ground, on like grassy surfaces, will be naturally a little bit cooler than concrete, especially since it's been above freezing for quite some time here in these areas in the Northeast, like New Jersey.
Yeah, I'm curious with the heavier...
If I had to guess, the concrete's probably about 33, 34 degrees. The grass and the elevated surfaces are going to be closer to 30, 29 degrees. So it does make a difference on why we are not seeing accumulating snowfall in some certain areas. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl.
That's goal number 1 here. We need to find a bathroom.
Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl's right on the coastline.
You can see the waves right here, too.
You can see the waves. How rough the seas are right now.
So angry they are through the fence.
And again, this, for a lot of you that have watched our hurricane streams, we only had one last year because there were basically no hurricanes that impacted anywhere. But for those that watch like Hurricane Milton, for example, about a year and a half ago, this is kind of what it looked like offshore for a little while. Kind of looked like this. The very rough seas and the waves being pretty large. Granted, this isn't going to be as significant as a hurricane by any means, but nonetheless, the immediate coastal areas are going to get hit pretty hard by these very large waves.
What I did is I signed up for the New York Easy Pass a little bit ago. So that way...
So that's what it looks like right on the immediate coastline.
I don't have to worry about tolls too much.
This back over to Tornado Pagey.
March the 6th across all of the Northeast. That backs up our thinking.
Also, if we go live to South Norwalk, Connecticut, no snow coming down right now. All right, this is going to be pretty common. Again, no snow here yet. We don't have any snow really falling in Springfield. Any snow that's on the ground there is going to be from a previous winter storm. This is Block Island in Rhode Island. So this is an island just offshore. And this one is going to have wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour once we go into tonight. I think that's a bird right there at the top left, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a bird is just hovering in the sky right now. Also, we do have a brand new update. We now have state of emergencies again, now in effect for Massachusetts. So we have expanded our state of emergency map here. Obviously, this was issued, I think, a few hours ago, but we do have now Massachusetts, Connecticut, as well as New Jersey, New York, and Delaware, all included in state of emergencies. That map has continued to grow. Also, here's another live camera. This one's over in Davisville, Rhode Island. Again, nothing happened in here yet. It's going to look very different when we wake up tomorrow morning or even later tonight. This is also in Cape Cod. It's one of the Boston, Maine live cameras. It's at a seafood restaurant in Barnstable, Massachusetts. And we're going to see some pretty rough seas here tomorrow. Once the winds are coming out of the northeast, that's going to bring a lot of water towards this camera. The water's going to look a lot more rough. It'll look a little bit more like what we're seeing over in Ocean City right now, with the waves much larger. For example, this right here, again, is Sea Isle City, New Jersey, where the waves are much larger. They are still nowhere near their peak. They'll be much larger tonight. The seas, again, are getting pretty rough right now. The Solitary for the super chat. Storm chasers are more than welcome here making soup. Woodland Park, New Jersey view west of Totowa and Wayne on the other side of Garrett Mountain. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Make a soup place just for the chasers. The adventures for becoming members, or a member. Learn how to pronounce Barnstable. Oh man, I used to live in New Hampshire, so I should be able to pronounce it. I gotta get the pronunciation here. We might be cooked in the pronunciation department. Barnstable? Is it Barnstable? Maybe I'm a little bit closer. We got a big time wildfire in Georgia right now. Completely off topic. One of our storm chasers, Carmen Parmello, is currently on a large wildfire. This is apparently, according to him, there's a mandatory public evacuation in southeast of Folkston, Georgia right now. This is an image of the wildfire here. And again, fire weather is very elevated right now across the southeast due to how dry and warm it is. He is live inside of the Radar Omega app if you want to check him out. You go back over to do precip typing here. Back over to Tornado Pagey. I believe they're behind a snowplow right now. Hey, Chase, are becoming a member? How's West Virginia doing? It's not getting snow here. Is it already done snowing? West Virginia is going to see snow all the way into tonight and tomorrow, which is going to be, again, it's a very different setup in the Appalachian Mountains. If we go over to the future radar here, I'm going to kind of just show you a widespread view here, but if you look closely, look back off really anywhere here to the west, you can just see there's going to be rounds of snowfall. It's going to be continuing to tonight. It's also going to be continuing to tomorrow morning. I knew I was going to sneeze. Back over in Elkins and Morgantown. Again, this is going to be an ongoing threat. It's actually going to probably be the worst tomorrow, even though the nor'easter is going to be much further away. Winds coming out of the northwest will kind of be or almost perpendicular to our mountain range, and that's going to help to create more snowfall, mainly near Elkins, Summersville, and also Fayetteville, Beckley, and even as far south as Asheville in North Carolina. There's going to be some snowfall, which is why we have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings that stretch there into the very far southern extent of the Appalachian mountain range. But anywhere in this white that you see here, that is where the most significant amount of, or that's where the heaviest snow will be. So that's where snowfall rates could easily be pushing closer to about, 2.5 inches per hour. Some locations near 3 inches overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. I do think Toms River or Lakewood Township, maybe Stafford Township, I think one of these three cities here is going to pick up closer to 28, 30 inches of snow when this thing's done. It's going to be snowing there for a very long period of time. I put the timestamp on the screen here. Let me do this. The timestamp's at the top of your screen. You just see how long it's going to be snowing. I mean, this picture here is about 6 o'clock tomorrow. It'd still be snowing there. So we could easily pick up 30 inches there. If we actually start to see it accumulating, which it is beginning to accumulate. Big winter storm. Thank you, Rogue, for the $10 super chat. What about Warminster, Pennsylvania? My weather app said 12 inches, but went down to 8. Saying a 46 mile per hour wind gust, but low potential for power outage disruption. I'm confused. Valid to be confused. You're using the weather app. Over here in Warminster, so that's near Pennsylvania or Philadelphia. Really anywhere here in far eastern parts of Pennsylvania, you guys are going to be picking up easily about a foot. So if we go over to the map here again, pretty much anywhere in the orange that you see here, this is where we're expecting at least around 12 inches of snow. So the 12 to 18 inch range, pretty much anywhere in the orange. Same thing with the red. Red's gonna be 18 plus, orange is 12 plus. And so basically anywhere near Allentown, Philadelphia, we're expecting right around 12 to 18 inches. I think Philadelphia will be pushing closer to 18. This is that area that I was just talking about, like Toms River, Lakewood Township. We're gonna be pushing closer to 25, 28 inches of snow, I think, when this event is all said and done. That's gonna be kind of our local maxima in New Jersey. And then back over in Long Island, just outside of Brookhaven, also Brentwood. This is another area that I think will get closer to 2 feet of snow. And then this is another local maxima here in southeastern Massachusetts. That's where we're also expecting probably to push over 2 feet of snow from this event. Back over in the Appalachian Mountains in Pennsylvania, again, a long stretch of 8 to 16 inches is on the table. Could have a localized area south of Elkins, kind of in the mountains there, around 20 inches of snow. But generally speaking, it's going to be a very thin corridor. Again, it's really just the higher elevation stretching from central Pennsylvania back into western North Carolina. Baltimore and Washington, D.C., this is kind of one of those areas that I think is going to end up being kind of hit or miss when it comes to our snow. It's either going to be a boom or bust for Washington and Baltimore. The National Weather Service forecast is only expecting maybe 3 to 4 inches of snow in Washington, D.C. Baltimore is about, 5-6 inches of snow. And then like Dover, New Jersey, we're talking 16 inches. I mean, you only got to travel like 40 to 50 miles east to see this significant snowfall. By the way, very soon, you guys will be able to interact with this map and see all the different snowfall accumulation. We have a brand new website that'll be coming out here in a few, probably in about a couple weeks. So stay tuned for that. We'll have all these graphics that I'm showing you and all that good stuff. It'll be completely free to use. So yeah. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I just talked to Carmen Palermo, who's down in Georgia on that wildfire. He let me know that there are now mandatory evacuations for a few of the towns around this fire. It sounds like it is 0% contained and rapidly spreading. Obviously, this isn't tied to our nor'easter, but it is something we talked about, and unfortunately, it sounds like this could be a pretty bad situation. It's in a big yellow pine stand, which is a very flammable tree, and our moisture in that fuel is under 15%, so any wildfires will spread very rapidly.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, big fire over here in the southeast. Fire weather has been a big talk over the last several days. We had a bunch of wildfires again back over in Oklahoma. The southeast, unfortunately, it is still pretty favorable for fires. We have the worst drought since 2001 across Florida. There's actually a state of emergency for Florida, believe it or not because of winter weather or anything like that. It is because of the fire weather conditions. There's bans all across Florida because of the fires. So again, this right here is not good. Obviously, be very careful over here in the Georgia area. You can actually see the fire right now on radar. If we go over to the Jacksonville radar site, this is the fire. You can actually see the smoke from Folkston stretching towards Yulee in Florida. So you might be able to see the smoke if you're in Jacksonville right now. But that fire is no joke. Winds are coming out of the northwest right now. That's the only visible fire right now that I'm seeing on radar, but there might be a couple others somewhere. So very dangerous stuff over there in Florida right now. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Here's another camera. This one's in Folkston, Georgia. This is also a live view of the fire. You can see how windy it is, by the way, on those flags. You can see the smoke hovering over the town of Folkston. Very scary stuff. All right, we got another video from this winter storm. Not what you want to see. This is another probably accident that happened. This is sent in by Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton and Tornado Pagey of a car getting onto a tow truck due to the slick conditions. This is in Garden City, New Jersey, or sorry, the Garden City Parkway near Toms River, New Jersey. And if you weren't here a little while ago, we had a similar video sent in of another accident. This is back over also in, I believe, southern New Jersey. Just off to the west of Atlantic City at the time. Another car that got into some sort of accident. Again, we do think that these two accidents are both weather related. Obviously don't know that for sure. Nobody interviewed them on the scene, but most of the time when you see stuff like this during a major winter storm, it has to do with the weather that's happening out there. So, wouldn't be surprised if that was from the snow that is falling and obviously sticking to some of the roadways right now. It's definitely sticking over here where they're at. And you can see them again on the map here. If we go over to, let me take off the radar here for a second. If we look at them on the map here, you can see Tornado Pagey right now. They're located just to the south there of Lacey Township. You can see where they're going. They're going northbound. All right. Then we got Ryan Shull going towards Stafford Township. And then Connor Croft is actually near the beach right now. We're going to check him out. Let's go over to Connor Croft. He is currently located in Atlantic City. If I can find the right slot. There you go. So Connor Croft is going to the beach. Going towards Northeast Inlet right now in Atlantic City. This is what it looks like out there right now.
Yeah. Minutes ago too. So yeah. Sure it changes.
We're getting right up on the water here.
He's going to the water near the Atlantic City
Our low
Aquarium.
pressure out in the ocean.
Hey, Wise for the
just
$10
now
super chat.
beginning to bomb out. So, and there's some people saying that it was forming a little further west than it was supposed to. I have no idea if that's correct or not, but
All right, he's about to be at the beach here in a second.
Be, hoping and praying that their area further west gets more snow than it's supposed to.
Yeah, there's some stuff right out there. I'm gonna take a right here.
Find
Yeah, so we can check out the beach somewhere. Take a right down this way. Looks interesting. I think I just go down right this way.
You can go down.
Yeah.
You can drive on the road right along the beach where all the big resorts are. So
Okay. Yeah.
You'll find some spots out there. So I don't know. They might. I wonder if I wonder if they close the beach. I know some.
This one again looks like an Atlantic City. They're trying to find the beach. I don't know where they're going. They're going towards the Ocean Resort Casino. That's the direction that they're going now.
Someone is street sniping our road with red lights.
Got an announcement from the governor of Massachusetts not too long ago saying tonight through Monday they're expecting a winter storm that could bring 2 feet of snow to parts of Massachusetts to protect public safety. They are declaring a state of emergency, activating the State Emergency Operations Center and the nation's first. And I need to read the rest of this message. I realized it went on further. And also directing non-emergency state employees to work remotely tomorrow for this winter storm. They've already been pre-treating roadways and preparing to deploy over 3,000 pieces of equipment. They are urging residents to stay off the roads unless absolutely necessary and pay attention to local parking bans. So again, that is for Massachusetts. In case you have not already heard, they have issued a state of emergency. And again, we do have state of emergencies in effect for several states right now. It has increased to 6. We got Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. That's 5. I'm good at counting. We got 5 states that are under state of emergencies. Actually, no, there is 6. We have 1 for Florida. All right, we technically have 6. There are 6 states that are under, or technically 5 states of the winter storm that are under state of emergencies right now. As a reminder, again, if you are anywhere if you're in this winter storm, all right, if you're in the blizzard warnings especially, you want to make sure that you are preparing for the possibility of power outages. They could be widespread. You want to charge your devices, make sure you have a flashlight and batteries on hand. Take precautions with fireplaces, space heaters and generators, clear snow and exhaust vents, and fire hydrants near your home as well. Those are all things that the governor of Massachusetts is saying, but obviously that pertains to anybody. All right, so again, anywhere across southern New England, right along the coastline, especially here of New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, we need to be preparing for this winter storm. We need to be prepared for power outages. It is going to be a dangerous next 24 hours with how high the winds are getting. I know right now we don't have a whole lot of power outages, right? If we go over to the power outage map here, this is the county by county look at our power outages. Let's do, let me do radar here and take the radar tower off. Again, power outages right now, you can't actually see really any counties that are under power outages. There'd be boxes here. The only power outages really are over here in like the south and southeast. But obviously tonight, as the winds intensify, they're going to get close to 70, 80 miles per hour near these coastal regions, which is going to spark power outages because we are going to have wet snow stacking up onto power lines. So they're going to get way down. Winds are going to be very strong. And I do think power outages are going to be pretty widespread tonight into tomorrow morning. I think most of our power outages are likely going to happen sometime overnight tonight, so it'll probably happen while you're sleeping. But like, you know, Connecticut, Rhode Island, southeastern Massachusetts, that is when these conditions are going to get a lot worse. It's going to feel like a tropical storm or hurricane is hitting your location. And if you're not familiar with nor'easters, that is basically what it is. It is basically like a tropical storm, but in this case, you know, snow. It's obviously not it's not an actual tropical storm, but you know what I kind of mean here. Again, we're talking about widespread, very high wind gusts, and also snow that is going to create very treacherous conditions. For many of you that have lived in New England for 10, 20 years, you obviously know what this is. This is something that happens normally every year, but for whatever reason, we've had very few of these over the last 5 to 6 years. There were a ton in the early 2010s. I used to live in New Hampshire, so I remember these big winter storms happening all throughout the 2000s and even through about 2015, 2016. But it became a lot less frequent over the last several years. So not something that we've had really that much of recently, at least to this magnitude. This will be one of the more significant winter storms that we've had in quite some time. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, they are expecting 1+ inches of snow per hour to continue to develop and become a lot more common. Blizzard conditions may develop within the next few hours. So again, they haven't actually started yet, even though there are blizzard warnings, but they will start to get going here over the next few hours. The best chance for blizzard conditions will be basically from Seaside Heights, New Jersey, towards the Exmoor area of Maryland. Georgetown and Salisbury in Delaware and both Maryland are at risk of blizzard conditions here very soon. So again, make sure that you are ready for snowfall to really get cranking and get going here.
Out back to the high.
All right, Storm Chaser Connor Croft, he's still in Atlantic City. I don't think he's found the beach yet. Maybe he did,
Get out
but
of here. There's no snow. Not much right now, but the winds are going to be really.
Max, we're in New Hampshire. I used to live near Salem.
Here in a few hours.
Yep.
For sure.
Hey, Hawk, for the super chat. If you're in the United States, stay safe and warm. You don't have to. Don't
Lights here.
go out.
Really?
If you don't have to go out, yeah. If you don't have to go out at all, I would not be going out. You know, this is gonna get a lot more dangerous over the next few hours. And you can see the camera shaking here. This is the Sea Isle City Beach Patrol camera in Sea Isle City, New Jersey. And again, the winds are starting to pick up a lot more. The camera is actually starting to shake. Wind gusts are approaching 40 to 50 miles per hour now, and they're gonna peak around 60 to 70 here tonight. So they're only gonna get more strong. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's been a few people in chat asking about the difference between wet snow and a dry snow or other types of that. So I wanted to touch a little bit on that, specifically when it comes to shoveling snow. So shoveling snow is actually a very dangerous activity. And unfortunately, a lot of times during winter storms, that is one of the things that causes fatalities due to how much effort it takes. And I don't think people truly understand just how much snow you have to move. So let's talk about some of the areas in like New Jersey and New York that might be seeing around 2 feet of snow. Those places that see 2 feet of snow are going to see that snow fall at a ratio of 8-to-1. What that means is we basically have 24 inches of snow. That's equivalent to 3 inches of liquid water. So the average driveway size in New England is just around 750 square feet. If we have 2 feet of snow fall over a 750 square foot area, at that ratio of 8-to-1, that is just under 12,000 pounds of snow that you're going to have to remove off of your driveway. So that's why we talk about wet snow and all the issues it causes, is because not only does it cause all the issues that a snowstorm that we'd see in like the Midwest would cause, where we have a little drier snow, but it's also way harder to move out of the way, so it sticks around there longer.
Thank you, Riley, for the insight. And yeah, I mean, again, driveways are not short at all in the Northeast. I mean, like literally, I used to live in New England. Like every single driveway, or not every one of them, but a lot of them were very long. I mean, again, some of them go up hills, go down hills, that sort of thing. It makes it very difficult, again, to shovel and even, you know, snow blow and whatnot. I mean, snow blowers are obviously the way to go, but shoveling is obviously very dangerous. So, or it can be dangerous. So, again, make sure that you are taking the proper precautions and, you know, spacing it out if you can. There's gonna be a lot of snow falling again tonight and tomorrow, and it's gonna be, unfortunately, probably one of the ways that, you know, injuries and other things along that nature actually happen from this winter storm will be because of that. It's not necessarily because we have an ice storm happening where power is gonna be out for, you know, a week or something like that, like what happened back over in Tennessee, you know, only a month ago. And I mean, we could have power outages for a while in some areas because of all the snow, but it will probably not be nearly as long lasting. But nonetheless, again, very dangerous stuff when it comes to snow shoveling with how much snow we're going to be seeing. And we're talking well over 2 feet in some locations, especially in southeast Massachusetts and also New Jersey. I do want to take us back over to New England here. We haven't really talked about anybody in New England here recently, but we are starting to see our first snowfall now, making its way into Hartford, Connecticut. It's very light. As you can see, very little white pixels popping up. That's just some light snow flurries. And again, nothing too crazy yet. Over in Long Island, we're starting to get some pockets of moderate snowfall. We actually have a pretty heavy, intense band of snow now, making its way up towards JFK Airport. I do think that there will be at least some, you know, airport delays and maybe even some cancellations, especially tonight and into tomorrow. And we'll continue to update you guys on that situation. But obviously, if you have any sort of flights planned for tonight or anything along those lines, just make sure that you are aware of that potential. Because again, a lot of snow is going to be falling and we are expecting blizzard conditions to happen. So things will be definitely pretty dangerous. Charlie with the super chat says, is Brick, New Jersey still in the bullseye or did it shift? You're kind of in that jackpot area. I mean, again, the jackpot when it comes to snowfall in New Jersey is going to be right in here, I think. So Lakewood Township down towards Stafford Township will be, I think, the area that picks up, maybe at least has a possibility of picking up as much as 25 to 30 inches, maybe even an isolated location over that. That's my expectation. There you go. We got multiple different live storm chasers and live cameras here across the mid-Atlantic. Let me go back to put Ryan Scholl slot too. There you go. So those are 3 of our storm chasers that are out there right now. Also got PA Storm Trackers, which we haven't really checked in on. This is PA Storm Trackers. They're in Pennsylvania, so they're over in central Pennsylvania near Spring Mills.
If I get the channel name.
Kind of near some of those higher elevations.
Marzana vibes.
Again, very light snowflakes out here. The higher elevations will pick up closer to a foot. Lower, low-lying areas only a few inches, so they're vastly different across the board. But just give you a perspective of what's happening out there right now.
It's weird.
This is the beach cam in Sea Isle City, New Jersey. It's also what it looks like right now in Sussex County, Delaware. How much snow's coming down. There's a bridge right there. You can barely see it. Actually, a lot of snow starting to stack up here in Delaware. Now, one problem is that I don't know where our porta potty camera went. I'm kind of curious on what that looks like. I don't know where that is anymore. Anybody remember what state it was? Was that Maryland? Might have been Maryland. Don't know. Looking for it. That was. This gives you an idea of the wind right now over in Maryland. This is Eastern Shore, Maryland. It's on US 50 at the drawbridge. It's over Ocean Gateway. Here, the Hooper's Crab House. Porta potty's on the right. That door's been opening and closing for quite some time, but it is very windy. Does anybody ever get scared to drive over these bridges when it's windy over in Maryland or New Jersey or any of these areas? Car stuck count is funny. Yeah, we actually, you know, I don't know how high that number is going to go. It's questionable. We don't really know how high it's going to go. It could go high. It could go low. You know, our highest ever on a stream was like near 80. The lowest on stream ever was, well, 0. Wasn't that high? That's what it looks like over in New York, by the way. We're about to get some really heavy bands of snow moving into the Long Island area near New York City. This is what it looks like over at Loop Parkway. This is just east of Long Beach, New York. Roadways are, again, very covered over right now. Sun's going to be setting here over the next half hour. Another view here in, this is near Valley Stream. Let's go to Valley Stream. Right over near the McDonald's. Valley Stream, New York. And then this right here is right next to JFK Airport. Again, roads are not bad right now. There's a lot of people still driving, obviously, here in New York City and around JFK Airport, but we will continue to see that number dwindle tonight as blizzard conditions really ramp up, and obviously, by tonight, things are going to really start to, unfortunately, get a lot worse here across the Northeast. By the way, if you guys have any friends or family that are in the path of this major winter storm, make sure to share our channel with them. Again, we'll be live covering this winter storm today and tomorrow. Again, with storm chasers, we got a lot of live cameras. We got like over 3,000, I want to say.
This is one of those
covering every single angle of this winter storm. This is what it looks like in Egg Harbor City, New Jersey.
Yeah, you could really go anywhere.
Actually, sorry, this is in Atlantic City. The location hasn't updated. This is over in Atlantic City.
As far as wind goes, it definitely...
Storm Chaser Connor Croft is going back on the Atlantic City Expressway. He's going westbound towards Pleasantville. Again, roadways have not seen accumulating snowfall yet, but conditions are beginning to deteriorate. We haven't reached blizzard conditions quite yet.
Which is very substantial.
See bottom right of your screen, the heavier bands of snow moving into this area.
Very substantial. Here's the angle.
Thank you, Hari, for the super chat. I have a friend in Bibleford, Maine. What are we going to expect from this? It's a pretty good question. I mean, again, I think anywhere pretty much in I mean, if we're talking about coastal Maine, I think almost anywhere in coastal Maine will pick up around 8 to 12 inches of snow. So let me refresh this here. Oops. Go on the website. This is the amount of snowfall that we're expecting. So back over here in coastal Maine, pretty much anywhere in this orange, lighter orange area, we're expecting 8 to 12 inches of snow. So that includes Bangor, that includes Augusta, Auburn, and Portland. But there will be some locations, especially right along the immediate coastline, that could get a little over 12 inches, maybe around 12 to 14 inches of snow. Perhaps over near Dover in New Hampshire, Biddeford, which is, or I think is it Biddeford, Maine, near Scarborough, Wells, and York. That is where we're expecting a little over a foot of snowfall. Gloucester, Massachusetts, we're talking over 1.5 feet of snowfall. Really, anywhere in the red here. That is 18 to 24 inches of snow at the minimum. I know some local forecasts. I know WCBB, for example, their forecast is more centered over here for that 18 to 24. I personally think it's going to be a bit more widespread. I think like Fitchburg, Lowell, Lawrence, I think all these areas for the most part are going to push towards that 18-inch mark. So pretty much anywhere in the dark red, we're looking at 18 to 24 inches. Worcester will probably be a little over 2 feet of snow. I think 25, 26 inches. Southbridge, probably right around 20 inches of snow. Yarmouth and Falmouth, I think will be closer to about 20 inches. Providence will probably be around 18, and then a sharp decrease the further east you go into Cape Cod. So Edgartown and far eastern Cape Cod here, we're going to be really going down closer to a foot, and then Nantucket will probably be right around 8 to 12 inches. So a lot less significant there. South Kingston and Rhode Island, probably going to be in the ballpark of 18 to 20. Providence closer to 20, 22. Mansfield, Wyndham, and Hartford. This is going to be a pretty sharp dividing line between seeing really only a foot to maybe about a foot and a half, 2 feet of snow. So I think Hartford will be closer to about 14, 15 inches. Mansfield and Wyndham will probably push over 20. And then anywhere in Long Island, I think is going to be widespread 18 to 24 inches of snow. There will be some localized areas, though, near like Brookhaven and Brentwood that get some of those heavier bands of snow, and that should lead to over 24 inches. So we could have a few locations pushing towards 25, 26, 27 inches. And keep in mind, the last time we had blizzard warnings in New York City, we did end up seeing over 26 inches of snow. It was 27 inches back in 2016. That was the last time we had blizzard warnings with a significant winter storm, something like this. And then back over in Toms River, Stafford Township, and Brick Township, this is where I do think we have the potential for a jackpot, basically a blockbuster New Jersey, right around the 24 to 30 inch range is expected here. We could have some isolated locations, though, again, a little bit higher than that. So, and that's kind of our general idea of what we're going to be expecting here. And then if we zoom out a little bit, I'm going to draw a little, I'll draw the numbers on the map here so you have an idea. But let's go ahead and we'll just do white, I think will be the easiest. But basically, if you're in that darker red shade, that's 24 to 30 inches of snow. Not 300, I almost drew 300. If you're in the other red shading here, that's going to be around 18 to 24 inches of snow. And if we got the orange here, that's going to be that 12 to 18 inch range. And then this orange right here is going to be 8 to 12. And then this right here, 6 to 8. And then anything under that is under 6 inches. So the darker blue, the lighter blue, that's going to be probably seeing under 6 inches of snow, which is under half a foot, which is a lot less significant in general. Yarmouth? Is it Yarmouth, Massachusetts? I got Worcester. Is anybody surprised I got Worcester? I got Worcester, Massachusetts. I used to live in New England, so I know what I'm talking about sometimes. Sometimes, I say.
Minnesota. Welcome in.
That's what it looks like over in Tuckerton, New Jersey. Snowflakes are, again, starting to get a little bit heavier here. We got a lot of smaller snowflakes. We got a lot of big snowflakes initially. Visibility's down to about a 3/4 of a mile. It hasn't gotten that bad yet. Thank you, Nathan, for the $10 super chat. I'm a flight attendant. I was supposed to fly out or fly in and out of New York City tomorrow. My airline has basically shut down operations in New York until Tuesday. Unfortunately, I do think we're going to have closures for probably multiple days here in parts of the Northeast. Again, we have school closures, obviously, expanding in a very large area. We have school closures like near Boston, New York City, at least for Monday. But personally, I think most of these areas won't have school at least through Wednesday. I actually have a friend that is in South Carolina that was supposed to be flying back to Boston today, or either tonight or tomorrow, one of the two, and their flight got canceled. And a lot of flights are obviously getting canceled, but the earliest they could reschedule to, I think, was Wednesday or Thursday. So, and this winter storm is obviously no joke, and it's canceling flights, it's delaying flights, and we'll have more details about those cancellations and delays here in just a few minutes. We'll have a graphic for you to kind of show you that and go over that. All right, let's go back to some of our live storm chasers and cameras. This is back again over to Tornado Pagey. They're over in Tuckerton. Actually, no, they're not. I gotta refresh the map. Locations aren't updating. Do 3, Riley.
I just wanted to let me charge the laptop.
Apparently, we have another major fire. Wait for it to come up in a second.
Warning to about
By refreshing it. It's not loading on my end for some reason, Riley.
maybe it did move back a little bit.
I'll try to load it on the map.
Slightly.
Where's Wiggins?
Blizzard warning, travel ban, 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
There's a, so again, we have obviously multiple fires that have been ongoing across the southeast today. We just got a new one. This is one of the has cams in Wiggins, Mississippi. This is probably a forest fire. I'm guessing. Yeah, so this is another one of the forest fires. Obviously, we have this going on. We have another one going on back over in southeastern Georgia, which has been very significant. Let me go back over to the... you can actually see it on the virtual railfan camera. All the smoke that is blanketing Folkston, Georgia. There have been some evacuations there. We have a storm chaser, Carmen Parmello. You can see it from the gas station here. This is near the raceway. You can see the large plume of smoke. It's not going very high up, obviously. You know, the smoke is hanging low to the ground here. But there's also a big fire there. You can actually see it on live radar. You can see it on radar here. This is just reflectivity, guys. This isn't like a special product. We're not using anything special here. You can see it on the correlation coefficient too, but that is definitely smoke, obviously. That is the big fire. Correlation coefficient, when we get values this low with reflectivity signature like this, you almost always know it's smoke. Or something that's obviously not rain related. So big plume of smoke off there to the left. All right, let's go back to here. Let me pull up some chasers.
Up there. Wow.
Would have the
Long Island, yeah,
locations
there.
updating now. Again, that's storm chaser Connor Croft. He is located just off to the
It's gonna move up into New England pretty quick too. Maybe
west of Atlantic City now. He is coming up on Egg Harbor Township. Visibility is still looking decent. Again, it's not bad here yet. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's at a red light. Hashtag red light in the chat. This is Tornado Page, Tuckerton, New Jersey.
But
Yeah, the visibility is a lot worse here. We're starting to see much heavier snow currently making its way into Lakehurst. This is near Pine Lake Park, west of Toms River. That location on your screen again is not currently updated for some reason, but they are coming up on Lakehurst right now, moving to the northwest. So they're going westbound on Highway 37. See, the snow is starting to stick to the trees too. PDS red light, thank you.
Wow, you can't see very far at all.
Melvis, it's $10 super chat. Puxatawny Phil was correct. Guys, Puxatawny Phil is only correct for the Northeast. I've got to be honest. Winter is only happening in the Northeast at this point. If you've looked at the weather recently or at all in the last several weeks, winter does not exist really anywhere else in the United States. It almost feels like spring in some areas. The Northeast is continuing to get clobbered by winter storms. And by the way, after this winter storm, we got more snow coming Wednesday. And then look at this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We could have another winter storm by the end of next week. Like, it's unbelievable. The Northeast is the only place getting snow. The GFS has another storm in the early March, which I don't think will happen. But at the bare minimum, we got 3 more shots of snow after this. Nowhere else, by the way. Really, nowhere else is having this. If you're sick of snow, you're going to be a lot more sick of it in a couple weeks. We obviously have a large Arctic blast coming through right now, but yeah, this snow ain't going anywhere. The groundhog literally said screw you to the Northeast. That's literally what it is. The only place that this applies to for the 6 extra weeks of winter or whatever it says is the Northeast. It does not apply to any other part of the country right now. It's knocking it out over the next 6 business days. It is actually unbelievable, though. Look at this heavier band of snow that we're seeing right now near Lakewood Township. The DBZ values are near 30 to 35. And where Ryan Scholl is right now, it's about 22. And then Connor's about 23. So it gives you an idea of the intensity. It's about a little over, a little over 1.25 more intense for snowfall right now here. Visibility's dropping a lot more, though. You can see, again, the snowflakes aren't huge, but there's a lot more snowflakes coming down. Visibility's quickly dropping. That guy doesn't have his taillights on. That guy is illegally driving on the roadway. All right. This is... And Tornado Page here. They are in Tom's River. Now coming up on Lakehurst. Thank you, Claw and YD for the super chats. Remember when Winter Storm Fern? Guys, why are we talking about Winter Storm names? We do not name winter storms. Winter Storm Fern, though, I don't even know which one that is. Went through Texas and the Southern Plains and Midwest and then the East Coast. It displaced aircraft, crews, and passengers. My area alone was 14.53 inches. That is oddly specific. Hey, Cole from Coming to Maximum Velocity member. This guy doesn't have any taillights on up here. An illegal driver. I'm gonna name this one. This winter storm is gonna be named Winter Storm Groundhog. You wanna know why? Because it is the beginning of probably 3 different winter weather events that we're going to see here in the Northeast that are all related to the groundhog. Or Winter Storm Puxatani, maybe. Who could do that? Winter Storm Elsa would be nice. Name Winter Storm Elsa. It's not cold enough, though, for that. Not cold enough. What are we naming this winter storm, guys? Let me know in the chat. What are we going to name this winter storm? We're going to start a max velocity list of names for winter storms. We're going to name this one...
You're in a bad
I don't even know. We're just gonna whatever the vibes feel like. We're gonna name it based off the vibes.
So like
Puxatani, I feel like makes sense. Winter Storm Phil? Are we gonna do Phil?
I just need a place to stop.
Gary Busey, what?
And the fuel station's not even done being built anyway.
That's why they had a bunch of restaurants.
A lot of people are saying Phil. I think Phil wins. Everybody's saying Winter Storm Phil in the chat. I think it's Winter Storm Phil, guys. Yeah, as for the super chat, snow sticking on the roads in Pike County, Pennsylvania. I guess see how much we get. Plow's ready to go. I have about a quarter of a mile driveway, more than the average. That's crazy. Winter Storm Philly cheesesteak. It's not impacting Philly enough though. All the you know, emergency management is parked at this
snowplow congregate preparing
rest stop here.
It's gonna be a long night.
Over on Ocean State Parkway near Laurel Run, and this is located just west of Smithville, south of Port Republic.
That's fine, yeah. Couple minutes.
Look at the blowing snow here, guys. Look at all that snow going left to right.
Snowplow congregate.
Hey, Shug for the super chat. The Great Nor'easter of 26. Could call it that too. It's basically the blizzard of the year. I wouldn't say it's the winter storm of the year. Might be the snowstorm of the year, but I mean, that winter storm we had in mid-January doesn't really make it the winter storm of the year. Riley has an update for us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, Rhode Island has an update for us. There's going to be a travel ban in effect at 7 p.m. today, so no travel on the roads unless it's an emergency. Remember last stream we had issues, or last winter stream we had issues with people saying McDonald's was an emergency. It's not. McDonald's will probably be closed too, so 7 p.m. in Rhode Island, no more travel.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, over here in Rhode Island, no more traveling for the rest of the night, starting in a couple hours. Obviously, we're approaching 6 o'clock. If you have any last-minute preparations, you can do them, but, I mean, it's going to get very treacherous late tonight. Right now, we don't have really any snow falling. And so again, if you're back over here near the Westerly area or Charleston, we do have some light snow coming down, but the heavier bands of snow are not far from you guys. I mean, again, they're starting to creep up towards the shore, and they're eventually going to be moving inland here over the next couple of hours. So almost all of Rhode Island should be dealing with at least some sort of snowfall by about 9 o'clock tonight. The HRRR has all of Rhode Island in snow by about 8 to 9, so the heaviest snow will really be cranking tomorrow morning, but it'll still be pretty much moderate through the night tonight. And then obviously the wind is going to be very intense, guys. Keep in mind, the winds are going to be gusting upwards of 60 to 80 miles per hour. Some coastal areas could have wind gusts around 90 miles per hour, so it's going to get very dangerous out there. This is the wind gust map here. And you can see this is 10 o'clock tonight. So again, that orange area you see here, that's about 60, 70 miles per hour. Most of it's offshore. But some areas like Ocean City over in Maryland and Delaware will be approaching 60 miles per hour. And then once we go into the overnight hours into tomorrow morning, winds will be peaking all up and down the East Coast here and back over in Long Island and also into southeastern New England. We're going to be pushing towards 70 miles per hour. Pretty much anywhere in that yellow shaded area will be over 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So that includes Boston, Nantucket, all of Cape Cod, eastern Long Island, and pretty much all of Rhode Island will be over 60 mile per hour wind gusts, which is why we think widespread power outages are going to end up going down here. Here's our power outage map. Again, if you're just tuning in and haven't already seen this, this is our forecast for power outages. So the pink area, widespread power outages are looking likely. So that includes Boston. It includes Rockingham County, New Hampshire, which we just got a blizzard warning for not too long ago. Hartford, Connecticut, Providence, Cape Cod. You just got a winter weather advisory in Alaska, Delaware, New Jersey, and then back over into far eastern Maryland near Ocean City. So that is where widespread power outages are likely, and then some to numerous is really anywhere in red. So it goes all the way down towards Virginia Beach, goes all the way into Maine. I honestly wouldn't be surprised, though, if we got some widespread power outages kind of creeping their way up here into very far southern Maine, perhaps near Portland, because the winds will be pretty intense there tomorrow. So definitely don't be surprised if we have, quite a bit of power outages there. But again, this is your time to prepare, guys. All right, now is the time to prepare. If you have not already, you got a few more hours until things really kick into gear. But if you have flashlights, if you have a generator, just make sure all that stuff's ready to go. This is not a winter storm that we should be, joking around with here. This is not your ordinary 6 inches that's going to be falling here in the Northeast. This is more like a, again, 24+ inch event for a lot of you. And on top of that, we got really high winds coming. This is going to be a big deal. So again, if you have not already, prepare. If you got friends or family that aren't taking this seriously, share the stream with them. Hopefully they get the word gets across them that, guys, this is going to be a pretty significant and probably historic, winter storm here across the Northeast. The snow, guys, is coming down a lot harder now, by the way. Again, the snow is really coming down. This is Tornado Pagey. They are currently located near Lake Hurst in New Jersey. And again, the snow is really coming down. We're down to about a half a mile of visibility here. No car stuck, by the way, yet. None yet. We've had a couple accidents, but I wouldn't count as stuck.
Wagon.
It's back over to Storm Chaser Connor Croft in Egg Harbor, New Jersey. He's going up Route 9 right now, so he's just to the north of Egg Harbor Township. He's coming up towards Port Republic.
Connor waited the
roads are really deteriorating here.
And then he's like, all right.
You can barely see the road now. And at some point, the plows might not be able to keep up with the snow. And we're going to get to that point, probably in the next few hours, where the snow plows will not be able to keep up with
We'll
this.
just have to see how things are later tonight and if it's even drivable or safely or not. But the good news is about driving in the snow.
We're starting to see snow accumulate to the trees.
Other people.
Visibility here is about a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile, so it's not terrible. You can see, obviously, the hazards up there. But visibility is only going to get worse, and we could be, at times, we could be down to 0 miles of visibility.
Yeah, I believe so. I got them on.
We also have a few more cameras and chasers. This right here is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He is now approaching Tom's River. Again, the visibility is not terrible here, but it's going to continue to get worse. All right, again, we're going to continue to have deteriorating conditions. This is live over in Sea Isle City, New Jersey. The sun is again beginning to set. Waves are getting, again, a lot larger here. Wind is picking up quickly. So things are only going to continue to get worse. And then closer to JFK Airport, visibility is decreasing significantly here right now. So we got heavier bands of snow now making their way into Long Island. And so snow is really starting to ramp up. I'm looking at some of these cameras and they literally don't even have a view of anything. This one here is over near South Farmingdale, New York. Still plenty of people on the roadway here in Long Island. Definitely not as many, though, as usual. But visibility is beginning to drop. It's down to about a half a mile. Maybe even a little bit less than that here. As we got some heavier bands of snow coming in. If we go back over to radar, you can see that right now. Larger area of snowfall. This is, again, darker blue there. That's going to represent much heavier snowfall. Now making its way up into Long Island. So Brentwood, Brookhaven, back through New York City and Mineola. Those areas are all starting to see some heavier snowfall. We are starting to see, again, our first snowflakes making their way into southern New England. Most of Connecticut is now starting to see their first snowfall. Very far southern Rhode Island seeing snow. Nantucket, Cape Cod, anywhere else not seeing snow quite yet. It's going to change in a few hours. But for right now, heaviest snow is still on the way. But again, this nor'easter is about to crank it up a notch here over the next couple hours. I mean, again, we're starting to see the conditions rapidly deteriorate. If you've been watching since about an hour and 30 minutes ago, which is when the stream started, it looked nothing like this. I mean, the visibility was not bad, really. It was maybe about a mile, 2 miles. It's at least good enough to travel. This is why, you know, again, states are banning travel or saying don't travel, recommending not traveling is because of this reason here. The conditions are going to be rapidly getting worse. They might look good for a little bit, but it's not the case for this entire event. And once the winds gust over 50 miles per hour, which again, right now, the winds are maybe around 20, 30 miles per hour here in eastern New Jersey. Until we get past that point, you know, the winds are not going to look crazy here, but once we get to the 50 mile per hour wind gusts, the visibility is going to be near zero. That's going to make traveling like almost impossible.
Doesn't help.
Stupid slush type snow.
And roadways again are not getting plowed as frequently as you would expect. Again, it's not bad right now, but once we go into tonight, you know, snowplows will be trying their best to keep the roads clear, but they'll get to a point where they might only be plowing 1 or 2 lanes.
Now that no sun.
Right, everything freezes quick when there's no sun.
Yep.
Doesn't take long.
Sure, we dropped below freezing now, so.
That or at.
Yep.
Turning into a winter wonderland in New Jersey right now. Northwest Connecticut has been getting snow for the last 2 hours, is what somebody just said in the chat. By the way, if you guys have photos and videos, send them in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link down below. We actually do have some photos and videos that you guys have already sent in. This is one of them back over in Northeast Maryland. It's at one of the local grocery stores, which a lot of people are at that grocery store as of a couple of hours ago. This is a photo sent in from Philadelphia. Visibility is beginning to fade. This is from Sammy Joe over in Brookhaven, New York, which is in Long Island. Looking out for the snow right now with the cat. This is back over in Hilton, New Jersey. Snow started about 1 p.m., started to stick around 3. Love what you guys do. I'll send in more photos throughout the night. Appreciate that. Again, the link's also on your screen in case you don't see it in the description. And then this right here is from Rich over in Gloucester Township, New Jersey. Been snowing for about 2 hours so far. Look at those snowflakes over in Winslow, New Jersey. Those are some big, big snowflakes. This is from Sierra in Rockland, Maryland. And a lot of, it's pretty much a mix of rain and snow. At least it started out as that. Now it's really just purely snow. Still a lot of people on the roadways. Snow is still kind of blowing around a little bit, even for the wind being not that strong yet. So over in Freehold Township, New Jersey, again, a lot of snow already starting to stack up. By the way, if you guys send in photos, try to send them in vertically. So have your, if you take them with your phone, like take a photo like this. Vertical is a little bit harder to see some of the fine details. So if you're sending in stuff, again, horizontal is the best thing to do. It's from Patty over in Winslow Township, New Jersey. I say vertical, I meant horizontal. Send them horizontally. This is in Cape May County, New Jersey. been switching between wintry mix and snow, estimated 3 to 4 inches so far. Wind gusting at around 4 p.m. A lot of snow coming in Baltimore County, Maryland. So over in Baltimore, we got a lot of snowflakes coming down now. And again, it was mostly rain throughout the afternoon. As we go into the evening here, it looks like a lot of it's starting to transition into snow. About 33 degrees in Dahlgren, Virginia for the last hour and a half. Not sticking yet. Currently about 33 degrees. And then over in Marple Township, Pennsylvania, got a lot of snow on the ground. And then this is one of the fires. This is actually over in Slidell, Louisiana. Big wildfire there. See the smoke just draping over the interstate. This over in Huntington, Long Island. Already a lot of snow on the ground there from previous winter storms. And then a dog loving the snow over in the Cedars, Delaware. And again, if you guys have photos or videos, you can send it in to us. The QR code's on your screen. The link is also on the screen. So we'll give you the best chance of being featured here on the stream today with your submissions. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just a little bit on a bunch of the airport cancellations that we are already seeing. These are for tomorrow. There's not that much going on today. There are a few, and we'll get to that. But first things first, we have to talk about tomorrow because there's big airports like JFK and LaGuardia that have already canceled 80% of flights or more. So we're already looking at thousands of flights being delayed. JFK, we're at 983. LaGuardia, we're at 963. Boston Logan International, we're at 901. Newark, we're at 722. Philadelphia is at 581. In Reagan National, that's in DC, is 337 flight delays or flight cancellations. This includes going into the airport and out of the airport. So both departures and arrivals are included there. And even already today, we are starting to see some of the cancellations and delays. This is over on FlightAware. This is their misery map. We can see a lot of those outbound flights from New York City are already being delayed or canceled, as well as Boston and DC as well. This is all associated with the winter storm, which at this point has almost switched over to entirely snow, basically anywhere from Washington, DC northward. So when we first started the stream a couple of hours ago, we were talking almost entirely about just rain and some light snow. At this point, it is much different. We're talking about all snow, and it's going to be very heavy snow as well. And we're actually going to start to see the convection that's causing the snow get even stronger as well as that low pressure system starts to drop, and we're just going to see more moisture make its way into the northeast U.S.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Here's a slightly more clear view because it was a little bit hard to see. But that again is our flight tracker here as of right now for this winter storm. Again, almost 1,000 flights now canceled at JFK Airport. We're now sitting a little over 500 in Philadelphia. Boston's at about 900. I think all these numbers, again, are going to continue to increase here over the next few hours and obviously into tonight and tomorrow. So, and flights are continuing to get canceled. Let's go over to...
A little bit, yeah.
This is Connor going over a bridge. So he just went over the Militia River, if I'm not mistaken.
You can really hear the wind just whistling here.
Again, visibility is getting really low. Obviously, it's nighttime now, but nonetheless, the visibility is going to be very, very low here tonight. It's only going to continue to get worse. This is now nowhere near the peak, again, of our visibility drop.
If you're a snow lover, like I said earlier, this is your Super Bowl.
It is the snow. This is the Super Bowl for snow lovers. This is also the worst time of the year for everybody that hates winter, which I know a lot of people in the Northeast do not like winter. Look at those tree branches
Definitely not 50
going
degrees.
into the power lines. I'm guessing that's
32.
like they meant it to be like that. Just
With
weird.
a wind chill of about
Almost like I feel like
16.
that's kind of dangerous, though. I mean, like I feel like trees are going to come down for how windy it is, and I know in the Northeast trees get so large they kind of just trim around the power lines. Those are huge snowflakes, guys.
I mean, this snow is just like a paste. It is sticking to everything.
Custom Muscle Car said another major snowstorm. Queen Elsa is at it again.
Flights got canceled to Philly.
Sing it on the
They didn't even bother to rebook me.
Hold on,
There's going to be a lot of people trying to rebook. What? Who has a harmonica in the car? Let it go?
It was Let It Go from Frozen.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, maybe we do call this Winter Storm Elsa.
Tidewater.
Gotta let it go, guys. If you don't want the snow, you just gotta let it go. We're gonna get through this. It's gonna take a few days, but we'll get through it. Kazoo? Oh, same thing. I used to have a harmonica. I used to have one of those. I don't think I have one anymore,
Everybody's
but
off school tomorrow already.
pretty cool.
Given the amount of snow, it's
They're a
gonna
vibe.
fall, probably going to be at least 2 or 3 days out of school. Out here.
You cannot even see right now. This is let me get the roadway here. This is Highway 65, or this is GSP. This is the Garden State Parkway.
Never heard of that.
You cannot see like anything. There's not even street lights.
Oh,
Just on the new
Imagine driving in this.
oh, okay.
It should be called dumb white.
Obviously, even without the snow, but with the snow, makes it even harder to see what's up ahead.
Yeah, nice rates right here. Probably about an inch an hour. And
Looks really dark though.
It looks pretty cool because the wind is, like I said, it's a headwind. So
Yeah.
This is back over in Ocean City, Maryland, so a little bit further down to the south. It's a live shot. Again, winds have been pretty calm. We've had some really big waves, so you can kind of see that little rock barrier out there. That's where we've had some pretty big waves crashing. And again, the wind is expected to continue to increase over the next couple of hours. This one is over in Sussex County, Delaware. You can see the traffic lights are swaying a little bit. There's not very many people on the roadways anymore. Snowflakes are pretty small. Visibility is still okay, but it will continue to deteriorate over the next few hours. This is also in Sussex County, Delaware. Here's another view also. This one is over in Spring Lake Drive. This is on the northern side of Sussex County, near the water, so near the Lewes area. We haven't had very many heavy bands of snow. I'm not sure if this camera, so this one's over at, I think this is live. I just think this camera that we're looking at here, this is, maybe has some sort of night vision or something, because I don't know how else it would actually see the water right now. The sun has gone down, but this is a look right now at the Sea Isle City area of New Jersey, another beach side. Again, the waves are getting a lot larger. Tonight into tomorrow, the waves offshore could easily be over 20, 30 feet. So conditions are only going to continue to get worse. Also, we now have snow sticking to the virtual rail fan over in Norwalk, Connecticut. That's one of the looks there. This one you can actually see on this one's looking west. The other one was looking east. So the snow, again, is kind of blowing from east to west. Hey, Jenny, for the $20 super chat. Love and support. Appreciate that, Jenny. We also got multiple cameras that are getting covered over in snow in New York. That's one. That's two. Oh my god. Like every camera I've clicked on is all covered over by snow. Trying to get one that does not have snow on it. I'm not even kidding. I've looked at about 20. I just clicked about 10 different cameras on here. Every single one of them was covered in snow. All right, here's one that's not covered in snow in Long Island. This one's at Atlantic Avenue at New York 27. This is near Oceanside. And we are getting some heavier bands of snow, again, pushing into Long Island right now. So the snowfall rates are going to be a little over an inch per hour. And snow's starting to stack up pretty quickly. Here's another live look. This is about a mile to the east of JFK Airport. And again, JFK is approaching 1,000 cancellations for flights at this point. Here's another look at I-678 at 82 Avenue. Still plenty of people out there right now. We also got some downtown shots of New York City. This one's over at West Street at West Street at Chambers Street. Another snowplow. These ones are a little bit closer to the actual city. So plenty of people driving out there right now. This one's right next to Central Park. And we are expecting in Central Park probably to get close to 2 feet of snow. This will be the blizzard of 2026 here across the Northeast. Back over to Connor Croft. Again, visibility is very low right now. Got multiple plow trucks up ahead. Again, plows are hard at work right now, keeping the roads clear.
Jim is in
Tornado
Plymouth.
Pagey's in a small town here.
We'll be in Plymouth tomorrow.
Plymouth lobster rolls.
They are near Southwind Mobile Home Park, just west of Lakewood Township. This is one of those areas that we do think a jackpot of around 30 inches of snow is going to happen tonight and into tomorrow. The worst of that snow should be
That
into
doesn't
early
look good
tomorrow.
for our lobster roll forecast. That does not.
Look how big those snowflakes are getting. As a reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be live again tonight
Reports.
for several hours, and also we're going to be live
So,
most of tomorrow covering this big nor'easter. We are going to have upwards of a dozen live storm chasers. We have over thousands of live cameras here across the Northeast, kind of keep you in the loop of what's happening everywhere and give you the latest updates on any sort of major
We have
incidents
the ruler.
or anything along those lines that happen too.
Break it out.
I mean, again, these snowflakes are getting a lot larger over here near Lakewood Township. They're also next to the Dollar Tree. Visibility is still about a half mile, 3/4 mile here, but it's continuing to get a little bit worse. Also, if you guys have friends or family in the path of this big nor'easter, make sure to share the stream. We're providing commercial-free coverage here the rest of tonight and also into tomorrow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of New Jersey. The governor has stated that a mandatory travel restriction will go in place at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight and lift at 7 a.m. tomorrow. They're urging all residents to stay inside, noting that snow removal crews and salt crews will be out on the road, and it's important that they stay out of the way so they can get the roads clear by the morning commute tomorrow.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, another travel restriction here. And again, we have several of them currently in place. We'll continue to kind of reiterate those over the next few hours in case you're tuning in. But again, we have multiple travel bans. Obviously, the warning at this point is don't travel if you don't have to. All right. If we go over to the map here, let me go over to our WSSI outlook. So this is our winter storm severity outlook. All right. And this essentially shows us the risk on a scale, basically from 1 to 5, of how significant this winter storm is going to be. All right, and so what you can see here is that we have a kind of a light blue area. That's a winter weather area. It's not very significant. The yellow is where we're expecting minor winter storm impacts. Then the orange is where moderate winter storm impacts are expected. So that would include like Concord, New Hampshire, and then back into far eastern Maine. Really, the big stuff, though, is the red and purple. All right, so the red area is where major impacts are expected, and that's essentially anywhere like Manchester and Dover, New Hampshire, Rockingham County, pretty much, back into Lowell and Ipswich and Gloucester, back towards Springfield, and then going down to Hartford, Connecticut, New Haven, Bridgeport, and also into Allentown, Dover, Salisbury, and Snow Hill. All of you guys are in a major risk. What that basically means is that travel is not advised and you should be staying home. All right, and make sure they're prepared for possible power outages. But the extreme area, which is the highest level that you can possibly get on the outlook here from the Weather Prediction Center for the WSSI outlook, which is again your storm severity index here, is in that purple. So New York City's in that. That is almost all of central and eastern New Jersey, like Toms River, Stafford Township, Atlantic City, Trenton, Philadelphia, back into Brookhaven. All of you guys are in extreme risk. That is a level 5 out of 5 pretty much when it comes to our winter storm risk. So this is where we're expecting widespread travel impacts. Travel is not advised at all. And this is where we're seeing a lot of those travel bans, especially since these are highly populated areas. This is not your middle of, nowhere Kansas sort of deal here where you're kind of in the middle of nowhere where there's not really a whole lot going on. Everywhere basically here in the Northeast has high population. I mean, especially where we're talking about where this winter storm's hitting. New York City and Brookhaven are definitely some of those areas. Boston as well. We also have extreme Winter storm impacts expected in areas like Nantucket, Provincetown, Plymouth, back into Taunton, as well as Providence, Foxborough, Boston, Quincy, Salem, Worcester. All of you guys are included in an extreme risk for this winter storm. And that is all because of the blowing snow and also the amount of snow that we're going to see. Most of this is driven, so I'm going to zoom this over just a little bit so you can see the keys here. On the top left, you can kind of see it. This is based off of snow amounts. So the weather the WSSI outlook here basically is off of multiple different things. The snow amount is why we have an extreme risk. The blowing snow risk, which is the blizzard conditions, is mostly confined to the coastal areas, but there's still a major risk in the red, if that makes any sense. So it's basically a slightly lower risk, but the amount of snow that we're going to see is really the reason why that's even in place. If we go over to the snow probability, so this is the chance of seeing basically over 12 inches of snow anywhere in the red. You're basically going to see more than 12 inches of snow from this winter storm. So anywhere from Delaware back into southern New Hampshire. And then if we go over to this is the probability of certain precipitation. So this is based off of just snow alone. This is our expected amount of snowfall. And I know this map kind of looks messy and there's a lot of dots here. We're working on a map that just shades everything, but at the bare minimum, you can kind of see how much everybody can expect in terms of snowfall. So like Boston is expecting around 22 inches of snow, Worcester around 25, back towards Foxborough 26 is basically the expectation of how much snow we can expect. South Kingston and southern Rhode Island probably right around 2 feet. And then look at the sharp drop off here in Cape Cod. That's Nantucket. We're only expecting about 11 inches. 24 inches just off to the west over near Tisbury and as well as Edgartown. All of Long Island is expected to be right around 18 to 24 inches. New York City will probably be pushing towards 24. I personally think if you are in Central Park, I think we'll be around 23, 24 inches. So I think it'll be a little bit higher than the numbers here. Most of New Jersey is still expected to see around 12 to 18 inches. And then unfortunately, if you're in Maryland and you want snow, it's not going to be as significant as what it could be. We're expecting basically a widespread 3 to 6 inches of snow. But this right here is the high end scenario. So this is the highest end numbers that we could end up seeing out of this winter storm. And notice areas like Cape Cod and Foxborough basically have a 1 in 10 chance, that's a 10% chance of seeing greater than 30 inches of snowfall. I'm not kidding when I say this. There could be 30 inches of snow in Cape Cod. There could even be some over near Foxborough. If there were to be one place where I think 30 inches of snow will fall from this winter storm, it would be Foxborough. And that's just south of Boston. Again, that's going to be right over here if you're not familiar with this. It's right here. So again, I think it's very possible we could see 30 inches of snow there. Yes, we could also see that in New Jersey, but I think there's definitely a higher likelihood there in southeast Massachusetts we could push over that. But these high-end numbers, even in Long Island, are pretty crazy. I mean, we're talking possibly 30-plus inches of snow in some areas on the high-end scale. This is the low end. I don't think we're going to be anywhere close to the low end for most of you, but if you're wondering what the low-end numbers are, like Foxborough, the low end is 13 inches, the high end is 37 inches, obviously a very large range. Boston ranges anywhere from 8 to 30. Again, that's the low to high end. The low end is a 1 in 10 chance, again, of happening. The high end is also a 1 in 10 chance of happening. If you look at the expected number, that is what is forecasted to happen. So there's a 10% chance we could get to 37 inches in Foxborough. There's also a 10% chance we could be as low as 13 inches. But I personally think what's going to happen is that this will end up being an overperforming winter storm here in the Northeast. And again, anywhere in the dark red, that's where we're expecting over 2 feet of snow. So that's New Jersey, that's parts of Long Island, and also northern Rhode Island. Most of southeastern Massachusetts, south of Boston, is expected to see that. The red areas where we're expecting 18 to 24 inches. And then 12 inches anywhere in the orange shade. So that's basically coastal Maine all the way back into Delaware and Maryland. So that's kind of a general breakdown, again, of all of our snowfall accumulation here across the board. Thank you, Dubby, for the $20 super chat. My parents' flight from Atlanta to Philadelphia this afternoon got canceled, and everything is booked out until Wednesday. They decided to drive to Richmond, Virginia, and take the Amtrak train from there tomorrow. I-95 will be a mess. It definitely will be. No, there's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, again, a lot of flights are getting canceled. Again, I know a friend that had a flight, I think that went out tonight to Boston, and it got canceled. And the earliest he could reschedule, I'm pretty sure, was Wednesday. Hey, Tracy, for the super chat, please don't forget to protect your pets. I agree. And we got a car stuck. All right, guys, first one of the day. We can put it on the counter. One car stuck, and it is really sliding. This is Tornado Pagey. They're back over near Matthews and Howell Township.
to see if they're trying to turn around or go straight.
Our first instance of seeing a car completely stuck. That car is not all-wheel drive. Yeah. I get people have to be some places and people have to go to work and stuff like that, but if you don't have a car that can drive through it, it can, again, be very dangerous and life-threatening. Pushing it down the road. I think the problem is, even if they push it down the road, it's probably gonna get stuck again at some point. It's really gonna push down that road. I mean, they're literally just pushing it. This guy has to go home. I don't know if he's coming from home, but they're literally just constantly pushing this thing down the road. Even if it gets unstuck, it's gonna get stuck again. Thank you, American Rebel, for the $20 super chat. You're a star, Max. Thanks to Riley as well. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Eyes with the super chat. 10 miles north of Trenton, we already have around 2 inches of snow. There's a 100% chance that Trenton will see at least 2 inches of snow from the storm. Thank you for the very good insight. What has happened to this car? I wasn't even looking. He is now perpendicular to the road. He's turning around. That's probably a good idea. Good luck getting home? Yeah, I don't know. This is... He's driving. He's able to drive the other way. We'll see for how long, though. So, again, that is our first vehicle that we've seen stuck today. At least on one of our chase cams. And we'll see if it gets stuck again. They might. Look at this convoy of plows that Connor's behind right now over in New Jersey. This is near the Stafford Township. This is going up Garden...
Somewhere back there.
State Parkway. That is a convoy of plows that Connor's currently behind.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna know my view count stuff, but
Pretty impressive.
Maybe it'll be better. Maybe it'll be good.
I mean, I don't really.
Yeah.
Mario Pagey is still driving, by the way. They just got back on the road. This is what the actual conditions look like while driving. And again, this is nowhere near the worst of it here in New Jersey. We're still in the very early stages. Keep in mind that our low pressure center offshore is not even that intense yet. I mean, we're down to, I think, about 996 millibars, I want to say, of pressure. This thing's going to drop down to a sub 970 low pressure system here tonight. This is what it looks like right now. And we got a low pressure center offshore, about 997, 995 millibars, kind of in that range. Look how intense it's going to get tonight. You know, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, this thing is going to be about down to 968, 967 millibars just to the south of New England. And this is what we call a bomb cyclone. Obviously, this is going to be a nor'easter, but a bomb cyclone or bombogenesis is basically when our low pressure center drops by 24 millibars or more within a 24-hour period. And that's going to happen. And this is actually going to happen in about 12 hours. 997 to 968 is a near 30 millibar drop. And that's going to happen within about 14, not even 14 hours. So within about 14 hours, we're going to drop 30 millibars. It's a 2 millibar drop every hour. And if this was a hurricane, which it isn't, but if it was a hurricane, if we're talking about Atlantic stuff or, you know, Gulf stuff, that would be called rapid intensification. So, you know, that's happening with this winter storm. And that's why the snowfall rates are also going to get more intense tonight. We head over to our snowfall rate map here for tonight. These are the snowfall rates that we are expecting And see, this is right about now, so this is about 7, 8 o'clock. Again, a little bit after now, but you can see the snowfall rates across the board. For most areas, are only about 1/2 an inch. Some areas around 1.5 inches back down in Delaware and Maryland. But look how much more intense they get tonight. We're going to get a lot of bands of over 2 inches of snow falling per hour, especially in extreme southern parts of New England. So Long Island, southern Connecticut, starting to get into that 2-inch range. Eastern New Jersey, same thing overnight. Tomorrow morning will be the peak. So right around 5, 6 in the morning, we're going to have a lot of areas right around 2 inches of snow per hour. This winter storm will continue to get more and more significant. The peak and climax of our snowfall rates will likely be right around 7 to 8 in the morning tomorrow in southeastern New England. So, again, there's going to be a lot of snow from this thing. Apparently, the NAM, which is another model, is showing 4 inches of snow per hour. The max is 5.4, apparently. Let me look at the... Yeah, this is the NAM 3K. The maximum is about 5.4 inches in a singular hour for a snowfall rate, which is, again, per hour, based on a per hour, number. That would be back over in southeastern New England, which is pretty crazy, which I don't think we'll get to 5 inches in 1 hour, but it can't be ruled out with one of the more intense bands of snow that we see. So, again, very intense bands of snow, especially in Long Island and also very far southern New England. Very worried about power outages in southern New England, or in southern, what was that? Central Long Island. Yeah, I do think power outages, again, will be widespread in Long Island, New Jersey, eastern Massachusetts, all of Rhode Island, and central southern parts of Connecticut. That doesn't mean 100% of you won't have power. It just means they're going to be widespread in nature. There will be, every county will probably have power outages in these areas, to some extent. Probably a good 50+% of people will be without power in that pink shaded area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have an update out of Georgia where that wildfire is near Folkston. There's a new evacuations for specific roads in the area, including Harold, White Road, Humphreys Road, Bill Knight Road, and Willow Creek Road. That is in Charlton County, Georgia.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we got a big wildfire going on just north of Jacksonville, Florida, and that is prompting more evacuations right now. And if you're just tuning in, we have a big nor'easter on our hands. It is just beginning. We're in the very early stages of this major winter storm, and it's only going to continue to get more and more significant over the next several hours. We are expecting snowfall rates to be literally as high as 4 to 5 inches maybe at times per hour, but the widespread, majority of you will only see snowfall rates up to about 2 to 3 per hour. Again, some of the heaviest snow right now is coming down over here near Philadelphia, Trenton, and Washington Township. We're going to kind of take you around with all the different live views that we have of this very heavy snowfall that is currently happening. And Tornado Pagey, currently near Lakewood Township, near I-195, is on some of the side roads. They just got one car out of being stuck, and the roads are getting covered over very quickly. Keep in mind that the side roads like this will not be plowed nearly as frequently as like interstates, for example. And this here is Connor Croft, who's behind literally a convoy of plows. It's actually quite incredible to see how many plows there are right there.
Like Kansas City, St. Louis, they maybe got like 3 inches.
Like, this is what we're talking about when obviously they issued a state of emergency for, New Jersey, but
literally nothing done.
If you go to any other state,
but then on the last one,
like down in the south at least, they do not have. This is probably the total amount of snowfall as they have across the entire state. I think there's probably 10 up there.
What?
That's about all they have down in Oklahoma. They don't even have any, I don't think, in Texas.
Jersey on the interstate going about 20 miles an hour trying to make it up towards Tom's River. We are gonna make our way up.
By the way, if you don't want more snow in the Northeast, this isn't good. We just got our latest risk released from the Climate Prediction Center here for heavy snow. This is in early March. They already have a slight risk for that in the Northeast. I hate to break it to you guys, but if you're in the Northeast, this isn't even the only risk. We have another one coming up. Actually, we have 2 next week. We have one Tuesday, Wednesday. We have another one Thursday, Friday. We're talking about potentially major winter storms again. I don't think the one midweek will be major, but by the end of the week, it could be big. You can file your complaints, not with me. We should make a complaint department, honestly, about the weather. What a fun idea that would be. But again, by Thursday and Friday, we're going to have another winter storm. We're going to have some snow, again, Tuesday, Wednesday, pretty light event. And then Thursday, Friday, potentially a significant northeast storm. And then they're already hinting at a risk of heavy snow in the northeast by the beginning of March. This is what the GFS model is already showing. We should make a website called complaints.maxvelocitywx.com or something just for weather complaints. Kind of funny to read through those weather complaints, honestly. What do you guys think of that idea? Weather complaints site? Thank you, Eyes with the sewer chat. I'm tired, boss. The entire Northeast to Mother Nature. Also, Keith says with the sewer chat, heavy snow in Long Island. Thank you for the report. Yeah, we are starting to see some heavier snow. Let's go over to some of our other live cameras.
Going to a certain destination.
Again, this is back over in New York City. This is just next to Central Park. Roads are not covered over in snow quite yet, but they will be over the next few hours. Again, roads are getting worse over near the JFK Airport. We're starting to see conditions deteriorating here very quickly. Also, storm chaser Ryan Scholl is located on the Garden State Parkway.
By the way, the speed limit's 35 miles an hour.
Moving northbound right now. Oh, there you go. There's the 35-mile-per-hour sign. The speed limit has been reduced to 35.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten very interesting out here after the sun went down.
I didn't even know they put those up on the signs around the state, but apparently there are signs that actually say you have to go 35. That's across New Jersey. They have mandatory orders in place for that. And then this is back over at the Sea Isle City beach camera. It's in Sea Isle City, New Jersey. Again, waves are, it's a little bit laggy right now, but you can see the waves are still pretty large just offshore. Wind is coming out of the northeast right now, so wind should continue to make these waves pretty large over the next few hours. We also have a live camera. This is at Ocean City, Maryland. And again, it's nighttime, so visibility, really not a whole lot of it on this camera, but tomorrow it should be really interesting with the waves and all that. This is in Sussex County, New Jersey, and again, you can see the camera shaking. The wind's really picking up right now near Fenwick Island. Camera also moves around. You can see the traffic lights swaying back and forth, too. This is at Bethany Beach. If the camera loads, which it doesn't look like it is, let me switch it. Here's another one. Try to refresh that camera. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. I mean, you can see the branches swaying. Wind gusts are probably around 20 to 30 miles per hour. It's going to get much more intense over the next couple of hours. Here you go. That was the other camera I was trying to show. So this is in York Beach near Queen's Quest. Big snowflakes coming down. Bert with the sewer chat. No snow here in Orangestead, Aruba. I don't think there'll be any snow in Aruba. Thank you, Bert. Appreciate that. The snowflakes are huge. Here's downtown Millville. And it looks like there's some sort of accident. You can actually see it. This is in Millville. Look at the top left of your screen there. So, looks like an accident there at the top left. This camera is looking, this is in Roxford on the west side of Millville in Delaware. But some sort of accident down the road, and we don't have any cameras that are closer to it, but again, that'll be very common tonight, unfortunately, with the conditions getting worse and worse. Some of these coastal, this back to the coast. I was in one there for a second. This back to the coast here. It's over in Dewey Beach, Delaware. Several different cameras here. Wow, look at this right here. This camera over here is looking at a lot of blowing snow. So this is on the south side of Rehoboth Beach. Near Bay Harbor. It's near Dewey Beach. Definitely got blowing snow here. See the wind or the snow going left to right on this camera. It's at Delaware 1 at Spring Lake Drive. near the jungle gyms. So we're definitely seeing blowing snow over here. Let's go back down to Maryland. I want to go over to Washington, D.C. This is one of the areas that we've really not seen a whole lot of snowfall quite yet in. You can see the roadways are all just liquid rain. I have not really had any accumulation yet over in Maryland, but we are expecting to pick up here soon. And mostly rain, though. Same thing with Baltimore, too. Baltimore's really no different. It's like all across Maryland, it's been predominantly rain. A little bit of snow starting to stick over on the northeast side of Baltimore. You can see maybe a coating there on the bottom right of your screen. Also, we got some photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is from Cajun Diva over on Twitter. This is over in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Got snow already sticking to the branches. With this being a wet snow, keep in mind that the wet snow could actually stack onto branches, and it could actually weigh them down and have some of these branches snap. In some cases, it can be heavy enough to actually cause big branches to fall. So that will be a real threat. This is over in Staten Island. Sent in also over on Twitter. This one was sent in by Tech Pro D, saying, sticking about an hour ago in Staten Island, starting to really come down. So that was a little while ago, but really good photo there of all the snow coming down. We also have some photos and videos that you guys have sent in over on our website, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is the place that we most commonly check for photos and videos. Let's go through some of these. This is over in Reston, Virginia. Sticking pretty good in Reston right now. Snow sticking to the branches. The parking lot is completely covered over in snow. It's over in Toms River, New Jersey. The wind is starting to pick up. So that's not a good thing. Again, wind gusts are going to be getting close to 50 to 60 miles per hour tonight. Power outages will become a lot more likely. This is in Rivers End, Delaware. This is in West Hampton Township, New Jersey. Snowing since 2:45 p.m. in Burlington Township. Long Island and Brookhaven Township. Got snow definitely sticking there. That looks like at least a few inches already. Visibility dropping, and the snows cannot keep, or snowplows can't keep up. And again, that's going to be very common tonight. The snow is going to be coming down so rapidly. Plows are going to struggle to keep up with the snow, guys. Hamilton Township, New Jersey. Heavy snow coming down in Mercer County, New Jersey as of 6 p.m. Thank you for everything you do, Max. Love you and love the streams. Appreciate that. Over in Ashley, Maryland. Another video of the big snowflakes coming down. Steady accumulation over in Mount Laurel Township, sent in by Gabe. This is a pool in the backyard of Warminster Township from Cary. Looks like an inch so far. That pool is covered over too, which is a good thing. Hampton, Delaware, also seeing a lot of snow now. It was mostly rain up until about 3 p.m. Not a whole lot of wind so far, and again, that wind's really going to pick up over the next few hours. This is in, it looks like downtown New York City. So this is a video sent in from the downtown area of all the snow coming down. A couple more photos here. It's another one in Reston. Again, if you have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. There's also a link in the description. It is also on your screen. You can type it into your browser and look it up and send in photos and videos. Pretty easy to do. Pretty simple. That's what it looks like. From Tornado Pagey, they are now on I-195 going eastbound. They're heading in the direction of Freewood Acres. A few cars on the roadway in front of them. Connor Croft also was traveling up the Garden State Parkway, and he still is, by the way. But you can't really see anything. And the visibility is terrible to begin with, but also it's nighttime.
All these bridges out to these beaches.
There's literally no traffic, or there's no streetlights anywhere. But he just passed by Stratford Township. He's heading up in the direction of Toms River.
I don't know now.
Big snowflakes coming down. The National Weather Service of New York City has just said that they are now experiencing 1 inch per hour snowfall rates in Newark, JFK, and Islip, I think, between 5 and 6 p.m. So they have been at least experiencing 1 inches of snow falling per hour. You can see some of those heavier bands of snow are coming ashore right now, with the darkest blues really still offshore. So we're still a little ways away from some of the heavier bands of snow coming, where we could see maybe 2 to 3 inches of snowfall per hour. Thank you, Ryan, for the $5 super chat. Somebody was asking, I think it might have been a, let me see. Somebody was asking something about, yeah, so Stock with the super chat said, after the storm and maybe the next one, how much snowfall do you think New York City will have to end February? It's a good question. And obviously this winter so far, if we go to our seasonal snowfall here in the Northeast, New York City's had actually a pretty good winter. This is more snow than we've seen a lot of the more recent winters. We've seen 24 inches of snow now in New York City this winter. And areas like Delaware, for example, like near Ocean City, have only seen 4 inches of snow per winter. We're probably about to triple that or quadruple that here tonight into tomorrow. But by the end of this, if we go let's just go through the GFS model. I don't think we're gonna have that much more snow after this winter storm in New York City. I think a lot of that snow is gonna be to your north. But you can see down the line, there isn't really a whole lot more snow beyond this winter storm. It's gonna be, it looks like more to your north. Keep in mind that can change though. You know, these storm systems that we're looking at in the long term are all storm systems that could change tracks. I mean, the first one that's coming is going to be Tuesday into Wednesday. That'll be a light snowfall event. Thursday into Friday will be a more significant one, but we don't know where this low pressure center is going to track. If it goes more south, we'll have a much more significant event for New York City. If it goes more north, it'll be more rain. And then the one in early March, we have no clue where that's going to go. But it could basically impact anywhere back up here into the Northeast. And maybe it might be New York City. It could be northern New England again, maybe somewhere else. We just don't know. Again, it's too early to tell, but it's at least on the table right now that we could have a significant snowfall event, maybe again here in New York City at some point down the line. But I wouldn't say the one Tuesday and Wednesday is going to be significant. Again, this one's definitely very major. The one Tuesday, Wednesday is going to be light snow, maybe a few inches. Thursday, Friday could be a big snowstorm as well, but that will probably be more northern than this one. Just where it exactly is, we don't really know yet. But again, this is our seasonal snowfall so far this winter. And so, again, most areas in Massachusetts have been over 50 inches. I mean, Boston so far this winter is sitting at about 40. And we are not going to double it, but we'll definitely add on to it, almost doubling it. So, thank you, M, for the super chat. Thank you, M. Good to know.
That is incredible.
So it started in Poughkeepsie, New York. Appreciate the report. Where are you guys all tuning in from? Let me know in the chat where everybody's tuning in from here tonight. I know a lot of you are tuning in from the Northeast. There's not really been any plows, looks like, at least the last 30 minutes or so on I-195. This is again eastbound near Salem Hill and Howell Township. They're heading in the direction of Ashbury Park, I believe. They pass by the interchange of US Highway 9 and Central Park or Central Jersey Expressway. Got a lot of people tuning in from New Jersey and Long Island. I'm seeing a large, vast majority of you from those areas.
Yeah, it looks like it may be a block going south, like south of us.
Cape Cod, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. We got Baltimore, New Hampshire tuning in. Actually, my apology. They are not going continuing eastbound. So they're not going on US Highway 9. Look at the exit here. It's, again, fully covered over in snow now. Thank you, Feminine, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. As a reminder, apparently there is a widespread mandate in New Jersey to keep the speed limit at 35 miles per hour on the major roadways because of this winter storm.
Yeah, these roads are not good now.
I already saw that sign on Ryan Scholl's feed not too long ago. Speaking of Ryan Scholl, he's actually going in the direction of New York City right now. And this is what it looks like currently from Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's near Middletown, New Jersey.
I hope so.
He's
I mean,
tracking
really
up
haven't planned
towards
this
the
one too well. So
big city. Biggest city in the country. He's heading northbound right now on the Garden State Parkway, heading up towards Woodbridge. An area that we are seeing snowfall rates around 1 to 1.5 inches per hour. There's a lot of cars actually going northbound right now. I'm surprised how many people are on the roadway. I'm surprised but not surprised. I mean, I used to live in New England and people would always travel in big winter storms. It didn't matter how big it was. It could be 30 inches of snow, it could be 5 inches. It doesn't matter. If you get 30 inches in Texas, ain't nobody going anywhere. Now, if you get even an inch, nobody's going anywhere either. But up here in the Northeast, I don't think it matters how much snow we get. People will still be driving around. Now, if you see even one snowflake in Florida, you ain't going anywhere either. People in, like, Florida and Texas probably have to Google how to drive in snow.
Lynn, that is completely okay. I very much understand that.
Hey, Quinn, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I'd love to see the search history of people in Texas during a winter storm and just see, like,
thank you so much
how
for
do I
watching
drive
and tuning
in
I
snow?
do appreciate it so much.
I feel like it'd be really, really fascinating.
Six 41 p.m. Eastern time.
Not lying about Texas? I know I'm not lying. I used to live there. I used to live in New Hampshire, used to live in Texas. I obviously live in Florida now. Snow, I kind of know everything about all these places now when it comes to snow behavior. Visibility is down to about 1/4 mile near Stratford Township.
Been event for 10 months.
Got a heavier band of snow that Connor's now approaching here near Tom's River.
Can't believe how many people are out traveling, causing this.
Yeah, there's a layer of ice underneath it. When I was pushing that car, I felt it under my feet.
Max, what do you think about no hurricanes equals nasty winter? I don't think they really correlate that much. I mean, we're kind of in a weak La Nina winter, and I'm gonna be honest, guys, like, we did a winter forecast back, you know, earlier in the winter and also before the winter even happened, and we were talking about how, like, this could be reminiscent of our winter, you know, back in the early 2010s, and it honestly kind of has been. I feel like this winter has been actually, you know, somewhat similar to what we were forecasting, and we were kind of forecasting some big snow events up here in the Northeast, and, you know, I don't know. I just feel like our forecast is actually not far off from what's happened. We've also had, you know, another interesting thing that I haven't really talked about much, but like back over here in the Northeast, we've had well below average temperatures pretty much all winter long on average. Everywhere over here has been record-breaking heat and drier than normal. And we pretty much forecasted that back in the fall when we did our winter forecast. And I know those don't have like a whole lot of science to them. I mean, again, winter forecasts are usually broad and, you know, don't have a whole lot of actual meaning a lot of the time, but actually ours has been pretty darn accurate this winter. We'll probably do like I'll probably do like a second channel video of going over like how accurate it was after the winter, because I feel like that'd be interesting. Our second channel, by the way, is more max velocity, which we only have our 24/7 stream over there. Hey Jay, for the $20 super chat, send a small video from Clifton, New Jersey. We'll update again in 16 minutes. Sounds good. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, Ruin, for becoming a member. How do you guys like the 3-cam overlay? Could do a 6-cam one. I feel like a 6-cam overlay would be pretty cool. Maybe 20 cameras. We could do an octobox, like Red Zone does. 3 cams interesting. Breaking news: Tornado Pages approached a stoplight. You're rocking a 5090 on my PC. I think it's a 5070. All right, let me go back over to our photos and videos. We got a few more that were just sent in. We got about 3. We got a few more. It's from Jay over in Layton, Pennsylvania. Moderate snow in the southern... Oh, okay, the program just crashed. You guys are going to see me sign in. All right, cool. I need to get... Give me 1 second. That's never happened on stream. All right, this is what it looks like we're in Layton. This over in Hamilton Township, New Jersey. From Mia, heavy snow weighing down the branches. And that is a big thing. And when we get wet snow like this, it is going to stack up onto the tree branches, and it could end up snapping branches down. And we're probably going to see a lot of tree branches snapped after this event. Oh, okay. This program's bugging out. It just happened again. This is from Dowington, Pennsylvania. On one of the Nest cameras. Got good snowflakes coming down. And again, if you have photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. There's also a link on your screen. Again, that is not an email. That is a link. I've had people say, I tried sending an email to this and it didn't work. It clearly is a link. Maybe I have to put like HTTPS or something, but that is a URL. This is back over to Tornado Pagey. And they are now tracking up towards New York City as well. I think Ryan Scholl and Tornado Pagey are both going to head that direction. Also, we do have a new update.
There's some plows under there. Not a plow.
We now have state of emergencies in effect for 6 states for this winter storm. Rhode Island has been added to this. So if you're in the pink, you're under a state of emergency. I believe New York is only 22 counties, so it's not the entire state, but the majority of New York is under it, at least in southeastern New York. This is from Storm Chaser Ben Williams of all the snow plows. Working hard out there, and you got a train of snowplows making their way down some of these major roadways and interstates. Again, there's got to be like 10 snowplows there. I don't know why the quality just went down to 270. There we go. How bad is Newark Airport getting hit? It hasn't really gotten that bad yet. But again, it's only going to continue to get worse. This is the current amount of flight cancellations across the board. So again, JFK Airport, John F. Kennedy Airport is at about 1,000. LaGuardia is at 963. We got Boston a little over 900. Newark Liberty International is at a little over 700. And then Philadelphia is at over 500. And then over 300 right now at Reagan National. And these numbers, again, are expected to continue to increase over the next few hours. Bad in southern New Jersey. Guys, it's only going to continue to get worse. I know a lot of people were already calling it a bust like 4 hours ago because it wasn't even snowing. And I get it because like a lot of people were thinking it's going to be snowing all day Sunday and Monday. The vast majority of this event, though, is actually going to be tonight into the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. Like that's when most of it's going to be happening. We are starting to see things really, uptick right now. We're starting to see all of our different cameras and such showing much heavier snowfall now. Snowfall rates to begin this event were only around 1/2 inch, and now we're really starting to see those snowfall, numbers really increase. We're starting to actually see legit accumulation, real accumulation happening here across New Jersey, and starting to see that in Long Island. And you can see now, we were talking about this a little while ago, but we're approaching 7 o'clock now. I know Providence and really all of Rhode Island currently has a travel ban because of the snow, and you can see it is beginning to snow now across all the states. So we're now starting to see some light snow all across parts of Rhode Island. Actually, no, we're not. Just kidding. It's only in southwestern. I was on the wrong radar. It's only southwestern Pennsylvania, but we are going to start to see it fill into areas like Providence, Newport, and northern Rhode Island over the next couple of hours. And we should be fully looking at snow across the entire state by about 8:30. Boston will probably start to see snow right around 11 to 12. So it's going to be a little bit later, but you're going to start to see some snow here not too far from now. And this is what it looks like back over in southwestern Connecticut. It's been snowing here for a few hours. We go full cam here. So over in South Norwalk, Connecticut, we got some larger snowflakes coming down. This is, for those that don't know where this is very far southwestern Connecticut. This is also in Davisville, Rhode Island, which is one of those areas that will start to see snow over the next hour. That is south of Providence, north of South Kingsport. And if we head back into Long Island, again, conditions are quickly deteriorating here. Here's Carter Croft as well. Again, this is traveling up the I keep saying Garden State Parkway, and we're not in California. Going towards Toms River. Orlando Pagey is driving through a mess of snow. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is right now the closest to New York City out of our Storm Chasers. I believe he is going to be going there here soon.
Very patient.
Looks like there's a plow truck ahead of him. You can see the flashing lights. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. A lot of cars going around, whatever that is. That might be a plow.
Oh, turn around now.
Hey, Philip for the super chat. How much are we expecting for snowfall totals in Philadelphia and surrounding areas? I'm expecting right around 10 to 15 inches for all of Philly and really eastern Pennsylvania.
What in the world?
By the way, you guys can see the blowing snow now. You can see it a little bit. It's not intense yet, but you can see the snow going right to left. In Wisconsin, when we get a blizzard, we keep liquor stores open for 24 hours.
Very weird.
Yes. That's Wisconsin. Is this a classic nor'easter? Yes.
Button for us. Just takes.
In fact, it might actually be one of the more intense ones that we've seen again in a decade. New York City hasn't been under a blizzard warning since 2017. It's been about a decade. And same thing goes for, like, again, all of New Jersey. I don't know if you guys, again, some of you might just be tuning in for the first time. To give you an idea of how historic and significant this winter storm is, all of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning for the first time in history. New York City, for the first time in a decade, is under a blizzard warning. The last time we had a blizzard warning in 2016, we had 27 inches of snow in Central Park. And I'm not saying we're going to see the same exact result here, but I do think we're going to be very close to it. I don't think we're going to be far off from it. If we go back over to the snowfall map here, this is the latest National Weather Service forecast map for snowfall accumulation. And again, anywhere in that dark red is at least 24 inches of snow. So that does include Brookhaven, east of New York City, Brentwood, just south of Smithtown, got Toms River, Brick Township, all included in a range of 24 plus inches of snow, even as high as 30. Just south of Boston, Foxborough, Plymouth, Taunton, all those areas. I think we're easily going to see over 24 inches of snow. I think Foxborough will push over 30 inches from this winter storm. Lowell, Boston will be in the 12 to 18 inch range. 18 to 24 inch range. That's going to be in that darker red shaded area. And Springfield, Massachusetts. I know we have some of you guys tuning in from there. We're looking at around 12 to 18. I think we'll be on the higher side, though, of that. I think we'll be probably around 16 to maybe 17 inches. Hartford should be right around 15 inches of snow. If you're back over in Mansfield, Wyndham, pushing towards 20 inches of snow from this winter storm. If you're over near Chilmark or West Tillsbury, which is that small island there just south of New Bedford, 18 to 24 inches is likely for you guys. So, again, very significant winter storm is going to be on our hands here all across the Northeast. And we are, again, at the beginning stages of it. The conditions, again, are rapidly deteriorating everywhere. In New Jersey, snow is coming down heavy. This is what it's going to look like in Boston overnight tonight, and it's going to look a lot worse by tomorrow morning. And keep in mind, guys, we don't even have that much wind yet. Like, we have hardly any wind that's really been happening here. By the way, guys, we just uploaded a new forecast. If you guys want to go check that out, it is on our channel. We just uploaded a new video talking all about this winter storm and the latest updates regarding it. There's a new video on YouTube. We did not record that on stream, by the way. We did that before stream. It has all the details for you, in case you have not already gotten the inside scoop of what's happening from this stream. You guys can get more details on that video. We'll be continuing to talk about this winter storm, obviously, here, but make sure to check that video out. Then come back with questions, if you have any big questions. Roadways are completely covered over here, just to the south of New York City. Tornado Pagey and Bryce here. They're about 30 miles south of New York City. Again, just south of Old Bridge Township. Ryan Shoal's only about 20 miles out, not including going around the lower New York Bay.
Man, these interstates have these massive rest stops.
Hey, Brian, for the $5 super chat, you mentioned Long Island was getting heavy snow. Any estimates on how many inches
Everywhere.
for Long Island in particular?
These gas station rest stops, right?
Yeah, pretty much anywhere across Long Island. Anywhere in Long Island, I'm expecting around 18 to 24 inches of snow. I do think there will be some localized areas, mainly near Brookhaven, that push closer to 25, 26 inches of snowfall. If we go over to the probability of precipitation, basically the expected amount of snow, these numbers that you see on your screen is the expected amount of snow. So like New York City and Central Park looking at 18 to 20, 22 to 23 right along coastline. Could have a few areas too pushing closer to 24 or even 25 inches of snow, but that's the expected amount. So I think almost all of Long Island, doesn't really matter where you are, you're going to see over a foot, foot and a half easily.
Thank you, Bill, for your super chat.
Back over to Ryan Shoal. He's behind some plows. Hey, you're Irish for the super chat. Whitehall, Pennsylvania, how many inches are we expecting here?
9 miles. Yeah, thank you to the plows.
Look what Whitehall
I
is.
do appreciate them today, that's for sure.
Whitehall is going to be probably right around 10 to 15 inches. I think Allentown, Pennsylvania will be in that ballpark too. By the way, we are sitting currently at 8 blizzard warnings. We have 18 different winter storm warnings. Obviously, that's below me, the warning count there. Traffic is going down a little bit here. And for those that might be traveling tonight, this right here is going to be the Garden State Parkway going northwest. Don with the super chat just said, greetings from the Islip, Long Island. I think that's how you pronounce it. Great job reporting on this storm. Can you please explain what a bomb cyclone is? Again, a bomb cyclone is when the pressure drops by at least 24 millibars within a 24-hour period. And we are already starting to see that. If we go over to our HRRR model here and look at pressure, you can see right now the pressure approximately right now is about 995 millibars, and it's going to drop to about 960, 970, that kind of range by tomorrow morning. So basically in the next 12 hours, our pressure is actually going to drop by over 24 millibars. So it's actually going to be intensifying faster than a normal bomb cyclone. This is also called bombogenesis as well. It's basically the same thing. But bomb cyclone is what most people refer to as. It's become a very common term in the weather space over the last several years too, but that's basically what we're going to be seeing, a rapidly intensifying low pressure system. Need a deal for the sewer chat? All this snow will pile up on top of what we already have in northern Rhode Island? It will. Yeah, and again, the snow is obviously a big concern, but another big concern will be the power outages from this winter storm. We are expecting, again, widespread power outages to basically impact all of southern New England and also New Jersey. This is going to be, again, a very dangerous winter storm here for everybody across the board, and it's not just because it's going to be heavy snow, all right? We're talking about all that wet snow is going to stack up on power lines, and eventually, once we see those winds really kick into gear, things are going to get a lot worse. Again, wind gusts right now are not that intense. This is about the wind gusts that we are seeing now. Most areas along the coastal regions are only around 40 to 50 miles per hour, and inland areas are only squeezing out maybe up to 30 mile per hour wind gusts. It's going to almost double for a lot of these areas overnight into tomorrow morning. And I do think in terms of power outages, they're going to be the most significant here across southeastern New England. If I had to pinpoint an area where we're going to have widespread power outages, it would be Cape Cod, it'd be Rhode Island, it'd be Connecticut, Boston, surrounding locations, easily going to be talking about widespread power outages from this winter storm because of the fact the winds are going to be over 60 to 70 miles per hour, peaking at 80 to 90 even in Cape Cod. And so things are going to get really crazy tomorrow. And obviously, we are going to be live, obviously, tonight and also tomorrow covering this winter storm. And we'll have a lot of chasers also going up into southern New England. And again, things are going to be awfully intense up there for sure. Thank you, Bliss, for the $10 super chat. Likely to power outages, mid-Nassau County on Long Island. I mean, I would say right now, like anywhere in Long Island or southern New England, I'll kind of draw like a little area here, but I'd say like there's about probably over 50% of people in this area will likely lose power. If I had to make a guesstimate, like they're going to be probably widespread power outages here with the current forecast. So that would include all of Long Island and also parts of southeastern Massachusetts, like Cape Cod and Nantucket and surrounding areas. All right, let's go back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. Thank you, Neil, for the $10 super chat, saying thank you from me and my family for what you do so well. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dragon, for the super chat. I slip is the way to say it. Thank you. I slip. I swear Max says Boston Harbor with a Boston accent. I used to live in New England, that's why. I have that edge to me. Moreno Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they're on Route 9 right now, heading up towards Old Bridge Township. Several vehicles on the roadway here this evening. They also Dragon for the super chat, I just wrote that.
Treat said, here in Tom's River by the hospital, power's already flickered.
Oh, wow.
Wow. I bet.
Nate Persuasion for the super chat. Does your cat like snow? I have no clue. Guys, I live in Florida. My cat, I don't think, has lived anywhere else than Florida, so unless I'm not aware of her living elsewhere, because I mean she is 7, so she's a little bit older. I got her like a year ago, but I couldn't tell you. I don't know if she does. We'll have to find out though. Might have to go on a snow chase with Cheese Curd at some point. What are we thinking? Snow chase with Cheese Curd?
Yeah.
They're usually pretty good with the roads there.
Yep.
And it hasn't really started.
Yep.
Hey, Pearl for the super chat. Nothing will beat the snow tunnels in Boston of 2015. Now I live in southern Maryland. We got about an inch of snow. There's going to be a lot more snow coming.
Decade, so yeah.
So that snow plows here. That shoals behind. This is not Surf City. Again, for those that are wondering, by the way, the locations that you see on the bottom of your screen, they are not working right now. We're working on fixing them. But this is located west of Middletown. Just northwest of Aberdeen Township. He's going up the Garden State Parkway. I got it right this time. I didn't say Golden State Parkway. Hey, James, the super chat. What time will have 8 inches in Stamford, Connecticut?
Slammed right now.
I would say probably like overnight at some point. I don't know really when. I mean, it would probably be closer to like 3, 4 in the morning or something like that. It'll be a little while. Does the cat like trampolines? I do not know. I've not experimented with that either. Hey, there you go. Locations are working again. Look at that. Got the locations going. For those that don't know, by the way, we do have an entire team of people that we work with, obviously. I mean, it's been me for a while. It was me for a really long time. And then we've expanded a lot. We have developers that are even working on stream, like right now, to fix issues like this that sometimes come up. And so all the location data was not working. And now we have it working. So you can see Brian Scholl is apparently in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey.
Talked.
Connor's in Toms River, New Jersey, or at least near Toms River. I think he's in it now. And then Manapolin, New Jersey is where Tornado Pagey's at. Bang. Time the snow stops Tuesday. Depends where you are. The snow will be basically ongoing, at least through Monday night. In eastern New England, it'll wind down for most areas, though, by really tomorrow morning. It'll be much lighter, at least across New Jersey and Pennsylvania, late tomorrow morning. It'll be heavy pretty much all overnight, though. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Oh, wait. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, Max. Actually, I have a few different updates for you. So the first one, I'm going to push to camera slot number 1. This is in Louisiana, where we have a wildfire. This is blocked the road, and there's no longer traffic allowed on Highway 12 there. The other one I'm going to push is one of our storm chasers a little bit further south in Virginia, and we're starting to see a much heavier snowfall rates there. That is in slot 2. And then the other thing I'm going to push is Ryan Scholl, who I believe you were just looking at, but we've once again found that same line of plows. I think this is actually what Connor was looking at earlier, but it seems like they're just looping around the town. So we've seen this same plow line over and over again. New Jersey actually seems to have the most plows out at this point in time. Compared to any other state, which is surprising because you look at New Jersey, it's not that big of a state, but they are doing a really good job keeping the roads cleared there, especially as we get to the point we're going to start to see much higher snowfall rates.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So a little bit of insight of what's going on right now. So again, Moderate Motley, he's a storm chaser over in Virginia. He's just south of Richmond, and we have some snow coming down. I don't know how many people are tuning in from Virginia right now. I don't think it's very many of you, but we do have snow. There will be some snow. Won't be that significant, but there will be at least a few inches in these sections of Virginia. And again, if we look at the map right now, you can see, again, we are starting to transition now into purely snow just outside of Virginia Beach near Hampton, Richmond, Chesterfield, Hopewell, Surrey. All of you guys are now into a decent amount of snow now, rather than seeing rain, but it won't accumulate into much down there, unfortunately, if you wanted actual winter storm conditions. A lot of those areas will not see that unless you're near those coastal areas. Let's put our slots back to normal. There you go. Hey, Anthony for the super chat. Getting a little bit in Virginia Beach. Appreciate the update. So Virginia Beach is now checking in with at least a little bit of snow. You have some new photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. This is one of our more recent photos from Sussex County, Delaware. This is an area that's going to get hit hard by not just heavy snow, but also wind right near the coastline. Evening walk with the pup out in a park. Got plenty of snow already fallen there. Easton Township, Pennsylvania has some beautiful snow. Taken obviously a little bit earlier, but right before sunset or right around sunset. Hey, Clueless for the sewer chat. Southwest Virginia next to West Virginia line. We were at 4 inches so far here. That's pretty good. This is the fire. This is sent in from Interstate 12. Interstate 12 is closed due to the wildfire. We were just talking about that a second ago. You can see the wildfire smoke going over the highway. And then this from Toms River, New Jersey, which is getting a lot of snow. This is an area that, again, I think could see 30 inches. It's possible. So again, if you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also one of the top links in the description below. And as a reminder, by the way, if you guys want a full detailed breakdown on everything that is happening right now with this winter storm or the forecast for the next 24 hours, we do have a video out on YouTube. It just came out a few minutes ago. Make sure to go check it out. And if you have any questions, obviously, I mean, after you watch the video, come back. We'll be live again. We're not going anywhere, but we just released a video.
So I say we just gotta keep
talking all about the winter storm.
See what happens. See if we can keep a decent pace and keep in mind the timing and stuff.
Guys, what do I get for food?
I mean,
we need food recommendations. I need something DoorDashed. I'm hungry.
Make Providence by 4 a.m.
Yeah.
We can take a 3-hour
food
nap
type
and
or a
we'll
place
be
in
on
the
stream
chat.
all day tomorrow.
That's true. That's a good point.
'Cause, I
We
mean,
only had
can
lunch
follow
today.
the
It's already
Cape by
7 o'clock.
like 5 or 6 p.m.
Or what's that town out there? Barnesdale?
Yeah,
Barnstable? It's gonna get
Barnstable.
like. It's gonna be ridiculous.
Culver's?
So that's
Low
my
key,
motivation
look
to get
and see if we can
over
get
this.
Culver's. It might be more though.
I mean,
I just
Culver's.
want to see that.
Culver's actually sounds good. I haven't had Culver's in such a long time, and if we can get Culver's, I'm getting cheese curds too.
I would really want to be for that kind of thing is what was it?
The tip
Give me the
along
tenders.
Yeah.
Culver's is about to be so
honestly,
expensive,
I
but
just
it's
don't
so
know
worth it.
if
It is so far away. I'm not even kidding. I'm not anywhere near Cole. I'm nowhere near
That's the thing.
Culver's.
Like I said, we just need to keep.
It's actually
kinda going
unfortunate.
north with this heavy band.
would have been something we would have went out there. We would have like get out there
Right.
now.
Right. I mean, we're in the
Texas
we're in
Roadhouse.
the heavy snow. We're in
Bro,
the,
what?
the good conditions.
Just said Texas Roadhouse sounds good, but not for a stream. I'm gonna get an entire steak meal just to eat on stream. That sounds like a terrible idea. I would low-key get like a concrete mixer too, but the problem is, for those that don't know, with streaming or constantly talking like I do, having any sort of dairy product like milk, milkshakes, ice cream, it will ruin your voice. Like, it actually does. And I've experienced it firsthand, and I actually learned that in college. I didn't actually know that until, like, I was like, why does my voice always hurt? Like, I do drink like milk almost every day, and I was like, oh, that's why. So I've had to be much more careful about doing that stuff before a stream, or even during a stream. Hey, no way somebody just said Everclear in the chat, guys. Let's chill out. This is not that time.
Sergio, thank you
for the super chat.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Bobby with the super chat just said, what is Central Maryland looking at in terms of inches of snow and rain, or do we dodge a bullet? Central Maryland is honestly a very interesting area because it, like, obviously we were kind of thinking, Riley, before you place the order, just wait, I need to look. But for New England, or not New England, for Maryland, I do think Maryland's going to end up having at least a few inches. I just don't think it's going to perform as well as, like, east of you. I personally think, like, Washington, D.C. is only going to get maybe 2, 3, 4 inches of snow. Baltimore could be pushing closer to maybe 5 or 6. Northeast side of Baltimore near Elkton will probably be closer to 8 to 10. And then Dover, really anywhere in in Delaware and Eastern Maryland. Darylland's a new one. No, Eastern Maryland and Delaware, for the most part, we'll be talking about a widespread 8 to 12 inches. There will likely be some locations, though, at least in Dover and Salisbury and Snow Hill, that get closer to 12 to 15. And I wouldn't be surprised right here if we got near 18 inches, really far eastern parts of Delaware. All right, let me go back over to... Also, we just got a $20 super chat from Fake saying, thank you for your keeping us updated with accurate weather reports. Will your cat make an appearance on the stream tonight? Guys, it could happen at any time. I don't know. It's random. Depends on if she even comes in here. She's not currently in here. She might be venturing around. I don't know. She loves looking for lizards. Thank you, Simeon, for the super chat.
Looks like we got something going on up here.
We are getting... Why'd you order a large cheese curd? Am I actually getting large cheese curds? I guess I'm getting large cheese curds. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I would see fries on there, Riley. Add that as a different item.
Car off the ditch.
Looks like there's a police officer here. Over in Old Bridge, New Jersey. Maybe some sort of incident. We got 2 police officers and a car. It looks like stuck. I think that's a car stuck. I think we're gonna up the counter to 2. 2 cars stuck today. I think we'll count that one.
Grass.
What do we think? We count that? Hey, hostile for the super chat. What's your prediction for Orange, Connecticut's power outage wise? I think almost all of Connecticut has at least a threat of numerous to widespread power outages. I don't think it really matters where you are. But it's not going to vary a whole lot. Northern side of the state will be different. But southern side, central side, like Hartford and, you know, New Haven and Bridgeport, Waterbury, all of you guys are basically in that widespread area.
Can this dude stop tailgating? I literally have someone so close to my bumper right now.
I love how somebody just said in the chat, Max, how much snow do you think I might get? Because Ken, I know who you are and where you live. But any location information, just put, how much snow am I going to get? I wonder how much snow I'm going to get. I'm not going to give you my location, but let me ask.
What in the world? We're free!
Good question. It's a great question for all the snowplows are on the right now. Joel is no longer behind snowplows. He was behind snowplows for like 30 miles. Joel is about 20 miles from New York City, maybe 15 now, or Staten Island and whatnot. Matt with Sewer Judge said, love watching your streams. Appreciate you tuning in. Connor Croft has been in like the darkest places tonight. Like, he's literally been on the roadways that don't have any street lights. Both Tornado Pagey and Ryan Scholl, our other chasers here, have been at least in the spotlight in a way. Like, there's been lights. For whatever reason, Connor is just driving on these these highways that don't have any street lights whatsoever. Hey, Susan, for becoming a member.
A lot of people are trying to get.
And that is Connor Croft. It's a country boy. I don't know about that.
I guess we're gonna go I-95. I don't know if it's a turnpike.
So again, make sure you stay tuned, guys. It'll be interesting to see what New York City looks like. Obviously, we'll be looking at an actual city instead of what we've been mostly looking at, which is the kind of countryside and whatnot. '95's the turnpike. Hey, John, for the super chat. Let's go to some of our other cameras. We've been mostly looking at chasers, but there are a lot of other cameras that we can look at right now at this hour that are starting to get a little bit more interesting, including the wind really picking up right now over in Sussex County, Delaware. The traffic lights are currently swaying back and forth. Your Fenwick Island. This is right next to the beach. The winds really start to pick up here. You can see the blowing snow. Again, this is the exact reason why we have blizzard warnings and are expecting blizzard conditions. I won't even say this is blizzard conditions yet, to be honest. This is kind of borderline right now. It's not there yet, though. But it'll definitely be there not too long from now. A little bit further to the north, near Bethany Beach. The camera has loaded this time. You can see the snow a little bit more clearly here. Looks like the camera is down, though, for a second. All right, let's go over to Ocean View. Oh, nope, came back. I'm gonna send the chat. You're keeping my company. Or, oh, okay, never mind. I thought you said my company. Keeping me company while playing with Legos. Nice. I don't know why it said. I thought it said my company for a second. All right, for some reason, Delaware cameras are not working. Let's go over to Maryland. This is a US 50 at Maryland 611. Also, oh, wow, look at this. Sheesh. The wind's really picked up here. This over at the eastern shore of Maryland. This is the porta potty camera that we were looking at earlier. The wind's actually really picked up here. The camera's shaking a lot. See the water moving on the left. This is a bridge, for what it is worth. This is blizzard conditions. I mean, there isn't really any snow though, but this would classify as blizzard conditions if we actually had a lot of snow on the ground. Hey, Phantom for the super chat. Snow accumulation predictions keep changing for Albany. Albany's not probably going to see a whole lot of snow. Talking about Albany, New York. There are a couple of other cameras that are near this, but they aren't really looking at much. That's a coastal camera, but it's too dark to really see anything right now. This other camera on the bridge is shaking like crazy, too. This is at US 50 by OC Drawbridge in Eastern Maryland. This is right next to the Hooper's Crab House. The wind is crazy right on the immediate coastline. Wind's also picking up in New Jersey. This is the Sea Isle City camera. This one's been kind of lagging a bit. It's probably because how windy it is, but you can kind of see how windy it is at least. Also, we're going to go a little further north. This back over in Long Island. So this is near JFK Airport. Conditions are deteriorating right now. Quite a bit of people, again, on the roadway right now. This is near West Babylon. Near Deer Park. Plenty of people on the roadway. All right, let's go back over to, this is Tornado Pagey. Not sure if they're at like a drive-thru or something. They might be. They're at a Wawa. There you go. So that's the Wawa POV right now in the parking lot of all the big snowflakes coming down.
It is coming now.
South Amboy.
We'll let this fill up and we'll go inside.
I think Ryan Scholl may have had a similar idea. Maybe he does. I don't know what he's doing. It's over in Keesby, New Jersey. And he's not far right now from New York City. Wawa is all over New Jersey. It's all over Florida too. It must be an East Coast thing. I didn't realize they were up in New Jersey. Love Wawa sometimes.
I thought these like semis were stopped or something.
Back over to Connor in the country of New Jersey, and he's been on the no street light roads for quite a while.
Because if you can look at some of the
Wawa's an East Coast thing? Gotcha. I didn't even know it was up here, to be honest.
You know, half of the tree is covered in snow, and the other half has no snow. So right. It's only sticking to the north.
Let's go back to our 3-cam view here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, unfortunately we already had our first fatality associated with this winter storm. It happened in Northampton County, Pennsylvania, near Lower Nazareth Township. There was a vehicle that got involved in a head-on collision, and unfortunately one person was injured, and there was a fatality with that as well.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, first fatality from this winter storm has been confirmed. Probably nowhere near done with that either, just because of the magnitude of this winter storm with the power outage risk that we have, the amount of snow that is coming with this. Obviously, take as many safety precautions as you possibly can. But at the end of the day, this is going to be causing a lot of problems when it comes to the amount of snow that's coming down, the power outages that could last possibly days in some locations, and then, you know, on top of that, the shoveling risks that are at play and other things. If a power line's down and it's live, you might, you know, that can happen too. Like, there's so many things that can happen with big weather events like this. So, again, make sure if you have any friends or family up here in the Northeast that you are constantly checking in on them and make sure that they're doing all right. If you live here, obviously take all the proper precautions. I do want to update you guys back over in New England. We do have snow that is now making its way into most of Rhode Island now. So most of Rhode Island now dealing with the first snowfall. And then back over here near Hartford, Connecticut, and really all across Connecticut, the entire state is pretty much full of heavy snow at this point. So we are starting to see much more snowfall into those areas. All of Long Island is also dealing with heavier snowfall. So that includes Brookhaven, includes Coram and Smithtown. Heaviest band of snow currently stretching from Brookhaven back towards Tom's River. That is a very intense band of snow that will probably be dumping upwards of 2.5 inches of snow per hour. Off topic,
I
but
can't even get through to go like even try to pull him.
Ryan Scholl was going to get off the exit here. Just for those that are traveling, especially, which you shouldn't be, but if you are, this is the exit near Smith Street, 440, 629, going west on Riverside Drive. It's going towards, I believe, a gas station and maybe some sort of area to just kind of get off the highway. There's a semi that cannot move right now off this exit. So that is why Ryan Scholl is currently backing up. These Kurt's making an appearance.
Okay, why are we fogging up right now, bro? Can we not do that?
You never know when she'll make an appearance. Just randomly made an appearance. This is Connor Croft. He's found some streetlights, guys. He's actually on a roadway with streetlights. Not for very long, it doesn't look like, but he is on the Garden State Parkway, going northbound. Roadways are pretty much covered in snow right now. Snowplows are, again, trying to keep up. It's definitely a struggle, though.
Wait, bro, now you have to get back on the highway. Oh, brother.
Oh, it's going to make me exit in a mile.
We just paid, oh yeah, okay, you can exit in a mile. We just paid a toll for no reason. Wait, E-Pass only.
Connor's paying tolls for no reason, apparently.
Coins only. What?
F's in the chat for that. Thank you, Place to the super chat. All stay good. Sunrise to the super chat. Hey, Max, are being more reliable than past forecasters at Saratoga Springs, New York, under a winter storm warning.
Okay, it's 90 cents in coins, dude.
You have any coins?
No. Here, just
we love toll
we
roads.
just put $1
you guys are under a winter weather
$1
advisory.
in there. Who cares?
In Saratoga Springs.
It's gonna get wet. It doesn't work like that.
Oh.
Just put her in reverse. There's nobody behind us.
Okay. Good idea.
These are some really large snowflakes in Lakewood.
Coins. Carries coins.
These are massive snowflakes.
Be on here.
What's the point of a 90
Low key, just flip around and drive the other way to the exit.
I don't know what's going on.
Get on the edge. What do you have?
I don't know.
I don't think anything. They were good. So it's easy pass only, or exact change in coins. So I assume they'll just bill my plate if it's not covered in snow, which it probably is covered in snow.
Actually,
anyway.
you know what? Your plate's covered in snow, so guess
Probably.
what? We're not gonna have to pay. Because yeah.
Bro, I don't know what's going on there with the toll situation, but
2026.
The big 2026.
The big 2026. Nobody carries around coins, bruh.
It's okay. At least on this road for a little bit, we have more action, more cars.
alrighty. Well,
Oh no! How'd that happen?
It was doing so well.
snowing adventures here in New Jersey tonight. We did not hear that, Connor. Yeah, well, he's probably 18,000 people. I think he has 2,000 watching. 18,000 people just heard him break the law pretty much, but you know, kind of is what it is. Not many options in a winter storm.
Fast food paying cash? Nah, I pay nothing in cash, chat.
Bro, it was cashless. All right, Connor bottom right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center in the form of a new mesoscale discussion. This mesoscale discussion is, of course, talking about heavy snow. This is our area of interest right here, and just to talk about what they covered in that. A long duration, moderate/heavy snowfall event will increasingly impact New York City into parts of southern New England this evening into Monday morning. 1 to 2 inches per hour snowfall rates will be likely, particularly after midnight tonight. The discussion with that is recent regional radar imagery from the northern mid-Atlantic/southern New England shows a band of moderate to heavy snow moving slowly northward into Long Island. Already, recent surface observations reported 1 inch in the last hour at Islip, LaGuardia, and JFK. This band should continue to impact areas of southern New England this evening. The highest snowfall rates will at least initially remain near the coast. With time, the 994 millibar low pressure analyzed off the mid-Atlantic coast will deepen, particularly after 11 p.m./midnight. This will eventually promote a broader zone of stronger isentropic ascent that will promote more widespread moderate/heavy snow farther north. Surface winds will also concurrently increase with the deepening of the low. Blizzard conditions will be possible late this evening into early Monday morning.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, let's go back to
Oklahoma moved to the
I don't know if we want to go back to Connor. Let's go over to well, Tornado Page is currently on a Wawa. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who is, I think, just trying to find an exit to like a gas station or something. He's now on the side roads. This is over in Kissimmee, New Jersey. So he's pretty close to the New York and New Jersey border, not far from New York City. Either that or he might be heading in the direction of New York City. I don't really know yet. Not far from, he's right next to Staten Island. This is what it looks like out there right now. Big snowflakes coming down. Thank you, Joy, for becoming a member.
Yeah, there we go.
Also, huge shout out to anybody that's become a member. Really appreciate your support. Keeps being able to do what we're doing on this channel possible. If you want to become a member, it is the join button down below.
Give it a 4 or 5 hour buffer, so if we have to take a nap, it's worn off.
Connor Croft is behind.
Yeah, these wipers are kind of annoying.
Snow plow again. The roadways are only being plowed really in one or two lanes at most right now. It seems like
so slow that they're useless. It's you don't get a those are your choices.
So like I guess during a tornado intercept, that could get very annoying.
Oh yeah.
Let's go over to some of your photos and videos. We have a few more submissions from you guys that you guys have sent in. Again, the link's on your screen. There's also a link down below. If you type into your browser reports.maxvelocitywx.com, you'll be able to find this too. You can submit any photos and videos that you guys have. This is playing in some of the snow over in Lafayette Township, Pennsylvania, with some of the dogs. Over in North Bellport, New York, got another dog enjoying the snow. Lincoln Park, New Jersey, starting to accumulate in northern New Jersey right now. You're the goat. I'm not a goat, but I do appreciate that. I don't even know how to make a goat sound. Back over in Pensauken Township, New Jersey. The snowman in the yard is 17 inches tall, sitting about 3.5 inches right now. That is a snowman. I thought that was a fire hydrant. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why I thought that was a fire hydrant. Back over in Clark, New Jersey. Snow is stacking up onto the vehicles pretty quickly. Big snowflakes across New Jersey right now. I know what goat means, guys. I know what it means. This over in Kincora, New Jersey. Does he really not know? Guys, I know what goat means. I was joking. The joke just flew over 10 people's heads in the chat. This is in Hoboken, New Jersey. New Jersey, or Jersey City, New Jersey, from Heights neighborhood. And again, that's blowing snow all across the board. Wind gusts might, the trees might not be swaying a whole lot, but the winds are actually pretty strong. They're going to get stronger tonight. Apparently, they're supposed to have a very clear view of the Manhattan Freedom Tower, but no visibility. You can see the skyscrapers a little bit out in the distance. A little bit hard to see, though. Again, visibility's dropped a lot. Hey, Platoon for the super chat. Welcome to New Jersey. Thank you. We don't really cover this area that much. Don't usually have major winter storms, at least anymore. Over in Lower Marion Township, Pennsylvania. This is from West Philadelphia. Winds are slightly picking up. Beautiful videos, though, of the snow coming down. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos that you guys have, again, there's a QR code on your screen. If you're watching on TV, there's also a link on your screen right here. Make sure to send us in any photos or videos you guys might have. Completely free to do. It's easy to do. All in one place. Again, if you guys do send in stuff, try to make it in this view, like horizontal, like this. I almost dropped my phone. But if you're taking videos, do it like this instead of vertical. Do horizontal. Hey, James, for the super chat saying enjoy the colors. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tam, for becoming a member.
Also, we
Tornado Page, he's back on the road, no longer enjoying their Wawa. Connor's getting off at an exit in Brick, New Jersey. No, we have a couple people tuning in from Brick. And then Ryan Scholl is over in near the statewide traffic management center, which is located near Perth Amboy.
New York City. We're very close to New York City now.
And Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is en route to New York City right now, so we'll keep an eye on him. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a new forecast from NWS in Boston, Massachusetts, and very, very high snowfall totals on this, but I actually want to draw everyone's attention to the most shaded area in here. This is a 24 to 30 inch corridor of snow that has been issued by the National Weather Service in terms of their predictions of how much snowfall is going to fall in parts of Massachusetts.
Hey Riley for the update. So yeah, again, this area has grown in terms of our more significant snowfall, so that'll include areas like Providence, Foxborough, which is where the Patriots play, and then just south of Boston. That is our latest forecast there from the National Weather Service. Let's go to Brian Scholl, there we go. So over in South Amboy, New Jersey, again, Bryce Shelton, Tornado Pagey, they are moving northbound right now. They are also heading, I believe, towards New York City. Again, the speed limit sign says 55. However, in New Jersey, they've mandated speed limits to be 35 miles per hour or lower due to this winter storm.
Sounds good. Big shout out to our moderators for holding down the fort. As always, we appreciate you.
Traffic's actually picking up a little bit. You don't see this very often, by the way. This is something we haven't even talked about, really. We talked about thunder snow earlier. Let me pull it up here, if it loads. Hey, Jay, for the $20 super chat. I'm in Tom's River in Ocean City. Will this snow freeze over like last time? It could. I don't think it'll be that cold, though. All right, so this doesn't happen very often, but we actually have a general thunderstorm risk tonight, in fact, in New England. That little green outlined area right there. That's Delaware, New Jersey, back into Long Island, southern New England. What that means is not that we're going to see thunderstorms or severe weather. That means that we could have that means that we could actually have some thunder snow tonight. We haven't seen that yet on radar, and we're keeping an eye to the radar here for a couple lightning strikes, but yes, thunder snow is possible tonight, and if you guys do end up getting a video of that, definitely feel free to send it in to us, but it is possible pretty much anywhere along our coastal regions. This is our day one outlook, so basically anywhere in that green. Here's a little bit easier view of it. So stretching from southern Maryland all the way back into Cape Cod near Boston. Hey, Joey, for becoming a member. Hoping for some thunder snow? It could happen. It does happen at random sometimes. It's entirely possible. Got a lot of cars right now near this interchange that goes to New York City. This is near Woodbridge, New Jersey. It's the most vehicles that we've seen on the roadway so far. If we do get thunderstorm, will you dance around, Max? I don't even know what I'd do if I saw thunder snow. On a stream, if I saw that, that'd be crazy. That's time. That was the cue for Mother Nature to have thunder snow happen, but it didn't happen. It's been crazy timing.
Yeah.
They don't have any restriction on this.
It's just west of Staten Island. Thank you, Jay, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member.
Need one, or I'm not sure.
Ryan Scholl. Find some sort of treatment truck here. over in Woodbridge, New Jersey. He's heading up towards New York City right now. I don't know, like, we don't usually have storm chasers in New York City, but we're going to have one soon. Ryan Scholl tracking that way. We also have, I believe, Bryce Shelton, Tornado Pagey up there, too. Well, 2 different storm chasers in New York City.
I appreciate it. I don't know about that, but seriously, I
get ready for the tolls. Yeah, the tolls are not cheap, that's for sure. In the chat, she said we had a flash of lightning in the past hour. We are in Queens, New York by Kennedy Airport. We're also by the water and have flood watch tonight. Yeah, I mean, the waves are going to be huge offshore. We're going to get some really big waves coming over the next several hours, especially as this low pressure system intensifies. So there will be some inundation along the coastal regions. That is one of the larger concerns that we have. For those that live right along the coastline, on top of that, power outages will become a lot more common. We do now have some of our first power outages coming from this winter storm, believe it or not. So this is the power outage map, and you can see these boxes here. Those will represent power outages. We do have some power outages now in Richmond County, about 94, very small percentage there. North Cumberland County is now sitting at about 15% without power. That is over in Eastern Virginia. New Jersey now has power outages. In Toms River area, this would be anywhere in Ocean County. We are now at around 8,000 people without power. That is about 2.5% of customers without power now. So the number is beginning to increase across New Jersey. And it will only continue to increase over the next several hours. But we are starting to see those first power outages. And I would expect that number to, again, continue to increase over the next several hours here. Thanks for the power outages. Are you thanking me for those happening? Or are you just mean the update? Hey Connor, it's a green light. You can go. Bro's sitting there for a good half second.
Start driving like the wipers.
Yeah, dude. It's the smart wipers that when you slow down, they go down, and when you speed up, then they go back to their stupid. Whoa! Snow just fell off the power line there. They go back to their stupid maximum pace.
These are some of the side roads in Lakewood, New Jersey.
Maximum velocity, chat.
Maximum velocity? Did I hear max velocity?
Oh, that's the wind.
Max would be honking him at the red light. Honestly, I'm the kind of guy that would do that. Ain't nobody used their horns here in Florida. I gotta be honest.
And these trees are gorgeous.
A little thing on your steering wheel that you push down, nobody does that here.
I imagine we're gonna see a lot of falling snow here in a couple hours.
Somebody could be at a stoplight for about 10 seconds just sitting there and nobody would do anything.
It's getting on our nerves all
I feel like every populated big metro area I go.
Yeah, I'm not minding these streetlights. It makes it so much easier for us to drive around. So.
Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is on his way to New York City. Let's see if we can get him on Zello here. Hey, what's your plan for tonight, Jason? See if we get a response. Sometimes we do. You get left on red.
Well, my plan is to get through New York City before the travel ban is in effect. Should be able to do that. Roads are pretty nasty out here. But hopefully make it through New York City, get my way northeast into Connecticut, and probably hang around there for a little bit, and then be ready for whatever is going on in the morning.
Thank you for the update. Hey, we got to Ryan Scholl. Kind of surprised. Sometimes, hey, it's 50-50. I think it's I think if we do it statistically, we got maybe a 60% chance that we're actually going to reach one of our chasers. Sometimes they get the message, sometimes they don't.
Scan off.
Hey, Michael and Graham for becoming members.
Oh. That's never good to hear.
There's someone stuck up here.
Wait, you say there's somebody stuck?
Me. Yeah.
Oh, brother.
I should do a U-in.
Wait, who's stuck?
You could, wait, no, you definitely couldn't do it right there.
I can do it right here.
Yeah, you could. Well, there's make sure there's nobody coming behind.
Wait, who got stuck? I didn't hear that.
They
Apparently somebody got
in
stuck.
the grass, and I don't think they were supposed to be in the grass. So.
Well, usually they're not.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, camera slot number 3. We can move our car stuck today counter to 3 because there is someone there in New York who's found themselves well into the ditch. Honestly, it's impressive how far into the ditch they made it, but that is in New York.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that is that's the third one, number 3.
Hey, I have another quick update for you.
We got another update. Go ahead.
I'm on I-95 northbound. There is a plow that got stuck in the ditch on the left side of the interstate. That is the first one I've seen today. And mostly it's been vehicles, but now it's a plow in the ditch that they can't get out.
Yeah, that is it looks like a snow plow that went into a ditch here. So, that is a first today that we've seen on stream. Thank you for the update. So that makes the counter at 4. We just doubled it in about 30 seconds.
Left side of the interstate. That is the first one I've seen today. And
I mean, again, conditions are continuing to deteriorate here in New Jersey and Long Island, and the snow is continuing to get heavier and heavier. We are approaching snowfall rates around 1.5 inches per hour. And keep in mind, the highest they'll probably see anywhere over the next 24 hours will be about 4 to 5 inches. That should be localized. In a widespread area, we're going to be talking about a maximum snowfall amount, or snowfall rates per hour being, you know, 2 to 3 inches. It won't be much higher than that, but localized will be higher.
To a very come in here very slowly. No, probably. I mean, maybe, but probably not. I mean, my likelihood of actually pulling out that plow would be very low.
This is a little bit off topic. It kind of goes along with our winter storm, though. This is satellite imagery back over in the southeast today. We had a strong cold front make its way down into the Gulf, and this also is bringing this is kind of part of the nor'easter, though. But look at the wildfires that started today. You can see all of them just popping up everywhere. We got one. Let me get the yellow on here, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, you can see all the different streaks that have developed, and those are all different wildfires that I just drew a line on. And obviously, that's not the length of it, just a smoke plume, but I mean, that's pretty crazy. I think there's one up in Arkansas that you guys couldn't see. I can't get it on screen, but it was at the very top. Yeah. Pretty crazy stuff. And again, that is all attached to this very large low pressure system, which is now located here. Cold front extending all the way down into Florida and also into the Gulf. So we've had over a dozen wildfires, I think, today.
Yep. Yeah. I would play a little bit of background music, but again, copyright issues are a major problem, and I'd rather not get copyright strike than lose money.
We go over to Storm Chaser Connor.
Well, I guess we just keep switching our route over.
It's over in Brick, New Jersey. I know we have a few people tuning in from Brick.
Probably not.
He's on 632. He's going eastbound, so he might be going towards the beach. Again, I really am curious about the coastal areas. Like, we have a few cameras down in very far southern New Jersey and also Maryland right along the coast. But I'm also curious to see what it looks like over here, a little bit further north near Lakewood Township and right along the coastline. Again, wind gusts should be getting near 50 miles per hour at least now.
What kind of catastrophic failure are you having, Jordan?
Maybe even a little bit higher than that. Now, one area that has been seeing some really significant wind
running everything through Moblin because we were doing very old
is over here at the OC Drawbridge on US 50. This is in the Ocean City, Maryland area. You can see the water down the left. This is a bridge, obviously, so you can see the wind really picking up here. There's a porta potty on the right that has had its door opening and closing for the last several hours. If you got to take a leak or anything, that's probably not the place to go. Then this right here is the other side of the bridge. This is on US 50 at OC Drawbridge as well. This is looking the other direction. You can see the blowing snow there on the left, though. Very windy. Go to, let me go a little further north here. Blowing snow is becoming a real thing all across eastern Maryland and Delaware now. You can see it at the very top of your screen. Snow is blowing around everywhere. Wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some power outages here soon in eastern Delaware and eastern Maryland. We haven't had any yet, at least any widespread ones. But the wind and snow are both picking up rapidly. It's over in Dewey Beach, Delaware. Yeah, the wind's really picking up now. We haven't actually looked at this camera at all. This is US 9 at Monroe Avenue. Well, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna be looking at it. It didn't load. This is Prime Hook Road at Snow Goose Road. So this is also near the beach. This is Prime Hook Beach. Not really seeing a whole lot of motion. Camera's kind of slow to load. Looks like a winter wonderland near St. George's, Delaware. This is northern Delaware. But again, the snow's not nearly as heavy, at least in these areas, compared to New Jersey. It's actually impressive. This is Woodbridge, New Jersey. Tornado Pagey is tracking up
So that's what we are talking about.
the New Jersey Turnpike. And the roads are actually very clear right now, for the most part.
North.
Connor Croft's on some side roads here. A little bit of a different story.
All the way up to, like,
Hey, UK for the super chat.
I know they gotta travel.
Here's hoping everybody stays safe. If plows are getting stuck, your Prius will too.
To New York City,
Sounds like a great Prius
we
ad.
think we can make it to Massachusetts by like 3 or 4 a.m. Then we're probably gonna send it.
I just saw it come across Google Maps. They just shut down that highway.
Like they shut it down.
90, talking about 95?
Oh, like you know, like closed. Like yeah, don't travel on it, or like closed. Like they're not gonna let anybody on the highway closed. Is the question.
It's like dashed with a road closed thing on Google Maps. Literally just went northbound on that.
Somebody just said in the chat, North Brick losing power in places.
They'll do that. It'll show up on maps like that in Buffalo when they.
Yeah, Ocean City, or Ocean County, anywhere in Ocean County, at least has some isolated power outages. That number is expected to increase.
Let it rip.
DoorDash is not operating, I don't think, currently in New York City, or at least I believe that it starts in a few minutes. I know they're gonna have road closures too in New York City here soon.
I love the sound of the wipers just banging against the hood. It's so soothing. I could just fall asleep to it.
Beautifully soothing. You guys love it, chat.
Virginia stacking up power outages. Virginia, I think, is leading the charge right now with power outages. Actually, no, they're not. New Jersey actually is, but they have a slightly higher percentage of people without power in a couple of counties.
New York City's literally a good place to be for the storm anyway, so. Was there any turn signal there?
At the last second, yeah. It went fine.
Really heavy band right now.
Right, let me go back to... see what Ryan Scholl's at right now. Ryan Scholl is, again, getting pretty close to New York City. Snowplow's been on this road recently because, I mean, again, Tornado Pagey's only a couple miles behind them.
What? No. It's been, like, how many years since the last, like, huge nor'easter? What, 2018? No, not in 2018.
But Ryan Scholl right now is just northwest of Staten Island. He's approaching the Newark Liberty International Airport. That's going to be coming up on the left here.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly.
We'll have a live on-the-ground look here at the New York City area here over the next 2 minutes. And as a reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We just hit 1.7 million subscribers today. Really appreciate the support. Also, share the stream, get the word out there. Again, we are providing commercial-free coverage here with this major nor'easter.
You're going to be pushing historic.
Ryan with the super chat said porta potty is the new blue shed. Thank you, Daves, for the super chat. Thanks for keeping us informed. What radios do you guys use to stay in touch with your storm chasers? We're using Zello. Here's the reduced speed with the snow plowing head sign, also outside of New York City.
How many inches in New York
Newark
City?
Airport is on the
Boston
left
going to get?
in
So
about
New York
half
City,
a
I
mile,
think,
maybe
is
just a
in,
little
like,
bit less than that now.
24-inch range.
See in bottom
And I
right of
think
your screen.
Boston
Got heavier
is a little
bands of
bit-
snow making their way into New York
Boston's
City
a
right
little
now.
bit more, a little bit further south of Boston, you're talking almost 3 feet. So. That's why they have travel bans out tonight. They have travel bans for a specific reason.
IFR conditions. There you go. It is.
Pretty much any way we take it, this point's gonna be tolls.
I think Newark Airport is on the left there. I don't know if this is the clear view. I'm waiting for his location update, but it'll be right here on the left. Visibility is down to about maybe a half a mile. And obviously this goes along with all the flight cancellations that we have.
Last big storm in Ohio, we had over a foot. Oh yeah, the last storm. You lived through the blizzard of 1970. I know the 1978 one was bad. 10 days of no school. Woo-wee.
Remember for 9 months.
All right, I think he was coming up on it now.
No school. Woo-wee. It's out the window. If you're in southeastern Massachusetts, your snow's just gonna get started tonight. You have a prolonged event.
Also near the
tomorrow.
Mills at Jersey
So
Gardens.
tonight into tomorrow for you. So your snow has not started yet if you live in southeastern Massachusetts.
Under snow is beautiful. It is. I hope we see some tonight, honestly.
Don't worry though. Don't start sleeping on it.
Do photos? We'll do photos in a second.
1978 was the last one in Massachusetts. That makes so much.
I don't think he's past it. I thought he was closer to the airport. I mean, he's like.
rolling through. I decided we're gonna take a little bit longer route.
He's apparently still about a mile out. Yeah, there's the Newark Airport sign. I thought he'd be moving faster. I forgot like everybody's moving pretty slow right now on the roadways.
Coming down.
All right, let's go over back to radar here for a moment. I do want to point out again, we have a very large area of heavy snow now impacting basically anywhere from southern Connecticut back into Dover in Delaware. The snow over in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore hasn't really been that significant. It is snowing, but we do have some heat domes because of how warm it is in some of these metropolitan areas, so like Baltimore, Washington, D.C., are currently still kind of a mix of rain and snow. Back over here in southern New England, we are now transitioning into a lot of snow. So all of Rhode Island is now officially seeing snow. All of Connecticut is also seeing snowfall. We are starting to see our first snow showers making their way up into southern Massachusetts. It has not really pushed that far into your area yet, but it is approaching Boston and Worcester, and also now moving into Springfield and Northampton. And once again, we are still expecting upwards of 2+ feet of snow to fall just south of Boston over the next 24 hours. Even though we have not really had anything accumulating here yet. So south of Boston, that is where we're expecting a very significant amount of snowfall. We're still on pace for around 2 feet of snow in New Jersey. It is still very heavy right now, and it's going to continue obviously all overnight tonight. We already have our first power outages, which is just updated in the last 15 minutes, back over in Toms River, Stafford Township, and also near the Lakewood Township. All these areas are starting to see at least isolated power outages at this time. Pennsylvania is beginning to see some snowfall, mainly back over near Allentown and Philadelphia. Mostly moderate to heavy. We're still forecasting a widespread 12 to 18 inches of snow in areas like Trenton, also in Philadelphia, and also in Allentown. So, again, that's what we're looking at there. This is a live look right next to Newark Airport. We're now next to it. Ryan Scholl.
No, toll roads.
In 2 miles, take exit 1414.
That wasn't really politics. That really wasn't politics. The toll roads are expensive here regardless. No, that's all. I was just a misunderstanding. You're good. Yes, we are on I-95.
Sorry, guys. My DoorDash driver's lost into the location. Just went into a...
It's okay.
The car went into a pond for a second. I was like, what in the world? Like, just teleported across the map. It was kind of scary.
We are almost to New York City. And New York itself, I guess.
That is what it looks like next to Newark Airport. Not really a whole lot to see. You can't really even see the airport or the airfield here. There's very little visibility out there. Let's go back to the south. This back over in Brick, New Jersey. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is heading up towards Squancum. Going that direction on Old Tavern Road. Or Herbert, he's actually in Herbertsville Road. He's going northwest right now.
Thank you all, Tezza, for the 5 gifted memberships.
I saw New York City is suspending DoorDash tonight, by the way. Yes, they are. They are suspending. I think they suspended, like, right now. I thought it's suspended at 8. I could be wrong. No streetlights once again. He's in the dark.
There's still gonna be so many people out on these roads.
All right, let's go back to here. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just taking a look at radar here real quick. It looks like our snowfall rates are starting to increase ever so slowly. There's been reports of snowfall rates up to 1.5 inches, maybe higher. We are starting to see those higher reflectivity values here in parts of New York, where we're just starting to see the most of the moisture make it into the state, and that correlates with the mesoscale discussion that we had put out, and this is something that we're going to expect to continue over the next little bit. I think the low pressure system itself is also starting to strengthen just a little bit. We talked a little bit earlier about the chance of thunder snow and how we could see that relatively soon. I would imagine that all of these sort of bands of convection that we're seeing are exhibiting some sort of normal thunderstorm-like convection properties. We can see that they do appear warmer than producing snow on radar. They're probably still producing snow, but I would expect to see some thunder snow once we start seeing this area of the precipitation make it onshore. It is getting pretty close down here in parts of Delaware and Virginia to seeing that make its way onto land, even parts of Maryland as well. So we might start seeing some thunder reports here soon in parts of New Jersey. These are just a few miles offshore right now, so maybe pretty soon.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Thank you, Drisky, for the super chat. My girlfriend Taylor and I love these streams. Looks like we're safe in Cleveland for once. You are. Believe it or not. I mean, I don't know if you're like fully safe, but at least you're safe. You're marked safe from any sort of significant snow. There will be some lake effect snow tonight into tomorrow near Cleveland. We're talking about maybe 6 to 10 inches in some areas, but this orange area would be where we would have the most significant snowfall accumulation. But yeah, across the board, again, our most significant snowfall will once again be across southern New England and New Jersey. We go back over to our snowfall map here. The dark red is going to represent exceeding 24 inches of snow if it loads, which I don't know if it will. All right, never mind, it's not loading. This is our winter storm severity index, and again, if you have not already seen this graphic, again, we are looking at basically our highest risk possible of a winter storm in the purple area. Those are the extreme categories. So that does include Boston, includes Plymouth, as well as Taunton, as well as Quincy, Providence. All of you guys are at least in an extreme risk right now of this winter storm. So again, that's the highest one on the scale that we could possibly have. Same thing with Provincetown, back into Providence, Rhode Island, and then back over here in Long Island and also eastern New Jersey, we also have an extreme risk. Again, that is basically like saying that this is a severe weather event, but in this case, it is like basically a high risk in a way, but for a winter storm. That's basically how it kind of correlates if we kind of compare the two. That's kind of the scale that we're on here. So this would be like a 5 out of 5 on the scale. The red is a 4 out of 5. That is our major risk, which goes from Manchester and Rockingham all the way back down into Delaware and also into Maryland. So all of these areas here are in a major risk of this winter storm. And then the orange is going to be that moderate risk, which includes Washington, D.C., back towards coastal Maine. And then the yellow is like that minor risk. And then anything beyond that is just nothing really. So again, we obviously have a very significant winter storm here. It's not very often that you have these many people in an extreme risk for a winter storm. Obviously, New York City is about 10 million people, and Boston and surrounding areas. I mean, across the board, we have like 25, 30 million people in an extreme risk for a winter storm. So And pretty impressive stuff. And here's the National Weather Service forecast. So again, that dark red area that you see here, that is where we're still forecasting exceeding 24 to 30 inches of snow. Anywhere in the lighter red will be 18 to 24 inches. So that's a 1.5 to... Bro, I'm sorry. I've been trying to look at this DoorDash driver that I have. I don't know where she's driving. She's like driving over lakes and stuff on my map, and it's actually creeping me out. I'm getting very distracted. I think she finally found the right road. It was all right, never mind. All right, let's go back over to Ryan Scholl. I wish I could show you guys, but it would just docks my location. It's pretty funny though. I mean, I've never seen something quite like it. She was driving across yards and everything else. I don't know. She might have really bad signal.
Oh, guys, you know what we're gonna be able to see? The Statue of Liberty.
Ryan Scholl.
Statue of Liberty. We're gonna be able to see the Statue.
So Ryan Scholl's heading into New York City right now.
If we might be close enough to see the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, he's approaching the Statue of Liberty. He's only like a mile or two out.
Be able to see the Statue of Liberty. We might be able to see the Statue of Liberty. I just, did not think of that. I do have my defrost on. It's been doing a great job today, though, so. In this weather, we're hoping so. I mean, I'm in frickin' New York City, man. I sure hope so. We'll see what we can find.
Got a little bit of blowing snow here as he crosses over the bridge.
I probably have my hopes too high.
This is New Jersey Turnpike. Heading into Bayonne as well as Greenville and Jersey City. Just passed by Newark a few moments ago.
But I see it on the map.
Look at that bridge.
So.
In the snow. He has 53 minutes before a travel ban.
Pretty dark out here for.
So Ryan Scholl, I mean anybody up here. I mean Tornado Page is going here too, but they got about less than an hour now until that ban.
No, it's all good now. The wiper's working just fine. So at least most.
Please get Dave's Hot Chicken. I had a lot of that when I was in Colorado the other week. I was at a conference. Love Dave's Hot Chicken.
We're on 78 East.
So yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. The reason why we're on him is he's heading into New York City right now. He's actually approaching...
We're taking a little bit of a different route.
The Statue of Liberty.
That's all we're doing. We're taking a little bit of a different route.
And so we'll maybe have a view of the Statue of Liberty. We've never had that on stream before, like, for this exact reason.
Oh, let's not hide someone.
So we're gonna go back to him in a second, but he's heading into New York City right now. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is on a side quest right now, approaching the original Mulligan's Restaurant and Grill near the Howell High School in Farmingdale.
It's only 8 o'clock.
I know, it feels like it's freaking like
10.
midnight, dude.
I know.
It's already...
Well, it's snow in Arizona. I don't know, not at least from this winter storm. I don't think any snow is really coming to Arizona, though, anytime soon.
Yeah,
These are what some of the side roads look like in New Jersey, and again, conditions are continuing to get worse. We also just got an update for our power outages. This is the completely wrong graphic. I don't even know what this is.
But
we do have now an upgrade to our power outages in Ocean County. in New Jersey. We've now gone up to over 8,000 customers without power now. That number was about 7,200 the last time we checked, and last time it updated about 20 minutes ago. So now it's up a little bit higher for power outages. We still have a little over, or almost 2,000 people without power in North Cumberland County, over in Eastern Virginia, and then north of Salem in Virginia, we have about 4% of customers without power right now. We do have a storm chaser out here. This is moderate motley. There's been some light snowfall coming down. Winds are gusting too, just south of Richmond. So no surprise, there's at least some isolated power outages coming into play. But again, this number is going to be a lot higher by tomorrow. I can only tell you that. I mean, these numbers are going to be, they're so low right now compared to what it'll be tomorrow morning. I honestly think we'll have probably close to 1 million people without power by the end of this event, if I had to guess. The coastal regions are going to get really hit hard by this winter storm.
We are good. Oh, it's a way better now.
All right, Ryan Scholl is on I-78 now. He's coming up towards the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah. It was just a build-up over like 5 hours of driving in snow.
Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Yeah, coastal flood warning has to do, it actually has more to do with the water, the inundation, because again, what we have here is a very strong low pressure system developing offshore, so we can get very large waves that crash ashore, and that can basically lead to coastal flooding. So it's almost like seeing, in a case like, you know, storm surge, but in this case, it's not as significant, does not go as far inland, but it impacts the coastal regions more than anything. We can get some flooding from that. Hey, Joe from the super chat, from Hampton Beach, New Hampshire. Love New Hampshire Beach, or Hampton Beach. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, wanted to talk about airport delays again. We have a number of flights that have been canceled. There's been a few more people in chat asking if they think their flights are going to get out tomorrow. This is that information for tomorrow for a number of airports. And actually, this list here is the most delayed airports in the U.S. And, of course, it's the airports that are in the nor'easter as well. So JFK, we've canceled 983 flights. LaGuardia has canceled 963. Boston has canceled 901. Newark has canceled 722. Philadelphia has canceled 581. And Reagan has canceled 337. And this is for tomorrow. And we're actually starting to see an increase in flight cancellations as well today. So taking a look at the misery map on Flight Radar, we took a look at this earlier, and there was a lot of green, there was some red, but it's now rapidly changing. Taking a look at airports like New York City, we are seeing a number of cancellations tonight as those as the conditions there are getting even worse. This is partly because of the snow, obviously, but also with the gusty winds, it's just making it really hard for crews to keep the runways clear. DC as well, we're starting to see an uptick in overall delays, and that same sort of thing in Boston. And if we take a look at the MRMS radar, we can see that these places are also, of course, seeing the heaviest snowfall, and we're probably going to continue to see heavier snowfall, especially where you have this mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And also, I want to mention that there was a civil emergency message that was issued for the entirety of the state of Rhode Island that has since been allowed to expire. It was in effect for about 30 minutes, but what that did is it sent an EAS alert to every single person in the state of Rhode Island, for probably about like 10 or 11 people, but they all got a message on their phone saying that the travel ban is in effect and that they need to stay inside their house and the time to prepare is over.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. I got my Culvers, and guess what, guys? It's back. For the first time in 2026, we have cheese curds. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll have to wait and see how this year goes.
Not there.
Back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who is now entered,
Got a while.
I believe now into New York. He's right next to the Statue of Liberty.
Only 88 miles.
Also, guess what, guys? DoorDash for the 1 millionth time did not give me a straw.
For dinner?
I don't know how this is possible.
Sandwiches.
No straw.
I've packed with me.
At least I have a couple straws here, because otherwise I've been shocked.
That's legitimately what I'm having to eat tonight.
It's a McDonald's straw. I haven't had Culver's in like at least I think 2 months. It's actually been a while. So again, roadways have deteriorated a lot here near Jersey City. He's coming up on some tolls.
Yeah, we don't.
Kind of crops in the side.
We're just out here.
Side country here in New Jersey.
Covering the storm for everybody, plus helping anybody who's stuck.
Gotta love the tolls. You can't drink Culver's through a McDonald's straw? My goodness, I'm drinking my drink with a McDonald's straw. I don't have many choices. I mean, do you want me to just not use a straw?
Holland Tunnel time, I think so. I have no idea how much the toll is, by the way. That's why I don't care, because it's an experience. I don't care if it's in a freaking snowstorm.
Joel could be getting charged $1,000 for this toll.
Yeah, people are saying they are going to throw a travel.
New York, you know what to do.
That's why we're going to get the heck out of here, is what we're trying to do. Look at these buildings, dude.
He's here for the experience.
Oh my gosh.
I've never seen so much pushback about using straws.
There's so many. Well, it's the planetarium. Oh, Gabby's gonna be so jealous I'm passing it. The planetarium, bro.
Stay in the left 2 lanes.
We're just not stopping. We really don't have time to stop while we're rolling through.
So, again, it seems like Ryan Scholl's gonna go into New York City. I don't think
that's why
he's going to the Statue of Liberty at least yet. He might do it after.
Because,
again, there's a travel ban in effect for New York City in about 45 minutes or so.
16.
So, continue to keep an eye on him.
He's running across, getting all his measurements, chat.
Looks like we got Ben Williams out of the car to measure snow. How much snow do you guys think has fallen in Farmingdale, New Jersey? Farmingdale, New Jersey. Let me know in the chat what you guys have a prediction for here. He's doing a measurement of snow.
Chat. Believe it or not.
Let me know what you guys think.
What do you got? And he's gone.
I mean, if I had to guess, I feel like that's about...
He's taking a piss, probably.
6-7 inches of snow.
He's going to add 4 inches? I trust him. I trust him, chat.
What? A lot of people are predicting between 5 and 8 inches in the chat. I don't think we have a snow number yet. I think he's peeing, so we'll go back to him in a second.
$15 bucks. That's okay with me.
Everybody in the chat, take a guess. How much snow is there on the ground right now?
Just guess the measurement. We're about to find out how much there is.
You measured 7 inches.
I'll give y'all a few seconds to take your guess.
Everyone in the chat, take a guess.
We're on 6.5 inches.
How much snow do you think there is?
Right between 6 and 7. Very fitting.
Just south of well, we're just near let's see. We're just north of Lakewood, near Freehold. So I measured both sides of the road. The right side of the road, my measurements were about 8, 8.5.
Actually?
Yeah, the other side of the road I was getting about 7, 7.5. So
I was close.
I'm gonna just middle point it and say like 7 to 8.
Yeah.
So that's how much snow's on.
We just measured right by Freehold or Farmingdale, 7-inch measurements and 8-inch measurements.
That's way ahead of schedule.
Way ahead of schedule.
Yeah, there's not supposed to be that much snow on the ground, so.
Yeah.
And they're doing a great job of plowing.
There you go.
And well,
7 inches, huh?
there's this is so confusing. You see it like green, and it's just it's like very confusing. Like the arrow should be next to the red one, you know? It's so
Bro, you just came over the radio the most suspicious way possible.
The roads don't have anywhere near that, and that just shows you they're doing a good job plowing. And Also, the roads, it took a little bit longer for that snow to accumulate. There's already a couple inches of snow in the grass by the time the roads were.
All right, so that's the latest in terms of snow. Over here at Freehold and Farmingdale.
City, on the interstate.
Ryan Scholl has now made it into Jersey City, New Jersey. He is getting onto the Holland, or going into the Holland Tunnel here in a moment, so he's probably going to lose signal, but he's about to be in
been stopped by slow traffic
New York City here shortly.
Times. So, I haven't. The surprising thing is, I haven't got anything on my phone for the travel ban yet. So, which is kind of odd. Go through the tunnel. Really? Am I? Freaking hope not.
Yes, you are going into a tunnel. At least that's what it says on the map. We're always going to be going into a tunnel.
I can guarantee you, by the way, there's going to be still so many people out on these roads after 9 o'clock. Unfortunately.
But he has a plow. He has a plow.
The garbage truck has a plow on it?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
So we had cement trucks, garbage trucks. I mean, all kinds of trucks out here with the plows. And his winds are starting to whip. 7 on the left side, 8. 7 on the left side, 8 on the right side. So, when I put the ruler down on the right side of the road, I saw it. I was a little bit shocked.
Well, dude, you put it down there, and I was like, "Dang, that got pretty
Riley
far
has an
down."
update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, camera slot number 2. This is an accident in New York near mile marker 64 at Hillside Avenue.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we got an accident. Can't really tell if there's a car. I wouldn't say a car stuck, but again, accidents are becoming much more frequent. Snow's getting a lot heavier, and it's only going to continue to get more significant as we go into the nighttime tonight and into early tomorrow morning. If you don't have to travel, stay home. It's very dangerous out there. We have a very large band of heavy
New York
snow.
City, we're going to Connecticut.
Stretching from Connecticut all the way back into Delaware and Maryland. Heaviest of the snowfall is ongoing right now in New Jersey, just east of Trenton. We have actually a pretty heavy band of snow where Connor's at. That's stretching from Medford and the Deptford area back into Wall Township and Long Branch. We also have some heavier bands of snow now making their way into Long Island near Smithtown and Brentwood. Look at the darker blues now popping up right across Long Island. And again, all of Long Island is still forecasted to see over 12 inches of snow. We'll probably have a widespread 20 to 24 inches of snow when this winter storm is all said and done. So, and very significant winter storm is heading your way. And it already has started, but it's only going to continue to get worse here over the next few hours. Alex of the sewer chat says that toll is $16 to $18 plus $9. Why is there a plus $9 on top of that? Looks like Scholl's going through another toll. Or maybe not. I don't know. I think he's going into a tunnel, though.
Because what in the world, dude? One lane. Stay in what lane?
So Scholl's going under a tunnel into New York City. You kind of see the skyscrapers up there at the top.
Here we go, chat. I might lose you guys. But we're going underwater. I don't know how long you guys will still be here.
If his connection stays to that tunnel, it'd be kind of impressive.
I promise I'm not ignoring you, Chappie. I promise. I promise.
I was gonna say they don't.
That's the Holland Tunnel.
So
they're wondering.
No, leave it at that.
Don't leave it at that, he says.
Yeah, don't say anything else, Garrett.
I just watched somebody just ditch their car in the middle of the road and just leave after they got a car.
How are we still going?
Let me go back over to... Hey, Zane, for the $5 super chat. Plow New York City will let you know if your block has been plowed. There you go. Now, I did see that website. They do have apparently snowplow cameras and stuff, too. There's a lot more accidents beginning to ramp up now. This is the accident, kind of an accident map. You see these red...
Welcome to New York.
That's good. If you see the red triangles here, these are all different accidents. And there is a lot of them across New Jersey, New York. Now, I mean, they're popping up everywhere. Actually, probably look at some of these cameras and see them too. But a lot of different accidents are now starting to pop up across the board here in New York and New Jersey. Let's go back to slot 3 here. This is what it looks like right now in Davisville, Rhode Island. Again, no snow really coming down yet. If anything, it's very light at this time. If we go a little bit further back to the west into Connecticut, one of the cameras here in Norwalk is completely covered over. On the other side of that camera, this is looking westbound on one of the railways here, and you can see the snow's coming down at a pretty good clip right now. Again, we're right around 1 inch of snow per hour coming down. And a little bit further down to the south. Actually, before we do that, this is Tornado Pagey. And they are currently located on the west side of New York City. They are not in Tuckertown, New Jersey. But they are behind some snowplows. Again, the snowplows are hard at work right now, keeping these roadways and interstates clear. Also, this is what it looks like at the porta potty cam over in Eastern Shore, Maryland. You can see the porta potty there on the right. The wind has gotten very intense here, and the visibility is actually very low now on this bridge. The other side of the bridge, you can see the camera and how much it's shaking. The snow is blowing from left to right here, and the winds again are gusting now near 50 to 60 miles per hour. Ryan's exiting the tunnel. Sounds good. We'll check him out in a second. Also got plows out here over in Sussex County, Delaware. Sussex County, again, no really big power outages yet, but power outages will become more likely over the next few hours.
You've got to be kidding me.
That's what downtown New York looks like right now. This is New York City.
Oh boy. Downtown right here. Yeah, we need to go back this way.
So Ryan Scholl has now made it his way to Canal Street near the New York City Fire Museum. Looks like a winter wonderland out here. Again, visibility is only about a quarter
out in New York City
to maybe half of a mile. So he's going to be probably stuck in traffic for a while, but he's over there in New York City now. We got all three chasers at the bottom of your screen. Alex at the Twitter chat said congestion pricing. Got it. That's crazy. It's a lot of money for tolls. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're already starting to receive a large number of snowfall reports, so we're just going to go through some of those real quick in addition to what they could see in the future. So a lot of places here that you're looking at in the light blues and the blues, those are places that have already seen, for the most part, 2 to 4 inches of snow. But we're already starting to get into the yellows on the NWS report scale, and that is anything over 6. So the few places that we are starting to see that is the northern parts of New Jersey, as well as the Long Island area. For the other part too, the models here are starting to tick up in terms of how much stuff that we're going to see. We're looking at another 2, maybe even 2.5 feet of snow in these areas. So we were talking about in the last video that we could see as much as 3 feet of snow. And it looks like that might become possible, especially as we're continuing to see a lot of our snowfall totals uptrend overall. Places like Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut haven't really gotten in on the snow yet. That's why we're not seeing any of those reports come in quite yet. But that is something that's going to happen in the near future, and they're probably going to end up seeing just as much snow as places like New York and New Jersey.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update on all the snowfall that we've seen so far. And again, we are still expecting well over, in most of these areas, well over another 10 inches of snow. That's an early look at, again, what we've at least had measured so far. And by the way, guys, if you have snow measurements, any sort of snow photos, you can send them in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We actually have gotten some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Let's go through some of those. This is one of the more recent photos from Jersey City. Love the broadcast. Thank you, Max. Appreciate that. Got a lot of snow on the ground there. This is over in Lower Marion Township, Pennsylvania, where a lot of snow is coming down. Again, winds are gusting a little bit. Not too windy, though, in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania should be marked safe from at least most of the power outages, but some isolated ones are possible in far eastern Pennsylvania for sure. This is on St. Mark's Place in New York City. Looks like literally a winter wonderland out there. And it will look a lot more like a winter wonderland by the time you wake up tomorrow morning with all the snow that is still on top of that. This is from... Oh, just broke. This is from West Babylon in New York City. Or New York, near New York City. Accumulation is picking up over the last hour. So this right here is in Long Island. Very large snowflakes. Again, all the snow is pretty wet, so it won't stack up as fast as fluffy snow, but even then, it's definitely stacking up pretty quickly, honestly. It's stacking up a little bit faster than I thought it would. Jersey City. Snow's picking up. Still a good amount of good amount of traffic on the roads, but visibility is getting low. And then you can see some of the skyline, the skyscrapers and whatnot. West Hampstead, New York, seeing good snowflakes. Less than 1/4 of a mile of visibility over in Scarsdale, New York. And we are starting to see some of those more intense bands of snow come through, which is why we are starting to see visibility dropping even further. And obviously, the winds are starting to pick up too, and they will only increase overnight tonight for most of you. Southbury, Connecticut. This is our first photo, I think, from Connecticut. We haven't had very many from Connecticut. Appreciate Annie for sending that in. It's from Courtney over in Springfield, New Jersey. This is the main road in Springfield as of about 7:30, so about an hour ago. But again, roads are still being plowed. It's just, again, the plows will not be able to keep up entirely with all the snow that we're going to be seeing. It's going to get a lot more significant overnight tonight. And then the village of Hampstead, New York, picking up quite a bit here as well. And again, if you have any photos or videos, there's a QR code on your screen. There's also a link on your screen. And there's a link in the description. Tornado Pagey, as we were just talking about plows, they are behind a convoy of plows right now. By the way, if you guys are not already, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Make sure to join our Discord server as well. If you have not already checked out all of our socials, we post lots of updates elsewhere, and we also have a big community of weather nerds over on Discord. There's links in the description for those as well. If you are new to this channel too, make sure to subscribe. Again, we are live here for winter storm nor'easter coverage here for the next several hours. We'll be live again tomorrow with in-depth winter storm coverage as well.
But they're just very slow. The roads they're keeping up with the roads. It's just very slow moving. Thank you, Benjamin. We appreciate it.
Thoughts on power outages for South Jersey? I mean, I think really anywhere in New Jersey has an equalistic chance. The coastlines will have the highest chance, but
If we have to, that's why they do that.
as we're speaking about coastlines, back over in Ocean County, we are now up to 8,500 customers without power. That number has been steadily increasing over the last couple of hours, just east of Trenton. So power outages are still going up there. And again, they're nowhere near done. We also have a small power outage in Essex County, which is over in Virginia. So power outages are starting to increase just a little bit. Again, we got heavy snow still making its way inland. The low pressure center is still a little bit offshore. It's basically located east of Delaware and Maryland. And then the winds are starting to intensify as well, especially for those coastal regions like Toms River, Surf City, Ashbury Park, and Long Branch. And most of these wind gusts should be approaching 60 to 70 miles per hour overnight tonight. Tomorrow morning will be a big one for New England. I do think southern New England is going to really get hit hard by the winds, and that's going to lead to a much more widespread power outage event. And I think across the board, the worst power outages will probably end up being down here near Foxborough, Plymouth, New Bedford, and back over towards Cape Cod. Wind gusts will be pretty much all over 60 miles per hour by tomorrow. So very significant nor'easter, again, is currently developing, and it's only going to continue to get worse for some of these areas tonight. We do have our very own storm chaser Ryan Scholl in downtown New York City, which again, travel ban goes into effect in about 26 minutes, I believe. It starts at 9. This is what New York City currently looks like.
Oh, there's a bridge here. Holy crap. We're good. We are good, guys. It's not the end of the world here. We just need to get out of New York City and not be a problem.
What'd you get from Culver's? I got tenders, fries, cheese curds, and that's it. And a drink, but came with it.
At least we're on FDR Drive, so it's more of an actual road instead of being stuck in the middle of town. So
Did you get cheese curds? I did. I should give a cheese curd to cheese curd. That sounds like a terrible idea. All right, so again, that is Ryan Scholl in New York City. Connor Croft has had a red light, PDS red light here, over in your Middletown. We do have a breaking update in New Jersey. The power outage number just increased again. Monmouth County, New Jersey now has at least an isolated power outage. About 6,300 customers are now without power. And again, keep in mind about 300,000 are tracked here. So that number has now increased just a little bit. We now have power outages in Delaware too. Milford, Seaford, and as well as Millsboro.
we're fine right now.
We are sitting at approximately 6,400 customers without power. So that's about almost 4% of the county. We also have power outages. We're starting to, the numbers are now growing. We have another one. Northampton County in southern Maryland is now at about 200 people without power. Very small one, but it's obviously there. So again, we are now seeing a lot more people, or a lot more places beginning to see those power outages. And again, it's still very early into tonight. We're going to see a lot more overnight tonight. And by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, it's going to be a very colorful map, which is not a good thing for power outages. So Connor right now is in Freehold, New Jersey. So very dark there, and then, you know, Ryan Scholl's in a completely different zip code. He's in New York City right now. And Tornado Pagey, by the way, and Bryce Shelton, they're not going to New York City. They're going north. They're heading towards Connecticut for tomorrow.
Keep her going.
Can you consider why it's not, or can you explain why it's not considered a hurricane?
Going. That's what matters. You
know, I did make a tweet earlier today on Twitter, and it was a joke, but I think people actually took it seriously. We have we're about to have a snow hurricane before GTA 6, which obviously there's no such thing as a hurricane, all right, or a snow hurricane. But an actual hurricane, like, our temperatures in the water have to be warmer than like 80 degrees. It actually has to be tropical. This is not tropical. This is a nor'easter. Very different stuff. Very cold waters that it's over. And so the winds are nowhere near as strong. If there was like an eye, it's not gonna be nearly as tight. It's just not the same sort of storm system. Ryan is coming to my state. There you go. Yeah, we'll have a storm for, obviously, we're live obviously tonight for the next few hours, but also tomorrow we will have Storm Chaser, Connor Croft, Storm Runner Media, Ryan Scholl, Tornado, Pagey, and Bryce Sheldon. They'll all be out there chasing. I believe Connor, I'm not sure if he's staying in New Jersey. I really don't know, but I know that Ryan Scholl and Bryce are going to be in New England tomorrow, and we'll have on-the-ground coverage there too tomorrow when we go live, so. And we are planning to be live pretty much all day tomorrow.
Keep
sunrise to sunset, probably, if I had to guess. Maybe not sunset, but we'll at least be live for the morning and afternoon on top of what we're doing here today. No weather jokes? Yeah, apparently I can't joke around about weather. I joked around about, you know, a snow ratio being a thing. Instead of a derecho. Snow ratio? It has a little ring to it. Snow-a-cane? Should get Snow-a-cane t-shirts. Be kind of funny. Riley has a more important update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to draw your attention to the Cape Cod area. More specifically, go click on the blizzard warning. We just got an update for this area, and we are now expecting winds to gust to 75 miles per hour in the Cape Cod area. So places like Provincetown, Eastham, Orleans, and Chatham, you could be seeing wind gusts to 75 miles an hour, along with 2 feet or more of snow.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, significant winter storm is on the way here in southern New England, and it's about to get a lot worse tomorrow. Wind gusts as high as 80 miles per hour are on the table, maybe even a little bit higher. So Cape Cod is at risk here for a pretty significant winter storm. You can see where Ryan Scholl's located right now. He's currently he's not far from downtown New York City. He's not far from New York University. He's kind of heading up through Manhattan right now. And then Tornado Pagey is currently going northbound. They're in some of the heavier bands of snow, too. This is what it looks like from them right now. We'll actually just go full cam to them. Actually, real quickly. A good skyline view here from Ryan Scholl in New York City. So you'd see, again, over here in Manhattan. A lot of people on the roadway still. And again, travel ban goes into effect in about 18 minutes. Still a lot of people traveling out there.
Midtown Tunnel. I'm just doing what my directions are doing. I'm sorry, guys. I have directions on my phone, and I'm just going to keep following them. So.
And then this is Tornado Pagey. And so they're traveling northbound right now through the northeastern section now of New Jersey. A lot of snowflakes coming down here. Again, we don't really have as heavy of snow where they are, but a heavier band of snow is pushing the Long Island right now. It's impacting JFK Airport, near the Jamaica Bay Wildlife Refuge, approaching Brooklyn and East New York right now. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're starting to get some of those 8:30 p.m. Eastern snowfall reports in, and the biggest one is out of Long Island, and it was an 8-inch snow report. There's a few in the 7 to 7.5 inch range, but 8 is the most or the highest snowfall total we've seen so far. And this area is still expected to see 1.5 feet, maybe up to 2 feet of additional snow.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, if we go over to the snowfall map here on the HRRR. This is what is forecasted for the remainder of this event. I mean, man, we're still expecting most likely 20 inches of snow on top of that. There's a possibility that Long Island could push towards 30 inches of snow. This is entirely a possibility. Looking at different models here, I mean, this one hasn't gone out far enough yet. But, I mean, at this point, like, there's a very solid chance that, I mean, this already includes what we've seen so far. And so almost all Long Island will probably be around 18 to 24 inches of snow on top of what we've already seen. So, again, a lot more snowfall is upcoming here. And we could easily be pushing towards 30 inches in some locations. I do think at the bare minimum, I do still think eastern New Jersey has a very solid chance at being around 30 inches, at least in some locations. Not everywhere, but like Toms River through Stafford Township. I do think we could have a few locations pushing closer to 30 inches, even though we're still expecting a widespread 18 to 24 inches. Definitely expecting some locations to try to push over that. Same thing with southeastern New England, Providence, back through Plymouth, just south of Boston, near Foxborough. I think this area will have a few locations around 30 inches too. I don't see that really changing either. I know there hasn't really been snow there yet, but it'll continue to get more and more significant here over the next 24 hours or so. Worst of the snow here for southern New England will likely end up being sometime around the morning hours tomorrow. I'm thinking around 10 to 11 o'clock tomorrow morning is when our heaviest period of snow will be in New England. I think New Jersey, the heaviest period will be over the next few hours, but it will linger all the way through tomorrow. Like, it's not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So, significant amount of snow is still on the way. And we now have a new power outage update. We're up to nearly 10,000 people without power in Ocean County in New Jersey. The number just continues to increase here in New Jersey. All right, let's go back to Connor. Connor's getting back on a highway here. This is near Marlboro in New Jersey. Back onto Highway 18 going northbound. And this is what it looks like on that highway right now. And there's no cars on it, looks like, at least where he's at. And no streetlights either.
Season, maybe.
Yeah, it does not like streetlights.
Probably do it, honestly.
Yeah. Says we can be in Providence, Rhode Island by 12:43.
Really?
That's what it says. But I don't even know if I want to do that now, because if it's really going to be just as bad down here, even more.
Other than the wind, I mean, the snow might be.
Mesmerizing snow drive.
Wind blowing the snow off the trees.
I agree.
Now we're in an more open highway. So.
Thank Mike for becoming a member.
Yeah, we'll have to.
You know what each chaser's using to drive in these conditions? I actually don't know what car Connor's in, because he's chasing with Stormrunner Media. I honestly don't know what anybody drives. I know. Well, actually, I was about to say I know what Tornado Pagey and Bryce drive, but they're also not even driving in their normal car. I don't know what anybody's driving, to be honest. I don't know what any of our 3 chasers that we have out there currently in these areas are driving in. Probably not a good thing. Probably should know that.
It is beautiful out here.
It is.
Connor's in his car?
No denying that.
Well, if he's in his car, he's in a RAV4. I believe.
Like, tomorrow, like, this is all gonna look insane.
Oh, yeah.
Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. It's over in the village of Hampstead, New York, where the snow is picking up. It's a walking POV. Baltimore, Maryland actually has accumulating snow now. It's not sticking to the roads, but it is sticking to those tree branches and also the grass. Once again, Baltimore is kind of one of those, it has that heat dome effect, so it keeps the ground warmer for a longer period of time, and the concrete is likely still above freezing. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and Beast for the super chat. Scranton, Pennsylvania, probably somewhere around 8 to 12 inches. This is in New York City from Zane, over in Queens. That's in New York City, plenty of snow coming down there. Again, we got some of our heavier bands of snow moving through that area right now. Lacey Township, New Jersey. Heavy wind, trees are cracking here. So, well, not exploding trees, but they are cracking apparently. And this is Joe in Upper Dublin Township, Pennsylvania. Very heavy snow there. That looks like a lot of snow right now. Obviously, there's been for some of these areas, there's already been snow on the ground for a while. So some of it's kind of stacking on top of each other. And then this is from Billy over in Schmong Township, New Jersey. Your rock. I'm guessing you meant to say you rock, but your rock. I don't see my rock here. A lot of snow there. Big snowflakes. Galena, Maryland also has a lot of snow coming down. And then this is from Byron over in Smithtown, New York, where looks like we already got upwards of, 8 to 12 inches here. I mean, that looks like a lot of snow already. Again, if you have any photos or videos, there's a QR code on your screen. It's also the link on your screen here. Thank you, Angus, for becoming a member. Looks like Connor is now behind some snowplow activity over here in New York, or not New York, in New Jersey, near Marlboro, going up towards Robertsville and Old Bridge. There are so many snowplows out there right now, keeping these roads clean and safe for those that have to drive. This is also from Storm Chaser Ben Williams, who is with Connor right now. This is just south of New York City. You can see the huge snowflakes coming down. This is at a gas station. Thank you, Beast, for the super chat. Yeah, wind is picking up right now. Let me go over to... Actually, real quickly, let me go over to METAR data here. If I can find it. These are our wind speeds right now. This is not necessarily wind gusts. These are just wind speeds on the map here. And you can see the winds right now gusting across, or at least the normal winds right now across New Jersey are right now around 15, 20 miles per hour. We click on some of these locations, the winds are actually gusting closer to 30 to 40 miles per hour. So the winds are starting to intensify right along the immediate coastline here of New Jersey and back into Delaware. Winds are still a little bit lighter, a little bit further inland. And again, as we go into tonight, wind gusts will be getting closer to 60 miles per hour for most of these coastal regions. Hence why we have an increasing risk right now of power outages. Actually, good news. A little bit of the power outage number did go down a little bit in Ocean County. It was at about 9,500, nearly 10,000 people. It's gone down about 1,000 people, so that's good news. But again, winds will continue to intensify, and we are going to continue to see power outages increasing. So make sure if you are, in New Jersey, Long Island, Southern New England, make sure that you are ready for power outages. Have flashlights ready to go, phones, devices charged up. Any sort of light source will be good for you to have charged up. If you have, a generator, have that ready to go too, because there is a very real chance that tonight or even sometime tomorrow you could end up losing power due to how high the winds are going to be. The highest risk for power outages right now is going to be across southeastern New England. So we're talking Hartford, Providence, Boston, Cape Cod, and again, pretty much anywhere in Rhode Island. You guys are under that highest risk for power outages, as wind gusts will be up near 80 miles per hour at times. And on top of that, there will be wet snow sticking to the power lines, which will make things that much more dangerous.
Thank you so much.
After like a 12-hour stream, I'll close my eyes, I'll see a tree line and snowflakes falling in black and white. And I will be like, dude, I can't even escape this bullshit when I'm with my eyes closed. I still have to chase snow even when I close my eyes.
I don't know what Connor's talking about, but all right.
That is hilarious. I'm glad it's not only me.
It happens to me, and it's every time I chase a storm.
Dude.
iPod Touch? Yeah, if you guys got an iPod Touch, if you got...
Storms are an absolute grind, but...
anything, I mean, if you have an iPod Touch, you could charge it up and it's a light source. I mean, that's one way to do it.
You know, you've accomplished something or done something.
Yeah.
But... travel plan thing, just wing it.
I had my radio muted for a second. What'd you say?
I just came past my first sign that says travel ban.
Brian Scholl is still in New York City right now. He is now going up Interstate 278.
It says 2 hours and 15 minutes. Luckily, I'm really not in a rush. 71 miles. 71 miles. We have a hefty toll bill by the end of this, so... oh well, I guess.
Also, Tornado Pagey, they are heading...
Derek said, just made it.
They just went over the George Washington Bridge. And this is what it looks like currently. Just a little north of New York City, near the Bronx on the north side. We're actually not far from the New York Botanical Garden.
Hello, Moist.
Hope you're doing well and staying dry. Yes.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, on the topic of power outages, I think it's important that we cover some safety concerns and how to keep yourself safe if a power outage does occur. So first off, you have to be careful with alternative heat sources. Candles and space heaters are one of the biggest fire risks, and you have to stay warm mostly by also bundling up, keeping doors closed, things like putting plastic wrap over your windows for a little bit of extra insulation, placing towels on cracks. So for example, if you have a gap under your door where some air can get through, close that off and just trap as much heat inside as you can. Unfortunately, one of the things that we saw during the Tennessee ice storm and Mississippi ice storm was that there were a lot of people who improperly used generators, and that was actually one of the leading causes of fatalities from that event. If you are going to use a generator, make sure that is at least 20 feet away from doors, windows, garages, anything that would be an enclosed space, to make sure that we're not risking carbon monoxide poisoning. And of course, follow the instructions that are in the manual and on the device for proper use as well. Don't plug too many things into a generator. If you have a lot of stuff in your house, sometimes it's not reasonable that a generator is going to be able to power everything. So make sure that you're only plugging in what it can actually power. Don't overwhelm it. And then also just check on your neighbors. Make sure your family is safe. Make sure your neighbors are safe. And the best people to help you out are those around you if there is a bad situation.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, those are some safety tips here as this winter storm continues to ramp up. And one of the most important things is to make sure you're checking in on friends and family.
Lori said, RIP the wagon. No,
we are expecting tomorrow to again be a lot more significant in nature. Really, the overnight hours will be one of the worst time periods, but even tomorrow morning will be very significant here across the Northeast. Renato Pagey is, again, in New York City. They're near the Bronx. Coming up on it right now. Same thing with Ryan Scholl.
Hello, Scotsman. Welcome in.
Work on getting...
We weren't live when it blew up. Nope. We were driving home.
This is Ryan Scholl's view. Again, he's also in New York City right now, but he's heading northbound towards the Bronx. Thank you, Chronic, for the super chat. I'll definitely check out the video. Thank you. He has a really good dash cam. These aren't dash cams. These are like actual cameras that these chasers are using. I should say higher quality cameras.
Pretty slow through here now.
You know, until for the 20 months. Appreciate that. So yeah, that is what it looks like right now in New York City. Our page is also going through. Connor's been buying some plow trucks for a while.
Yeah, okay, the icon kind of looks like the GFS.
Morganville, New Jersey.
Something I'm noticing is the closer I get to...
That's where this is happening. Pretty slow right now. Again, most of New Jersey is under that travel ban for 35-mile-per-hour roadways. By the way, DoorDash in New York City has shut down. I believe now. I think it has now actually shut down. I don't think it was legit shut down until the last hour. Unless it starts in 5 minutes. I don't remember which time it was. Riley, do you know what time it was?
Pretty close where we need to go.
Yeah.
DoorDash was supposed to shut down at some point in New York City tonight. I wonder if that means Uber Eats is in the same ballpark. I think it's 9, so if you need DoorDash, you got maybe a minute. It closes in 1 minute. It's the winter storm.
Folks, if you're just joining us, we are in New York City.
8:30. Never mind. It's close.
Folks, until the travel ban goes into effect. 2 minutes until we have to stop right where we are on I-95. We have to stop, and we have to just take shelter until noon tomorrow. Can't move another inch.
Bro's gonna stop on the interstate and just sit there. It's terrible.
We're in the Bronx. Manhattan.
Imagine everybody just stops at the same time on the interstate because of this travel ban. Just a parking lot. Hate to break it to Bryce, but he only has 30 seconds to do it.
Roads aren't too bad through here. Not yet. We're getting that way.
He had to stop. Travel ban means can't go anywhere else.
Pretty cruddy.
Wouldn't be surprised if some people did that. I wouldn't either.
There's sure a lot of people out for a travel ban.
Once again, if you're tuning in, this is the Bronx on the north side of New York City, north of LaGuardia. All right, he has to stop. Isn't that what he said?
Will said Bryce is cracking me up. Hey, Mama G, good to see you.
All right, folks.
$500 fines if caught.
Thank y'all for.
Well, there's gonna be a lot of people getting caught. I mean, by the looks of it.
Y'all ready to go to New England? Get some chowder.
By the looks of it, we got about.
I think.
Yeah, that's a lot of money on the table. I mean, we got like.
Yeah, Bryce has.
I don't even know how many cars we've seen in the last few minutes, but there's about like 50 cars. At this point, Ryan Scholl and Tornado Pagey are in trouble. Ryan Scholl is still in New York City. Is it actually $500 fines? Oh my god. I mean, they've been catching a lot of people, I gotta say. I mean, like... I don't know how many cars on the roadway, but you can only imagine. I mean, it's just one sector of New York City.
Alright, the travel ban's in effect. Where should we stop? Right here in the middle of the road? Does it look like the plows are listening? The travel ban police.
Time to put in park. Why haven't you parked your car yet? See if he responds. Radio into him.
Grifter said chowder.
That's right.
Hey, ready for becoming a member? Gonna make sure I got my Zolo.
So I think the temperature source is probably a local, maybe like an ASOS station or something. I don't even know.
All the essentials are legal?
Yeah, it's 32 for sure.
32.
This is somewhere the plow wagon hasn't been yet.
Where's the travel ban? It's New York
We're trying
City.
to find a good spot here to park.
Grab some
This travel
wagon.
ban is now in effect, apparently, so I don't know.
Thank you for your insight.
Should we ask all these other people why haven't they parked their vehicles yet?
I cannot hear him. I gotta turn this up.
Should we ask all these other people why haven't they parked their vehicles yet?
Yeah, can you scream up the window and just see what everybody's doing on the road right now? Get some, like, real interviews going.
Yeah, just a second. Hang on.
I was gonna get some real interviews.
It's now in effect, apparently, so I don't know.
I got an idea. It might work if you throw a snowball at somebody's window. Maybe they'll pull the window down. Hey, Speed for the super chat.
Max, I don't think these people want to talk. Nobody's even looking over my way.
I don't think anybody wants to be out there. That's the problem. It might work if you throw a snowball at somebody's window. Maybe they'll pull the window down.
Not in New York.
Max, I don't think these people want to talk. Nobody's even looking over my way.
Oh my goodness. I love how they have radios now. We can just talk to chasers. This is like honestly, these are like some of the most chill streams compared to severe weather. You can't have these conversations when we got an outbreak happening. But you can when there's not much, I mean, when it's snowing, it's different. A whole different ball game.
Once we get around all these curves, drop off into the snowbank.
Yeah, there's a lot of curves.
Yes, again, there is a travel ban in New York
Like
City.
we literally are forced to continue north.
Ryan Scholl is also violating it, but I mean, again, they're driving away from the town.
Yes, we have seen a few wrecks out here today, for sure.
It's kind of hard too. I mean, you can't even go the speed limit and stuff, so like technically you are traveling slower,
It's non-existent, apparently.
and so it is harder to get out of the city. That is for sure.
Back 27 minutes because
Storm Chaser Connor Croft has been behind some snowplows here for a while. This over an old bridge, New Jersey.
Yeah, no, Luke, anything that's white just looks the same to me now. I've seen so much snow this year. It all looks the same. This is a cooked exit.
And Connor's chased no less than like 20 times for snow this year, at least. I haven't seen a single snowflake in the last like 5 years, I want to say.
Well, then this stupid giant blizzard happened, and you can't really skip this, so.
Storm Runner Media gifted 5 memberships. Like
Hey.
W's.
And you can tell by, you know, just the views and the social media interest that everyone's also burnt out on snow because
Yeah.
Back over to Tornado Pagey.
There goes this car in front of us. You see that?
Yep.
A lot of people on the roads. There are still quite a bit of people on the roads. I mean, again, a lot of them are essentials, and granted, we're looking at New York City. This is, again, one of the busiest places going. Like, you're gonna see a lot more people here than anywhere else. So, it's to no surprise why so many people are on the roadway. I mean, this is a very highly populated area.
These people taking it.
And there are people that are traveling for a reason and have to, like, drive somewhere. But obviously, there are going to be select people that just drive for really no reason.
Snow we've seen on the road all day. Right
It
here
says
in New York
it's
City.
89 degrees here.
I wish.
I wish it was too.
Connor is violating the travel ban too. Is there one in New Jersey? If so, what is it?
So yeah, we're just gonna stick in New Jersey, guys.
Are storm chasers essential? I don't honestly know. I don't know what category they would technically fall into. I mean, it is technically their job to be out there, so I don't think there's a problem with it, but I don't know. Car stuck today, 4. Yeah, we're at 4.
Yeah. And you know what? Even if we had the
New Jersey has a travel ban, but media is exempt. Yeah, I mean, technically, they're media.
I don't know if it's feasible or not. So
That is true.
without driving ourselves insane.
May or may not be feasible.
So we'll stick. We'll probably stick down here, New York City area.
Don't shower in a thunderstorm.
If it snows
That
all
is
night,
illegal.
OMG, well, it will be. Most of you guys are gonna have snow all night. Riley has an update.
It just all depends on
Go ahead,
where we.
Riley.
Hey Max, so New Jersey actually has a couple of travel bans in effect. They had one that started at 6 for public transportation, so that is buses, light rail, access link, and trains. But then they also had the 35-mile-per-hour restriction go into effect at 3 p.m. And then at 9 p.m. they shut off all traffic completely. New York is also under that travel ban starting at 9 p.m. New York's is expected to go through noon tomorrow, and New Jersey is expected to be done at 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's an update on the travel bans.
That's a lot of freaking people.
Back to Ryan Scholl. He's just north here of New York City. He's near the Bronx still. Hasn't fully exited yet.
So let's pick an actual lane here is what we should be doing. Obviously, that's not what's happening.
What is going on here?
Freaking out. I get it, though. I get it. Just get past is my main concern. And then we get over because oh, come on, man. That's not a lane.
This guy's going.
Not.
I can't pick a lane. Oh, that isn't a lane.
It.
That's why. Wow. Okay. Maybe I'm dumb. Thank you, Visual, for the super chat. What's Bethlehem, Pennsylvania look like? I'm still expecting around 12 to 15 inches of snow there. I think it will be on the higher side. Anything near Allentown. Or 10 to, I would say 10 to 15. A little bit larger of a range.
There's not a lot of traffic there.
I still think Eastern Pennsylvania will perform pretty well. Also, our power outages, let's do a little update there. We haven't done one in a little bit. Back over in the Mid-Atlantic. Let me take off the weather layer here. We do have an increasing amount of power outages. The Monmouth County, New Jersey, has actually dropped again, so we're back down to about 4,900 customers without power. It almost got to 10,000. There was a pretty significant outage there. Ocean County is back down to 6,200 without power. Atlantic County's at 1,700. Near Wilmington and Salem County, New Jersey, we are sitting at 666. Kent and Sussex counties combined a little over 10,000 people, so big outage just happened recently in Sussex County, probably near the coastline. There's a lot of wind that is picking up now. And back down into parts of Virginia, we have some isolated power outages all across eastern Virginia right now, and also in southern Maryland. New England really shouldn't have any. We'll check it real quick, but New England hasn't really had any actual weather yet. Let me do... Nope, we're trying to do regions here. So this is what we got so far. 215 people without power. That's it. It's a very small number, but that number will increase a lot more tomorrow. Is it Monmouth County? Or Monmouth? Boston Harbor? I don't know why I just went Boston accent with that. I'm here for the city pronunciations. Thanks. Appreciate it. We might be the worst ever when it comes to city pronunciations. Commercial ban in Connecticut? That is correct. So again, travel ban is now in effect for New Jersey. There's still plenty of people out there, but this is over in Old Bridge, New Jersey.
A little stronger here because it's kind of open.
Moving up towards Amboy here.
Blowing off roofs and stuff. So yeah, if anyone in the chat.
Ashley with the super chat saying how much snow for Worcester, Massachusetts?
Just let us know.
I would say I'm still leaning towards like 18, 24 inches. I'd say probably 20. That'll be my guess for tomorrow. You know what we should do? We should low-key do something really, like, fun. Where
let's do a little vote. Who's ready for
maybe more for next
spring?
winter, but we should do, like, a forecast challenge for me, Riley, and, like, I mean, anybody else who wants to participate. Basically doing, like, a snowfall map and seeing who's actually right. Or do, like, 5 select cities or something and predict how much snow those cities are going to see. And see how close together we are. Or how close or how far off we are from the actual total. That'd be really cool, I'm not gonna lie. It would actually be kind of fun, I think. We should do that next winter. Couldn't even do it this winter, but we don't have a whole lot more winter storms left after today. Could have one, maybe. I mean, we're gonna have a few more in the Northeast, it looks like, over the next couple weeks, but... I feel like that'd be fun. Ethan with the $10 super chat. Any chances of snow in Minnesota? There will be a little bit of snow, I think Tuesday. But there won't be much, just some light snow showers. You sound a little bit like Tim the Tatman, bro. What? A Cookie for the super chat. How many more inches in New Bedford, Massachusetts? Well, I don't think really any of Massachusetts has seen anything yet, so it won't be really much additional snow. Maybe just starting to see some snow now, but I'm still leaning in this area probably closer to, 15, 18 inches of snow. We will transition into rain at some point back over in Cape Cod and Nantucket, so it will not be all snow for this event. It will transition to rain, at least for a little stint. Visual super chat saying, you really think 12 to 14 for Allentown just knocked down 3 inches over the next, or below the last 48 hours? I think it's going to be right around there. I mean, even the National Weather Service forecast, they have you on the line of the 8 to 12 to 18 inch range, and I mean, I don't know how much snow you've already seen, but that would be what's coming, so. Baltimore's no longer part of the conversation. Washington, D.C. and Baltimore have downtrended. Unfortunately, if you wanted snow, you're not going to get as much. I mean, D.C. is down to only maybe 2 to 3 inches from here on out, maybe 3 to 4. And then Baltimore is in the 4 to 6 range. So we're going to be under half a foot. If you're in the yellow, if you are in the orange, red, dark red colors, anywhere in this area, at least 6 inches of snow is expected for you guys. Lucky with the super chat asking about Norristown, Pennsylvania for snow. Let's see. Norristown gonna be in the 12 to 18 inch range there too. Somerset County in Maryland is now at about 10% without power. We do have some cameras that are down in these power outage areas. I'm curious to see. We're gonna go full screen. We'll do slot 3 here. I want to go a little bit further down to the south to see if we can see. Wow, look at this. This is back over in Sea Isle City, New Jersey. There's a beach there. There's some pretty big wind gusts coming through here right now. Barely see out there. Winds have really intensified. Yeah, winds are intensifying across the board. Sussex County, New Jersey, and Delaware. Winds are picking up here a lot, too. Again, winds are constantly gusting now over 40 miles per hour. This is a camera on a bridge. And I mean, this camera's shaking like crazy. This is near Ocean City in Delaware. John with the super chat says, I'm glad I'm in New Smyrna Beach. Everyone north of the storm, stay safe and watch max velocity. Appreciate that. Yeah, Florida is staying clear from this storm. Other than the cold, it is a little bit colder, that's for sure. Lisa with the sewer chat just said engagement during max velocity live stream. There's no way you got engaged during my live stream. That would actually be crazy. While watching the max velocity stream, we got an engagement. Now that'd be cool. That might be, I don't know if that's the first, but it could be. Where you're born from? I'm in Florida, so.
Welcome in, guys.
It is cold
just
tonight. Cold front came through.
The beautiful views.
It's down into like the 60s, I think.
Rochelle, New York.
Getting cold. Getting cold down here. Just saw Cantori in Plymouth, Massachusetts. We're screwed. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Thank you, Ruby, for the gifted membership. Never a good thing when Cantori's in your town. Look at that convoy of plows up there. This over New Rochelle, New York. I think Tornado Pagey and Ryan Scholl are now next to each other. Pretty much. Guys, I know Bryson Page proposed. I completely forgot. I didn't forget about it. Just didn't. I mean, I meant like off stream, not talking about on stream. But at the same time, it did not really pop in my head for some reason. Thank you, Zane, for the super chat. To all New York drivers, Never park on the right side of the road. All plow trucks are designed to push towards the right. True. Also, I had another super chat. I don't know where it went. Somebody asked about a place in New Jersey, and I don't know where it went anymore. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, starting to get some more snow reports in, and the highest snowfall total is now up to 9.4 inches. This is in Howell, New Jersey, that is located in Monmouth County.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. And for those that keep reminding me, yes, Paige got engaged on live stream. I did not forget. It just, for some reason, did not pop up in my head. Appreciate the super chat. Looks like Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl and Tornado Page are now both outside of New York City, so no longer in that travel ban area.
Only 170. Okay, so 305. That's not terrible for a toll.
I say I-95 has such a weird.
There's more plows going on the interstate.
Turn in New York City.
More plows just got on the interstate, bro.
Plows are cooking. They are angry for the
really
super chat.
Don't have places to be.
I think Sussex County will easily be overfoot, probably closer to 15, 18 inches for you guys. Back to standing mode. Snowplow there on the right. It's back over to Connor in Old Bridge, New Jersey.
So is it like you wake up and your arm is asleep? Like you can't like.
Yeah, it's just a
like a tingling feeling.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you have to like shake feeling back into it.
Shaking a little bit, yeah. Usually fine after like usually a minute, maybe exaggerated. Maybe it feels like a
Cat's
minute,
in here.
It's probably after
She has arrived.
Seconds,
okay. All right. Now I've had it where I sleep the wrong way. I've had it to where I sleep the wrong way before, and I wake up and my entire arm.
Look at that car on the left flying.
Like if I hold
those
it,
cars are going
flop.
fast.
And so I have to like shake it back. It'll take like 5 minutes for full feeling to come back.
All of New Jersey has a mandatory
I'll never forget
speed limit of 35.
It was a hotel room, and I woke up at like.
Those cars are flying on the left.
And like at first I was like, why the. Jesus, I was like, why the heck am I awake? And then I was like,
Or maybe Connor's just going slow. I don't know. That plow truck's going pretty quick too.
And it was underneath me, so I'd been laying on it for who knows how long. And so I like sat up, freaked out because my entire arm, like elbow down, was entirely limp, and started like shaking.
The blood finally got over there.
I was just like violently shaking it, like I couldn't squeeze my hand. I seriously couldn't move it. And so I was like, okay, great. I just accidentally
go to Culver's order.
Circulation to my arm in the middle of the night for 4
I usually get the Butterburger, but not tonight.
In like within 3
I just got
minutes,
the chicken tenders.
I could move it again, and then within like 10 minutes, I had full feeling, range of motion, and no tingles anymore.
Never had a big problem. I just sleep on my elbows.
Yeah.
Well, we could try it. See if we can get across the river. So maybe the bay, maybe the Hudson is closed on.
Northeast drivers don't care.
Bro,
yeah, I mean, there hasn't been that much snow. Here is what
Kentucky. I think it might be right along the.
This is what the governor of New Jersey said about the mandatory travel restriction, which goes in effect in New Jersey. It already started, goes until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So again, that's the latest from New Jersey. We do have, again, state of emergencies in effect for 6 different states because of this winter storm. The map has continued to expand here over the last several hours. We got, again, a few, including Massachusetts. We have Rhode Island, Connecticut. We have at least 22 counties in New York included in this, New Jersey, and also Delaware that are under state emergencies here tonight for this winter storm, as we are expecting widespread 1 to 2 feet of snow for most of these areas. And then on top of that, There will be very high winds that'll lead to power outages, blizzard conditions all throughout tomorrow morning and into the afternoon tomorrow. It is going to get very dangerous very quickly. Again, New England hasn't really seen a whole lot yet, but we now have the entire state of Rhode Island covered in snow. The first snow is starting to make its way up into Boston. Very light snowfall now making its way into Taunton, as well as Attleboro, Franklin, and Milford, and that's just going to continue to increase in coverage here over the next several hours. Long Island is still being draped in very heavy snowfall. Not really seeing that winding down anytime soon. Almost all of New Jersey is also seeing some fairly heavy snowfall. Philadelphia, Trenton, back over in Toms River, Stafford Township, Atlantic City. All of you are dealing with heavy snowfall at this hour. Also, we do have a report out of Milton, which is in Sussex County, Colorado, or Sussex County in Delaware, not Colorado, of a 6.7-inch snow measurement. Not even kidding. That is what they measured. Thank you, Ginny, for the $20 super chat. Lower Bucks County across Delaware from Trenton, New Jersey, 18 to 24 inches. I'll go ahead and go on the snowfall map again, but basically this does not already include what we've had so far, but if you are in that red shaded area, we are expecting an additional 18 to 24 inches of snow. That's pretty much all of New Jersey. Very few select areas are not in that. If you're like right along the coastline here of southern New Jersey back towards Philadelphia or inland locations, those are areas that'll be around 12 to 18 inches of additional snowfall. And again, that's only additional snow. This is only what we're seeing from here on out. It does not include what we've already seen. And the dark red is still we're expecting over 2 feet of snowfall.
A lot of people for.
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa! Mayor Mondami has issued a state of emergency.
Mondami ain't playing.
There it is.
Hey, Balance for the super chat. Just recently moved from Manhattan near Central Park. Never experienced something like this. How much snow do you expect in Manhattan? Still expecting, with what we've already seen too, probably around 20 to 24 inches.
Yeah, no, but people talk about sleep paralysis all the time. Like, I'm thankful to not, like, have ever experienced it, but if I ever did experience it, I'd probably be terrified to ever fall asleep again. So hopefully I never experience it.
22 inches in Philly when it's over? I don't think we're going to see 22 inches in Philly. If we see 22 inches in Philly, I'd actually be really surprised.
I could just sleep on my stomach, but...
I do think Philadelphia, though, will be somewhere around 15 inches when we're done.
I either sleep on my side or my stomach.
22 inches would definitely be overperforming.
Like my arm over a pillow. It's a really weird position, but it's comfortable.
As long as you have mouth tape.
Yeah. I did use
mouth tape.
I
feel like I just
I've used it. I've used it like once, and I woke up and I'd even.
We do have some of our first preliminary snowfall numbers coming in as of 10 o'clock tonight. These are select locations across the board. I'm just going to kind of list off some of them already that we've seen. The highest total that we've seen in Connecticut so far is 3 inches of snow in Wilton. Again, these are as of 9 o'clock Eastern. So this is all coming in now from different observations. Again, you might have higher numbers at this point in your location, just going over what they've submitted so far. The highest number right now in Delaware is in Selbyville, which is at 5.5 inches of snow. Maryland, the highest number is Boonesboro, which is at 5.3 inches. New Jersey, the highest number is Colts Neck, which is at 7.8 inches. And then in New York, in Manorville, that is the highest number right now. We're at 8 inches of snow. And again, if we've already seen 8 inches in New York, we're talking the possibility of overperforming, you know, possibly over 22, 23 inches of snow in some spots. Highest number in Pennsylvania is in Chadsford Township at 4.8 inches. Virginia's at 6 inches in Wintergreen. And then West Virginia in Cannon Heights is the highest number right now, which is tied with Meadow Bluff at 6 inches. So those are some of the highest numbers so far. In terms of peak wind gusts so far from this event, at State Route 1 on IRIB North, the highest wind gust that we've had is 51 miles per hour. Lewes has hit 45 miles per hour. In Maryland, at the Ocean City Municipal Airport, you've also hit 45 miles per hour. New Jersey has hit 46. Stony Brook in New York has hit 45. North Carolina in Wagner hit 58 miles per hour. That was actually our highest wind gust so far from this nor'easter, which is, you know, much further south than, you know, where our low pressure center is. And then South Carolina at 53 in Charleston, and then Virginia, York split at 54. So that's what we've seen so far. Hey, PA Storm Trackers for the raid. Appreciate that. Hey, you playing for the super chat? I'm just above the N in New York on your map, and it is dumping about 4 inches so far. Got a lot of snow falling right now.
Did you get that light bar put on the back of your car?
Yeah, I have it. I don't have it on, but I have it on my car.
Did you program it for like the cruise mode where it just burns solid?
I'm not sure what Compic did. I'm pretty sure.
Baltimore is also missing out again. Washington, D.C. is missing out.
I like rolling with it on cruise where
a lot of those areas are
solid.
missing out.
Like 2 reds and all yellows. And people leave you alone.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's probably a good idea.
It makes you look more like utility or media or whatever, because if you're out here with actual lights on the back and your car doesn't look like just, you know, some local, they'll, like, they might ask you what
Got
you're
a
doing.
car off the side of the road
leave
there.
you alone, as long as you're not just in the way.
Right, well, there's a ton of traffic out on this highway going to New York City, so...
Yeah, it's a little more dead over here.
I mean, I would imagine, but yeah, it's not dead here.
Thank you, Valerie, for the super chat. I sent you a video on Instagram of ball lightning recorded on a ring camera. Sounds good. Thank you, Antonio, for the super chat. I think really anywhere in at least southern Nantucket is going to be around, you know, or not Nantucket, southern Connecticut will basically be anywhere around 18 to 24 inches of snow. I think Hartford and maybe some of these areas a little bit further north will probably be a little bit lower, maybe closer to 12 to 15. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. Yeah, anywhere like in Eckhart, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, again, I think this area here has the best potential still of getting close to 30 inches of snow. I think we're at least gonna have around 20, 25 inches of snow. And Egg Harbor Township's kind of in the same boat. I mean, I think it's pretty likely we'll at least get around 18 inches, if not more. So I do think New Jersey is still going to overperform. Western half of the state is different, but if you're right near the coastline, that is where the most significant snowfall, I think, is going to happen tonight from this, you know, winter storm event. Look at all the traffic, by the way, going northbound in Larchmont, New York, where Shoal is, bottom right of your screen. There is a lot of people driving north right now. It's all on I-95 going up towards Greenwich, Port Chester, and Bridgeport. Hey, William, for the super chat. Hey, Region, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. What's the barometric pressure? I think it's... Riley, can we get the exact number? I think it's down to probably about 993, if I had to guess now. Again, the pressure hasn't even dropped that much, corresponding to what's going to be tomorrow morning. We'll get the exact number, though, here in a second. But it was supposed to be down to, it's supposed to be down by the time we wake up tomorrow morning around sunrise. It's going to be down to around 968 or so. So it's going to be dropping a lot here tonight. And keep in mind, the pressure was at about 1,000 millibars about maybe 4 hours ago. So it's already dropping a lot. How far up in Massachusetts has it reached? This one looks like in Massachusetts right now. So our snow is rapidly moving north. It's approaching Lowell. Gonna be approaching Nashville in about an hour. Lawrence, Salem, you guys are probably about 30 minutes to an hour from seeing snow. Gloucester, I would still say, has another hour and a half, 2 hours to go. Boston's starting to see a little bit of snow. But snow's definitely falling across Rhode Island. There's no doubt about that. We do have some cameras, too, in some of these areas. Our pressure is now down to 989 millibars, so it has dropped by about 12 millibars so far. This is a look at Rhode Island and Davisville. You can see the snow coming down top right of your screen. You can see it a little bit more clearly with that light. Definitely heavier snow right now. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Seeing thunder snow would be cool. It would be. Don't know if we're going to see any, but we'll have to wait and see. That has music. How do you get this camera on here without... There we go. This is a... This is a view right now out of the Boston and Maine live camera. It's at the Boston Museum of Science. And again, we are going to see a lot more snowfall here tomorrow, but we are starting to see our first snowflakes right now. Power outages are rising in Delaware. They will continue to be on the rise. Yeah, numbers definitely increasing in Delaware. We have a little new update for our power outages in Kent County. That number just increased as I clicked on it. We're now up to 2,600 customers without power in Kent County for Delaware. And then in Sussex County, we're at 14,000 people without power. That's 8%. So power outages are continuing to rise right now for coastal areas. You can see the heavy snow bands moving in too, but our low pressure center is much closer to this area than other locations, which is why we are starting to see more power outages come into play right now here in Delaware and also Maryland. Back over in Caroline County, which is in Maryland, we got about 311 people without power. Talbot County is at 285 customers without power. The number is on the rise over in Virginia. We got a bunch of counties now, at least with some isolated power outages. Northampton County, which is in southern Maryland, is at about 16% with no power. Somerset County, Accomack County, or Mack County has no power too. Salem County, which is just south of Philadelphia, now has a small power outage, about 730 without power. We have once again increased with power outages here just south of New York City. We have Ocean City at about 6,900 without power. And then Monmouth County is at about 6,100 customers without power. Nothing in New England really that's significant. I think we have like 70 customers without power. It's a very small number, but that number again will increase a lot more tomorrow. Back to Tornado Pagey there behind some snowplows. Traffic's built up quite a bit behind these snowplows, heading up into Connecticut. Hey, Angus for the super chat. Lucky with the super chat says, I'm reading that predicting weather for southeast Pennsylvania has been hard because of the Appalachian Mountains. Is that why our snow totals vary so frequently? Yes, but this event doesn't really have that much of an influence with our Appalachian Mountains, so it's not really, at least for southeastern Pennsylvania, they're not really playing a factor today. Or tomorrow. Granted, it's actually going to create the Appalachian Mountain Range with our winds coming out of the northwest on the backside of this low will actually create a localized significant area of snow, stretching from central Pennsylvania back into even as far south as Asheville in North Carolina, along the Appalachian Mountain Range. We're expecting upwards of as much as 12 to 18 inches of snow in some of those locations. So that is actually a legit thing. But elsewhere, I mean, we're not going to have that much of an influence downstream here. This is an offshore low pressure system. It's a little bit different, at least for you guys. Hey TJ for the sewer chat. How much do you think for Monmouth? I don't even know how to pronounce it anymore. Monmouth County. I'm pronouncing it like 16 different ways. For snowfall, I still am expecting, on top of what we've already seen so far, still expecting 18 to 24 inches of snow, which many of you already in eastern New Jersey have at least picked up around 5 to 6 inches, and more is to come. Hey, Dylan for the super chat. You see where Cointain is in Pennsylvania. Anywhere really around Philadelphia, still expecting around the 12 to 15 inch range. Any new good viewer submissions? That's a great question. I haven't checked that in a while. We do have about 8 new submissions that you guys have sent in. Some photos and videos from you guys. That is not the right screen. Where in the world am I? How do I click those buttons wrong? All right, here's some of our latest photos and videos have been sent in. This one's over in Middletown Township, New Jersey. That is a massive snowman. I don't know how long it took you to build that snowman, but you should let me know. Thank you, Matthew, for sending that in. Incredible snowman there. Sayville, New York, about 7 to 8 inches snow far, and wind is picking up. Massive snowflakes in Massapequa, New York. Probably wasn't even close in that pronunciation either. This is the same place. Massa. Yeah, I don't know. We're just going with Massa. A lot of snow on the ground here. This is over Nassau County in Long Island. Massapequa, thank you. I don't know why I say... There you go. All right, whatever. This is from Jen in Gloucester Township, New Jersey. Looks like we already got 8 inches here, too. Slow motion video of the dog here. 5 inches of perfect snowball snow. Yeah, this is pretty good snowball weather. You can actually make snowballs. The last winter storm we had was way too fluffy. Couldn't really do anything with it. I'm glad that we're riding along here and crossing New Jersey with a duck. Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat. Shout out from Indiana. Thanks for all your work. From Courtney and Robert. Appreciate that. This is Nick over in Westover Hills, Delaware. Snow is sticking to the trees, coming down well there. And then our last video / photo for right now is from Ann over in Southbury, Connecticut. Appreciate you sending that in. I know you sent in a photo or a video earlier with the dog as well. And again, if you have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. There's also a link on your screen. It is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. You want to submit anything. We obviously have a lot of storm chasers in the field. Tornado Pagey is in Harrison, New York. They're about to cross into Connecticut behind a convoy of snowplows. Granted, that is why there's a bunch of flashing lights ahead and obviously all the traffic that is built up. Thank you, Donald, for the $20 super chat. What's the forecast for Watsontown, Pennsylvania? We will check it out. This is also storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He's a little bit further back. You can see the snowplows way ahead. They're in the same conga line here. Over in Watsontown, we're only expecting maybe a few inches. I don't think it'll be anything crazy there. Probably less than 6. A little too far to the west.
Yeah, I think the power outage is gonna be, especially like Rhode Island, Connecticut.
It's good because that means we're having fun. So.
Yeah. Now this is back over in Fords, New Jersey. Different story here. Connor's actually behind some snowplows too now.
I guess you can look into that spot down there, see how much it is, whatever.
Yeah, 250 before taxes.
What's the weather in Florida? Cold. Down in like the 50s and 60s. Busting out the jacket.
We started this chase 6 hours ago in Philadelphia.
Jeez. Jeez.
I was having difficulty uploading videos to the website too. They might be a bit too large. If they're too long, it might not upload.
Which is probably going to change. Unless just nobody's out driving. But if we get, you get as much snow as we're supposed to, you know, even if there's only a few,
all sorts of snowplows here.
A lot of people who are out will get stuck. But the plows have been doing a really good job, so at least on the interstates, it's...
So this is going up I-95 now, or at least at the I-95 interchange.
I don't know where we're going. Ben's just letting it rip here. I think we're just doing a U-turn or something.
Yeah, I'm just going back the other way now at this point. I don't really care.
We're just going back the other way, back over the bridge, back to Jersey.
Snow total for Tampa when? Tampa, Florida?
They're the other side of this river.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna like start moving around this whole area.
Yeah. Might as well just go back towards Tom's River.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go back towards.
Kind of up and down, up and down.
You know, we could certainly also.
We're getting a lot more blowing snow now over near Woodbridge.
I'm sure.
Winds are picking up and gusting to around 40 to 50 miles per hour.
No.
Well, you want to check out like Long Branch.
Yeah, let's go to Long Branch.
The beach. Check it out. See what there is.
I don't know where you went, but we're going.
By the time we get there, maybe the winds will.
We're going the exact same way we were just driving.
I got it.
You have one report coming out of Madison, Connecticut of about 3.4 inches. It's got a photo of that.
The plows are going about 15.
You're gonna have to get off somewhere up here.
Yeah.
Or flip it around. These are New York State plows.
Is there a size limit for videos? I think so. I think it's 50 megabytes, maybe. I don't know.
I might have to get some adults, dude.
Do a heat map? Might do some tomorrow. We haven't done any today. We're gonna work on a better way to basically have a heat map. That way we can just like, if you type your place in the chat, like ideally I'd just like to have like a way to plot it on the map that way. Make it easier. We do have a power outage in Dauphin County, Pennsylvania, near Harrisburg. 3,300 people without power. Probably related to this winter storm in some way, if I had to guess, but don't know for sure. But that is a brand new power outage report. And if you see any box on your map here, the one in New Jersey, this one here, we got all sorts of power outages building right now in Delaware and Maryland, and even back into Eastern Virginia. So the number is continuing to increase at this hour. And it will continue to increase over the next several hours, too. Do have a look a little bit further down to the south at one of the beaches. This right here is Sea Isle City, New York, or New Jersey, excuse me. So this is far southern New Jersey. This is an area that we are beginning to see some power outages in, and you can see the conditions. They're deteriorating very quickly. I mean, this is obviously on the water, but the wind is very intense. This is already blizzard conditions now in Sea Isle City. And any surrounding areas like Ocean City, Millville are likely experiencing similar things, and power outages will really ramp up overnight tonight. We also have cameras near Lewes, which is in Delaware, and a lot of the cameras are gone down, which likely means power outages. This is like the closest one. This is in downtown Lewes. There are some that are just east of this near the beach that have gone down, most likely because of power outages. Not far from Shady Grove. So we do think it was likely power outage induced. This is another live look from Fenwick Island of the wind intensifying. Lots of blowing snow right now near Fenwick. And this right here is Delaware 1 at James Street, also in Fenwick Island. A little bit closer to where those cameras are not currently working. This one is also, again, all this is in Sussex County. This is near Long Neck, right next to the Indian River Bay. Got blowing snow up the wazoo right now, all across the Northeast. And the winds are pretty crazy near Ocean City in Maryland. Right on the water. This is a bridge. Also, the porta potty camera, I don't know where the porta potty went. I don't think this camera's looking at the porta potty anymore, but this was the porta potty cam where we could actually see it. with the door opening and closing. Can't see it anymore, but you can see, again, the wind is very intense here. Definitely gusting to around 50 plus miles per hour. Huge shout out to Felicia with the 10 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Felicia. Really appreciate that. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Felicia in the chat. So again, that is what we're looking at right now across Maryland and Delaware. Riley has an update. Wait 1 second. All right, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, a couple updates actually. First off, we have a report from Ocean County, New Jersey. It sounds like there's a road closed due to power lines being down and on fire in front of the Colonial Bakery. Route number 90 or 35 north is shut down to traffic until they can sort that out. That is one of the areas where we did get reports of power outages. I would assume the power lines being on fire are more than less likely related to the power being out. We still have only seen snowfall reports up to 9.4 inches. This was in the oh, actually, that just got beat. Nope, there's another 9.4 report out of Howell, New Jersey. So Howell, New Jersey, 9.4 inches. That report is right here. That is just to the north of the Howell Township. A bunch of other reports in that 7 to 8 range as well. So we're starting to see those snowfall rates get up a little higher. There has been some reports from the Long Island area of snowfall rates 3 inches per hour or higher. And there are a few of you asking what a snowfall rate is. It's exactly what it sounds like. 3 inches per hour means that we're seeing 3 inches of snowfall in that hour. So places that was already seen 8 inches of snow, we'd be talking about almost a foot of snow just an hour from now, and they could pick up an entire foot of snow in just a few hours. So that is why these snowfall rates are going to be so significant. We're still talking about the potential for snowfall rates up to 4, maybe even 5 inches per hour when we see the heaviest bands of snow finally make their way on shore. Just taking a look at radar right now, I don't even think any of these bands that we're seeing right now are the heaviest precipitation that we're going to see tonight. We can see that we have a little bit more banding in here where it's still showing up green on radar. Once this does finally make its way on shore and impact the cold air, it's going to be a little bit stronger in terms of how much water's in there, and all that water is going to freeze and turn into snow. So when we do see that area of convection finally make its way on to the Long Island area, New Jersey area, as well as in parts of Massachusetts, that's when we're going to see those 4, maybe even 5 inches of snow per hour fall. And that's also when we're going to start to see those areas that we're talking about getting 30 inches of snow, maybe even more, start to pick up a majority of the snow. I think it's going to happen really fast once we do see those snowfall rates start to pick up.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Well, insightful update of what's happening right now. And again, power outages are increasing now in Atlantic County. We have 3,000 customers without power here in New Jersey. So the number has continued to increase. Let me get the exact number here across the board because I'm looking at mostly just county by county. But power outages have increased by about 40,000 here over the last several hours just across the United States. But just in the mid-Atlantic, we are now at 83,000 customers without power due to this nor'easter. Virginia at 21,000, which is actually surprising. New Jersey's at 20.
You got a copy?
Apparently a chaser's talking to me. Yes.
Not sure if you just saw that Jeep that was pulled off to the side of I-95 or not, but there was a kayak tied to the back of it, and a fellow was being pulled on I-95 in a kayak behind a Jeep.
That is interesting. All right, we did see that just for a glimpse there on the right.
I guess welcome to Connecticut.
Thank you for the update. So we have apparently some guy with a kayak driving into Connecticut right now. I don't know why we're driving around with a kayak. We're currently in, I don't know what you can do with a kayak. I mean, we're in the middle of February, but all right, yeah, that's also kind of dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. There's like no visibility, and this guy's pulled off to the side of the road out of his car. It looked like he was sitting down. So I mean, we briefly saw a glimpse of that, but all right. Back to the power outages. I don't even know what I was saying anymore. That kind of caught me off guard, but we got 83,000 without power. All right, that's all I got for right now. All right, let's go back over to, I guess we'll go to Bryce here. There's nobody on the roadway all of a sudden. He is no longer behind the snowplow train, and it's pretty dark out there now. I'm really questioning why somebody has a kayak. Do people do stuff with kayaks in the winter? Is there ice kayaking? Is that a thing? We go kayaking when the lakes or ponds are like 20 degrees? I always send you photos. You go to, it's a link, there's a link in the description. You'd also just type into your browser reports.maxvelocitywx.com.
Electricity out here.
Oh, low key. They could be pulling the kayak through the snow. I see now.
Hey, Max, I got an update for you.
We got another update. All of a sudden, we got updates for everybody. Go ahead.
So I just witnessed the most ridiculous thing someone was trying to do on the I-95 here. Someone was trying to pull people behind their vehicle in canoes on the interstate. I'm kind of speechless right now.
What? Was it on your stream?
Not right now, but I passed them.
What in the world is going on, bro? I'm looking for it, guys. One sec. I don't know if we're gonna find it. Bro, what? I don't understand what's going on in Connecticut right now. Okay, wait. All right, here's the stream. I'm gonna put on audio here. Oh, that's what they're doing. Oh, Bryce just passed these guys. This is the kayak people. They're tying the kayak to the back of their Jeep. That's what's going on here, I think.
What in the world is that? Someone's stuck, or not stuck.
I didn't realize this was the same people. They were behind each other. Bro, what is going on?
What in the world is happening, bro? Oh, they're doing some stupid crap. Never mind.
They're gonna use the paddle to steer.
To pull someone on a canoe. They were gonna try to pull someone on a canoe on the interstate. That is so dumb. Whatever, if you do it on like a side street, they were gonna do it on the interstate.
Bro, there's no way. They probably saw a TikTok challenge or something. Hey, Bryce, I just wanted to give you an update. Ryan Schull just passed those people, and apparently they are trying to use the kayak on the back of their car with a paddle on the interstate to, you know, basically, I don't know, just go down the interstate with the kayak on the back of their car and, like, do some weird stuff, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely know what you mean. I've done that probably never, so I have no clue what you mean.
Probably done that never. Oh, jeez. Dude, people, I don't understand where we're at as a society that we're doing this. It's probably got an Insta 360 and is ready to get that on TikTok. Some Connecticut stuff. I mean, we've seen really dumb stuff before, but I don't think I've seen anything as dumb as that. I mean, we didn't see it in action, but like...
What if we chase a hurricane on a canoe? Take a canoe out on the Atlantic Ocean tomorrow?
That might be one of the dumbest moments of all time on one of these streams, I'm not gonna lie.
Or kayak, whatever it is.
We're being on an interstate. If this is a side road, I think it's still dumb, but it doesn't really get to the top of the meter. That's at the top of the meter. We need a meter. We need like a really bad idea.
Them having car
meter.
Issues. It was
how bad an idea is. That's what we need.
Their friends on like a kayak.
That would have been at a 10 out of 10, I think.
Some sort of canoe. I'm still speechless, man.
Wait till somebody's sailing a sailboat on the highway. Maybe we can get a canoe going. We can have multiple people on the canoe. Just everybody paddling down it. I mean, that'd be more effective.
They call snowbird. I that means.
Update the side of the road kayak forecast map. We might have to make one. That's somewhere near Greenwich, by the way. I don't even know where that was. Somewhere on I-95, but that was unbelievable. I've never seen that before. At least on a stream. I mean, even I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that on TikTok. I've seen things like it, but not on a interstate. As a reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we are providing commercial-free live coverage here of this major winter storm that is, again, going to be continuing to tomorrow. Tomorrow will be very interesting to see what happens. I mean, again, we have a lot of snow already falling, but tomorrow will be a much bigger deal. I have a lot more snow on the ground by tomorrow, and on top of that, we are expecting a lot of wind. And again, we're going to be live here for at least the next couple of hours, and on top of that, we'll be live tomorrow with winter storm coverage as well. So you're going to want to make sure you are subscribed and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. I think we're starting sometime around sunrise tomorrow, so we'll be live bright and early. Thank you, Christian, for the super chat. New hatching eaglets in Duke's Farm, New Jersey. In the nest, please send warm hugs and thoughts. Yeah, hopefully they stay safe. Thank you also, Sean, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, we need a counter for the kayak sightings. I don't think we'll ever see one of those again. Well, we probably will, but at least not this winter. Might be the one and only that we'll see this winter. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. Kayaks in February in Connecticut, New Hampshire people are shaking their heads. Hey, you know, you can't really judge people that hard. Can you?
Like another bridge.
Oh, there it is. Travel ban.
Blizzard warning. Travel ban, yet there's more traffic than ever. Classic.
No, I wouldn't want to be here on like a 5 p.m. on a regular day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like these plows too are just making it so easy to get around. They're not even just plowing one lane.
Yeah, it's obviously not safe pulling anything behind your vehicle and doing that stuff, but people still do it. I mean,
Yeah,
can't really stop them, even though there's plenty of people that have said, "Hey, don't do this, don't do that."
Potato internet.
I had no idea Max Velocity did winter storm streams.
As Brady would say, am I driving?
Have you not been
Not
watching
at
our
the
channel the last month? We've done like I think
Ben's
5 or
just
6 at least.
Just driving. He's been driving.
Yeah.
He likes driving.
How long have we been live?
It's pushing 6.5 hours.
I think you drove for the first 2.5.
For the stream, yeah, and I drove before that from
That's true.
Pennsylvania or whatever. But yeah.
Power outage report. We don't have any new info on power outages. We just went over the power outages a few minutes ago. They do update every like 15-20 minutes. If there's any big updates, we'll let you know. But I mean, numbers are increasing. We're at 83,000 without power in the Mid-Atlantic and interior Northeast. Max, aren't you like 7 feet? I'm 8'7".
Almost to it.
Very tall. No school? Yeah, school's gonna be canceled for pretty much everybody. Max, do you know what's happening in California? There's 21,000 people without power. Or California always has random power outages. I have literally no clue. That could be anything. It could be weather related. It could be something else. I swear there's always power outages, though, in California. Thank you, Queen, for the super chat. What do you say for Bangor, Maine? I'm honestly just going to go with the National Weather Service forecast here for this one. I feel like this is pretty on pace. Maybe I still think the numbers could be a bit higher than what they're saying, but I would probably say Bangor. I mean, you're on the edge of 6 to 8 to 8 to 12. I would probably go with, honestly, I don't even know if it's going to be that high. I feel like Bangor could probably be closer to 6. I feel like you might be on the lower side, honestly. I think actually you might underperform a little bit. I'd say 6 or 7 inches. Hey, Rob, for the super chat. My brother-in-law's Ram truck is almost buried in Nassau County and Long Island. Guys, we're going to have easily 20 inches in almost all of Long Island. I don't think we're underperforming there at all. The odds we underperform, I think, are very low. We got some more photos and videos that have been sent in. It's over in Mount Laurel Township, New Jersey. Taken at 9:30 o'clock or 9:30 p.m. It's beautiful. Praying we don't lose power. Hopefully you don't. This is in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Over in the Seacane area. Couple dogs playing in the snow. Winter wonderland in the backyard here in Philadelphia. Snow is really accumulating. I mean, look at the snow, like, almost weighing down things. I mean, look at all the snow that is on these branches. That is, like, actual inches of snow on branches. That isn't, like, a light coating or, you know, a little glazing of ice or anything like that. That is legit, you know, 2, 3, 4 inches of snow that is trying to stack up onto branches. And that could easily snap them. Hey, Jenny, for the super chat. Appreciate that. This is, wow, this is pretty cool. This is in, Monmouth County in New Jersey. Snow progression so far went from nothing to a lot. You can see look at the tree. It looks happy. Kind of looks sad here. And this is like it's like the progression of the tree. Yeah, it literally looks like it. Got engaged during the live stream in Liberty, Missouri. Congratulations. If that's true, congratulations. I don't know if it is, but that's pretty cool if you did. The only time that's ever happened that we know of would be Tornado Page and Bryce Shelton. That was live on stream. This is from Long over in Greene County, driving to Tannersville, New York. Well, stay safe out there. Roads look pretty covered over in snow. This is from Missy in Groton, Connecticut. Here's a picture from my apartment. Snow is coming down steady. Oh, and riding a canoe in 95. People in Connecticut don't care. We are weird up here. There's also people down south that are weird too. Bro, this is terrible. I mean, this is obviously an AI photo, but... Max, at least the canoeist on the highway is tuned in. Oh, jeez. You can't knock it. That's actually funny. If you have a photo or video, again, you can submit it. QR code's on your screen. There's also a link on your screen as well. I wish that was real. It'd be really funny. It would be very illegal too, but it would be also funny. This is Tornado Beiji over in Stamford, Connecticut. Snowfall rates are around 1 to 1.5 inches per hour.
Oh, thank you, Andy.
Rare moment without traffic in Stamford. Yeah, and there's really nobody on the roadways. Most people are staying home as long as they can.
More tree trucks going up. They must expect it to get real bad, which it is. It's good to see.
What time did Max go live today? I think we went live around 4:15, I want to say. Anybody know? I don't know what time we went live today. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like, I didn't see a reason to go live any earlier. I mean, like, we were kind of waiting to see how things would pick up, and we went live at a pretty good time. I mean, things have really picked up, obviously, but I think from the start to right now, like, it's been a gradual progression of intensity with this winter storm, so... It's also back over to Ryan Scholl. They're both in Stamford right now. And really not many people on the roadways. Roadways haven't been planted. Well, I don't know what word did I just say? Have not been plowed in a while.
At least it seems like it.
They're still being plowed, probably over half an hour to an hour. And then Connor Croft is back over in Sayreville, New Jersey.
Pretty much.
Very few cars on the roadway here. They do have a, I believe, a travel ban now in effect across the state. We have a major power outage update now. They are, again, power outages are rapidly increasing currently across the board. We just got a major update out of Sussex County, which is in southern Delaware. We're now at about 20,000 people without power in Delaware. So this number has continued to increase. Also Dover. That Dover area still at about 1,600 customers without power. But again, Sussex County is at about 11%, and that is a pretty large county. So unfortunately, this number just continues to increase, which is not a good thing. If you have any friends or family, again, across the coastline here in New England, wherever it might be, make sure that they are aware of the growing power outage risk. And again, if you're one of those people that is going to bed here soon or whatever your plan might be, please make sure that you are prepared for this major power outage event that's likely about to take place. Again, we are going to see a rapidly increasing number of power outages here very, very soon, and it's not going to be decreasing. I mean, again, there will be a few repairs that'll long go, but across the board, these numbers have been increasing a lot here. Yeah, we're starting to see, again, 10% without power. Might not sound like a lot in some of these counties, but that number is only going to continue to increase. Caroline County is at about 700, which is about 10%. We also have power outages in New Jersey, or not New Jersey, Virginia, but we also have some in New Jersey. Back over in Ocean County, we're approaching 10,000 again without power. Back over here south of Middletown. So Stafford Township, Toms River, Lakewood Township, all of you guys are now under at least some sort of isolated power outage event here. It's probably mostly coastal regions where the winds are the most intense. Like, we do have heavy snow that is blanketing pretty much all of New Jersey at this hour. And then back over in Connecticut, Rhode Island, again, not really anything's happened here that's out of the ordinary. Again, most of it's just been normal snow, but in a few hours, the winds are really going to crank as this storm becomes a bomb cyclone and rapidly intensifies into a nor'easter. This thing is going to end up dumping a lot more snow and also create very significant blizzard conditions. I would anticipate by the time you wake up tomorrow morning at sunrise, there could be some power outages here across Connecticut and Rhode Island and even southeastern parts of Massachusetts at that point. I mean, we could already have some isolated power outages, maybe even a bit more widespread though, once we push past about 10 to 11 o'clock. So again, this is a pretty dangerous situation that we are going to be seeing evolving tomorrow here across New England, and we will be live covering all of it, so make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Back over to Connor Croft. He is heading up, I believe, into Connecticut as well here tonight. He is back down there still in New Jersey.
And then we'll probably just Jason retire.
Yeah.
If anybody that's in the chat that lives right along the coastline, I'm talking about within like 5 miles of the water,
Just north
power
of
outages will likely, almost undoubtedly happen tonight and into
20
tomorrow.
minutes ago was 7 inches.
Okay.
And then over... It's an hour, those are... It's old report.
We need a cheese curd sighting counter. He's sleeping on my router right now.
Yeah, there's some whole pockets of like dry air.
Connor is behind a convoy of plows. Most of our chasers have gotten stuck behind one of them at some point, one point or another. A lot of people have their hazards on too, over in Darien, Connecticut.
Thank y'all for 47.4K subscribers.
Thank you guys.
Cheese curd, is that a cat? It is. It's moving away from Maryland. Not necessarily. I mean, it's going to continue to snow for the next several hours. It's not moving away yet. It's just kind of stalled, and it's going to start to move away in about 4 to 5 hours. But you'll continue to have some light snow showers.
commercials. It was like, real bit of genius.
Yep.
Okay, well, I did that. We salute you, Mr. Kayak.
Long Island get a lot of power outages. I wouldn't say a lot, but I do think there will at least be a lot. There will be a lot on the eastern side. I think like near New York City will be a lot more isolated, scattered. I think Brookhaven and eastward, like near North Sea, there will be a lot more power outages there. And again, we've kind of already outlined like the risk map of power outages. I think it'll be the highest though. Pretty much again, any coastal region that we're talking about, and then across southern New England, back into eastern Massachusetts, basically anywhere in this area here, right near the coastline, that is where we have the highest chance of power outages. And that is where they're probably going to be widespread. The number there might be over 50%, just depends. But closer to the coast you are, the higher chance you have of getting power outages. I do anticipate wind gusts will be around 80 miles per hour at times over in Cape Cod and southeastern Massachusetts, but... Hey, Jamie, for the $20 super chat. I'm ready for severe weather season, and I have a question. I bought a weather station that you recommended, but I don't know how to put it up. There should be, like, a guide to how to do that. I'm guessing you got, like, an accurate weather station. There should be guides on their website and stuff. All right, let's go back over to Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. Again, they are currently making their way across Norwalk, Connecticut now. So again, most of our Storm Chasers are all going to New England. This is where a lot of Storm Chasers are going to be tomorrow. Southern New England's going to have quite the event. Again, we're talking possibly over 24 inches of snow in some spots. Can't really even see the lanes anymore here in Connecticut on the interstate. Thank you, Barbara, for the super chat. What's the truck doing on the highway? There's still some people. Obviously, there's a commercial ban, I think, in Connecticut, but kind of is their decision. Kind of risking it. School is not closed on Tuesday. I think there will be a lot more school closures once we head into...
Right at 2,000 likes, so make sure...
It's dark over here in Parla, New Jersey. I think we'll have a lot more school closures actually ramp up once we head into Tuesday. It doesn't... I mean, like, even tomorrow night, like, I think a lot of schools will see the conditions out there. There will be power outages. And a lot of Connecticut, a lot of Rhode Island, and a lot of southeastern Massachusetts, and even parts of New Jersey will likely have continuing school closures at least through Tuesday, if not even into Wednesday for some spots.
He's reversing.
What?
Okay.
All right, dude. Yeah, sure thing. Dumbass. Stop in the middle of the highway, why don't you?
Hey, maybe that was maybe
idiot.
What Bryce Shelton was saying. The travel ban just went into effect. You gotta stop where you are in the roadway. That's what he said earlier.
So we're about, this has not been plowed right here, so we must be ahead of them.
Does Max remember the tornado we almost had in Connecticut last spring? I remember covering a couple of tornado events up here in Connecticut last spring. I was more closer to the summer, though. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl's over in Darling, Connecticut. He is only a few miles away from the coastline, and you can see how strong the wind is already here. Again, the wind gusts are only around maybe 30, 40 miles per hour. Again, the wind's going to get a lot more intense tonight. It'll almost double in some of these areas tonight. But the worst of the wind is expected. Basically, the climax of the wind will be early tomorrow morning, especially in southeastern Massachusetts. We do have a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This one is over in Camden County, New Jersey. I found the issue. iPhone standard MOV files are not supported on the viewer submission site. 5 inches roughly accumulated. Well, that is probably actually an issue, because I think it was an issue for me earlier. This over in River Edge, New Jersey, looking at about 5.5 inches of snow accumulation so far. They said 5.67 inches. Not far from where it's at. This is over New Britain, Connecticut. Snow is sticking to the branches, and again, they're starting to get weighed down. All that pressure, we could see some snapping tree branches tonight and early tomorrow. It's over in Jackson Township, New Jersey. Trying to stay ahead of it. There you go. I don't know if you're going to really stay ahead of it, though. I mean, again, by tomorrow morning, that entire driveway will probably be covered over again. Berlin Police Department, I'm not sure what's going on here, but it looks like something. I don't know what they're out there for. Can't tell. Anyway, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can send them in. The link's on your screen. There's also a QR code on your screen if you want to submit any photos or videos to the stream, potentially be featured as well. Thank you to... Lost the message. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. I'm in Bayville, New Jersey, just south of Tom's River. Doesn't appear to be much more than 4 inches. Are we still expecting 20 inches? I think anywhere in this area, at the bare minimum, does have a chance of seeing over 20 inches, but I still am expecting a widespread 18 to 24 inches in Tom's River, anywhere between there as well. So there'll be a lot of snow overnight tonight. It's not really going to end either until probably mid-afternoon tomorrow. So it's going to be continuing for basically the next 16 to 20 hours in a lot of areas. Also, thank you to Percent with the super chat. Milford, Delaware is without power. And unfortunately, power outages are increasing. Let me go back to the power outage map here. We were at 83,000 customers without power in the Mid-Atlantic not too long ago. And now we're at 98,000 without power. So 98,000 without power. That number has increased again. It's almost at 100,000. And I think by tomorrow morning, it's going to be over 250,000. Maybe even more. But the number is basically exponentially growing here as the low pressure system continues to rapidly intensify. There's a lot of power outages in Delaware right now, mostly near the beaches and in Kent County. And again, that number is only going to continue to increase. Thank you, Jessica, for the super chat. What does it look like in Gloucester County for New Jersey for total snowfall by the end, and when is the worst to come? Gloucester County. Gloucester County, New Jersey. Worst of the snowfall is going to be overnight tonight. It's not really going to end anytime soon. Let's go ahead and go through the future radar here. I'll give you a little timing breakdown. By the way, we will not have a video tomorrow morning. We'll just go straight into the live stream. So for those that are wondering, we'll be live. I don't know when, but we'll be live sometime tomorrow morning. Probably a little around or just after sunrise. This one looks like for tonight. Again, snow will continue overnight tonight. Heaviest bands will be in New Jersey and Long Island. Timestamp will be at the very top of your screen. So you can see there, it's about 1 a.m. tonight is what's pictured here. So again, heavy snowfall making its way into southern New England. Overnight tonight, we'll have this donut shape offshore. That right there is the center of this very intense low pressure system as it undergoes bombogenesis, becoming a bomb cyclone. It will not be a snowicane or a snow hurricane. That doesn't exist, even though we can make fun with the term, it's not a real thing. As we go into the morning hours tomorrow, the heaviest bands of snowfall will be ongoing across Cape Cod and Nantucket. You can see those brighter whites. That is where we could be talking about snowfall rates as high as 3 to even 4 inches of snowfall, perhaps in some isolated locations during the sunrise hours of tomorrow. We will still have snow all across New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. Delaware and Maryland will still have some snowfall. And then once we head later into the morning by around lunchtime, we still have a very heavy area of snowfall that will continue in Cape Cod and Nantucket, just out there, Boston near Foxborough. Still snowing across Long Island, New York City, almost all of New Jersey still dealing with heavy snowfall. And then once we head into the afternoon hours, the snow will continue to push to the east. By 6 o'clock, it will still be snowing in Massachusetts. It'll still be snowing in Rhode Island. Most of New Jersey will be done by sometime around 3-4 o'clock tomorrow. So it's going to last at least through the mid-afternoon. Heaviest snow will still be ongoing in Boston, Cape Cod, and then back into Maine. And then during the evening hours by about 10 to 11 o'clock, almost all of our snow is going to be done by this point, and they'll be done fully with this nor'easter on Tuesday. Even though we're done on Tuesday, there will still be blowing snow. It's still going to be windy, which means school closures could continue through Tuesday and maybe even into Wednesday for the harder hit areas. So, and again, on top of that, we are expecting widespread power outage potential, especially in these coastal regions. So be ready for power outages, especially if you're in Boston, Providence, Hartford, New York City, Philadelphia, even. I would just be prepared just in case. But if you're within about 30-40 miles of any coastline, basically from Maryland into Maine, you want to be ready for power outages, because I do think they are going to be a lot more significant, especially tomorrow. Again, we have not really seen anywhere near the climax for most of you. The impact or the event here is still well from done, or it's still very far from being done at this point. I do think the worst of this event will probably peak sometime around the mid-morning tomorrow, so right around 9, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning is when I think the worst of the winds and everything is going to be happening, but we'll still have a continuation of power outages and all that stuff through the mid-afternoon tomorrow. Thank you, Harsha, for the super chat. Thanks for the live updates, Max. Where we are the latest on snowfall accumulation around the New York City area. Still expecting 18 to 24 inches of snow in your neck of the woods. Thank you also, Noah, for the super chat. By the way, for the first, in case you haven't heard this already, for the first time that we've ever had a major winter storm like this, we've never had blizzard warnings for all of New Jersey. So that is for the first time in history. We have blizzard warnings for all of New Jersey. That has never happened before. This is also the first time in a decade that we've had blizzard warnings in New York City. The last time we had blizzard warnings was 2017. Back in 2016, we had blizzard warnings, and we ended up seeing 27 inches of snow in Central Park. So, pretty crazy. This is back over to Tornado Pagey in Southport, Connecticut. Thank you, JW, for the super chat. Latest accumulations expected for Philly, including what we've already seen, still expecting around 10 to 15 inches of snow.
3.5K likes. Thank you so much, guys. Woo, woo. We highly appreciate it. You guys all riding along with us today. And our moderators for doing an amazing job, as always. Foipa, thank you for the super sticker.
Is it just me, or are they driving awfully fast? I don't think so. I don't know how fast they're driving. That's why we don't have speedometers that do not exist on Chaser's streams for probably a reason, but I have no clue how fast they're going. I can't even tell. I don't have a visual estimate. If there's a police officer here, I think they at least have some sort of visual estimate.
Storm Chaser Nick! I'm off exit 37 coming up. We're
Thank you, Pamela, for the $10 super chat. Caffeine fund, really appreciate that. I need a Diet Coke fund. I will be getting very little sleep tonight before major coverage tomorrow. Now, I'm honestly surprised, and I mean, I don't usually talk about viewership in terms of winter storm events, but I'm kind of surprised the viewership numbers on the Nor'easter here have actually been pretty low. And I'm not totally surprised because I do think a lot of people that live in the Northeast don't really know about YouTube yet, and the free coverage that we provide basically, you know, throughout the entirety of these streams. I don't think the Northeast actually knows that much about this type of stuff because, like, obviously we cover the Ohio Valley, we cover the Great Plains a lot for big weather events. A lot of you guys obviously tune into those for those that, you know, don't live in the Northeast and might just tune into our tornado events and stuff like that. But it's honestly interesting because during nor'easters, during severe weather events in the Northeast, a lot of people still watch news stations for that. You know, it's actually interesting because I used to live in New England. There are some great news networks like WCVB. I mean, I love that station. Back over in Boston, like I you know, met Harvey Leonard, he's a meteorologist there, but it's very interesting. A lot of people do not know about YouTube in the Northeast. And I mean, I don't really care, to be honest. It's not that big of a deal to me, but I just find it fascinating because, like, we cover every part of the country, and anytime we're covering the Great Plains, Midwest, Ohio Valley, people know who we are, or, you know, whoever else, right, on YouTube. But at the same time, like, the Northeast is just one of those places that just hasn't really seen the whole YouTube thing. It's really interesting. And I honestly think, again, maybe it's I mean, I think it just takes time because we don't cover the Northeast that much. There aren't that many major weather events that happen here. You know, winter storms have been much less frequent, but I mean, it's interesting. I mean, a lot of people here are probably finding me for the first time today, but we do these streams obviously all the time. It's not just for the Northeast. We do it for, you know, Great Plains. We do it for everywhere, you know, when it comes to major weather events like hurricanes and nor'easters and whatever else might come your way. So, I don't know. I think it's fascinating. And again, this is, we've covered multiple severe weather events in New England, and none of them ever get that type of viewership. Like, they don't get the viewership that we get in the Midwest or anywhere else because people just don't know about it. It's interesting. We definitely have viewers in the Northeast. It's just not as high of a number comparatively to other places that we check, or cover, I mean. There's a way on YouTube to see, like, the states that people watch from. Like, I do have, like, insight into that sort of thing, but I don't check it that often. But the last time I did check, like, the number of people that basically tune in from the northeastern states is not a very high number, especially for the population density there. So, I don't know. I think it's interesting. But I also do think, I'm just speaking out loud about this, but I do also think on YouTube specifically, there has been a lot of very clickbaity content that has always come from nor'easters popping up on a model run over 200 hours out. And I think people in the Northeast see something like that and they get deterred away from YouTube. So I think there's something there, because I have seen that before where there's like a major nor'easter coming and, you know, people see it on a model 200 hours out, which is like 7 days out, which is not realistic. And all of a sudden it disappears and people in the Northeast see that and they're like, why did I even watch this video? Why am I here? Like, it does happen for nor'easters. And honestly, even this nor'easter, we didn't know it was actually going to happen until maybe 3 days ago. This was on the GFS for a while, didn't really show on many other models, and then all of a sudden it actually happened. Most of the time we see this on a model and we just say, it's probably not going to happen, because it's happened so many times where big nor'easters like this all of a sudden just go away on models, right? Like, they show for multiple days and then they go away, you know, about 4 days before the event. So this one was definitely, obviously, different, but I think that might be another reason, but I don't know. I'm just ranting or rambling. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. We finally hit the double digits for snowfall. This is in Freehold, New Jersey. Train Spotter reports 10 inches of snow. That is in Monmouth County, New Jersey.
Alrighty. Thank you, Riley, for the update. That's actually not far from where Storm Chaser Connor Croft was not that long ago. So we are now exceeding 10 inches of snow in New Jersey, and that could be maybe a location that is on track for maybe 30 inches. We'll see. Thank you, Blondie, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, Blondie. Thank you for the super chat. They also spat you for the $20 super chat. I don't know what that is. Thank you also, Title, for the super chat. I'm in Boston, big fan of Spread the Word, but you are right. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, again, if you guys have friends or family in the Northeast that want, you know, weather coverage like we do, just share the stream. I mean, honestly, get the word out there, because at the end of the day, these are, I mean, obviously, we are basically a small business. We employ a bunch of people too now, and we have obviously a lot of storm chasers, but we are a completely different, it's just a very different medium and format. I mean, again, it's completely free to watch. You don't need cable or anything, and The ads on streams, like there's no ads. Like we don't run ads during the middle of the stream. Like you might have to watch one before you get on the stream, but that's it. Like after that, you don't have to watch like a single ad. We don't play mid-rolls or anything like that during these streams, so we just keep it 24/7 pretty much when we're live. Everything with Super Chat says, you're actually my main source for weather, Northeast Pennsylvania. We have about 3 local TV stations, and all have different amounts for this storm. Everybody has a different amount. Johnny with the $10 Super Chat, how will this storm affect Drake May's Super Bowl win count? I couldn't tell you. I thought you were going to say LeBron's legacy until I read the end of that. Thank you, Fancy, for the $10 Super Chat. The last big winter in Boston was in 2015, and the local people were always good. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like I think there are really talented meteorologists in New England. Thank you, Diana, and as well as Young for becoming members. Max, what percentage of your viewers are outside of the United States? I think like 8%. It's a very small number. But there are international viewers. It's just not a very large number. Yeah, we have about, actually, no, sorry. It's 95% in the United States. It's actually about 4%. So, yeah, very, very small number. For reference, by the way, Pennsylvania is actually our 4th most viewed state of this month. So congratulations. If you guys live in Pennsylvania, you are contributing at 4th place for viewership this month. I'm looking at the chart here now. New York is in 8th. Virginia's in 9th. Looking for some other places. And for those wondering, Texas is in 1st. We have a really big audience in Texas. New Jersey is somewhere around 15, it looks like. Looking for other states here. Hawaii's in last, if you're wondering. Hawaii's in dead last. Rhode Island's actually pretty low. Rhode Island does not have very many people that watch these videos or anything. That's down to about 43rd place. New Hampshire is maybe about 38th. Delaware is about 37th. Maine's about 36th. Massachusetts is kind of in the middle. It's around 25th or so. Kind of interesting stats. I never look at those stats, but that's in the last 28 days, so. Wonder if we just did last 7 days. Last 7 days, Pennsylvania's in 3rd, so. Massachusetts is also a little bit higher on the rankings. But Rhode Island's still pretty far. He's pretty close to last. For the last 7 days, first place is still... Actually, first place in the last 7 days is Ohio. Thank you, 5 for becoming a member. Oh, all interesting stuff. I never look at that stuff, so. Pennsylvania is clutch. Thank you, Liam, for the super chat. Snow in northern New Jersey, just getting worse, man. Love your work. My neighbor's Corvette is already up to the windows. I bet it is. That is a very small car. Connecticut. Connecticut is a little bit behind Massachusetts. It's around like 30th. I'm in the middle of the pack. Got a couple more photos that you guys have sent in. This is another one from Sherry Hill Township in New Jersey, from Kay. Looking like a winter wonderland. The trampoline's also being weighed down. And then this is from Point Pleasant Beach in New Jersey. Very windy. Blowing snow. Rain just started around 1 p.m. and changed over to snow at around 3 o'clock. Snow is definitely stacking up. And again, if you have any photos or videos, the link is on your screen. It is also the QR code. By the way, if you guys do want to support what we're doing here, it wouldn't be possible to do without all of you guys. If you want to support the page above and beyond and support our team and what we're doing, you become a member. It is the join button down below. Really do appreciate all the amazing members that we have on this channel, all the new members that have joined here today. Keeps us being able to do what we do here. So. It's back over to Tornado Pagey in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Off topic, but somebody sent me fan mail of this Patriots Axe Velocity. I have to stand back here.
there's just weird areas of like more snow coming from the wind.
This was fan mail. Those zeros basically represent how many points the Patriots had in the Super Bowl. I'm a Patriots fan, by the way, but we didn't do very good in the Super Bowl. They aim here for becoming a member.
I mean, there's probably blizzard conditions ongoing right now down in New Jersey. But, I mean, if I'm being honest, it looks like the snow didn't fill in as much.
I was impressed with the Super Bowl. Impressed by how bad the Patriots were for 3 quarters, and then actually started to maybe try to do something in the 4th quarter, and then went all downhill. Do I need any more straws? I had like 1,000 straws sent to me, and I don't even know where they are anymore. I've lost them. I actually have no clue where they went. They just disappeared. You think it'll be a quiet spring? I think it's gonna be active. Hey, Ash, the super chat, New York City prediction. I'm still expecting 18 to 24 inches of snow. Next members fan mail stream. I don't know. If we get like a really large bulk of fan mail sent in, I'll do a members only stream. We've had it's very occasional. It's like we get like one thing, I would say, every or maybe like, yeah, basically like we get like 5 things every month. So it's basically like an average of 1 item per week, and it's just so spaced out, so it's not really organized. We just get like a lot of random fan mail at some point. I'll do one. Just needs to be at like at the same time. Where am I located? I'm in Florida. Looks like we got some big traffic here. I don't know if there's an accident or something. This is near Milford, Connecticut. Can't tell what's going on up here. Huge shout out to Jennifer with the $20 super chat saying, I shared your stream to my family in New Jersey tonight. My weather app is predicting 7 to 9 inches for Mount Vernon, New Hampshire. Other meteorologists are saying the storm isn't moving east, thinking we'll get more. What are your thoughts? I would probably say 7 to 9 inches. Pretty realistic. Let me just double check here. Yeah, I mean, I think 7 to 9 is realistic. You might be actually slightly higher than that, though. I would say somewhere between, like, if we're to do a range, 7 to 9, 6 to 10. Thank you, Young, for the super chat. Thank you also, Mila, for the super chat.
Hey, Donna, pass.
Is there an accident here? We know, probably. Or look at that map. Something's going on there. Huge shout out to Young with the $50 super chat. Meant to tip you for your coverage the other night. I can't tell you what a comfort you were as we sheltered in our basement in Bloomington, Indiana for that storm and the others. Well, I appreciate your very generous super chat. And I'm glad I could keep you some comfort there. That was a pretty scary situation.
Exit 34. Are you
serious? I was in the chat there for Young. There's apparently no dot accident reports now near Milford, so we don't really know why there's a backup there.
Okay, we still got quite a bit of exits to go. But that means I literally cannot make it to where I want to be tonight.
Hey, Ash, the sewer chat. This storm is on the anniversary of my friend. What? I'm not reading that.
Well, let's keep going as long as we can, I guess.
Maybe a deer? I don't know. I don't think traffic has moved, though, at all. Yeah, in a complete standstill. Hopefully they get out of there all right. There's literally no vehicles on the roadway here.
Just not
hardly at all. Looks like Storm Chaser Connor Croft is going back south. He's going to stay in New Jersey, it looks like, tonight. He's going towards Tinton Falls. So we'll have a Storm Chaser New Jersey tomorrow. We'll have Ryan Scholl. We'll also have Tornado Pagey in southern New England.
That's going to be strictly Ben. Bro's going to have to bro's gonna have to clear off the car and then bring the car to the hotel door so I can walk.
That's also true.
It's like I'm not gonna be able to walk through a foot of snow.
I'm gonna use my sock. The cleaning sock.
Oh, it's so chalked.
We've never been so chalked. But the cruise control is just out of control. It's just... I don't even...
There's two. Three!
No!
Three!
Stop!
Three!
Stop!
Three! The
No,
dog-
chill. For 5 minutes. Just...
Four!
No!
Four!
It was looking so good.
Four!
No.
What is going on in their car?
Don't end the stream.
Four! We need 2 more beeps.
Dude, my car has only done that one time ever, and it was like a blizzard with like 60-mile-an-hour winds. So
I might know what's going on.
5!
I lose.
One more.
Man. I lose.
6, there it is.
I lose.
Like,
I almost
10
made
minutes.
it.
This is back over to Paige. Looks like there is some sort of incident here. There are several fire trucks on the scene. Apparently I missed whatever happened here. Let me go back here. Apparently there is a massive accident here, though. There's like a lot of vehicles involved. Alright, I didn't really miss a whole lot. Just a lot of emergency response here. Looks like there is a major accident. This is eastbound on Highway 130. Or, sorry, on I-95. My apologies. I-95 eastbound. So, major accident there. A lot of emergency vehicles there. Again, that is going to be something that's going to continue to happen all night tonight. There was probably about 15 vehicles involved in that, if we had to estimate. Maybe Sim for the $10 super chat. Will you ever cover the 4 corner states? Maybe. We'll see. Hey, pay for the super chat. Also, Nini for the super chat. Appreciate that. And also, thank you, Joey, for the super chat. Love watching your weather coverage and videos from Rhode Island. Go Patriots. Let me ask about Northern Maryland. I think Northern Maryland is going to be... not a whole lot more snow is coming. Maybe just a few more inches tonight. But things are going to be winding down here, again, pretty soon for Northern Maryland. We only got light snowfall, some pockets of moderate snow. It's going to continue into tomorrow morning, but most of it is going to be light. I mean, we're talking no more than maybe another 5-6 inches for most of Maryland. Eastern Maryland will have more than that, but areas like Baltimore and DC don't have much more snow left. It's not going to be a major event for you guys. Any faith for the super chat? We'll have to wait and see. I don't really do tornado predictions, but I do think it'll be a very active spring. So, I don't know. Compared to last year, I'm not going to like make any comparisons, but it'll probably be similar to last year in terms of tornado count. Thank you, Honey, for the $10 super chat with saying, snowing now in Webster, Massachusetts, near the Connecticut border. Wasn't Tornado Pagey just in Illinois? They were. It's 95 north? Is that 95 north? Oh, is it go north? Oh. No, it goes east. They really call this I-95 north? It basically goes east. I mean, I guess it's kind of going north, but... Yeah, again, if you guys have any photos or videos, there's a link down below. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com if you want to send anything in. Looks east. It is east. I mean, most of the interstate goes south to north or north to south, but about a 100-mile stretch here is basically west to east. And it goes north again into Boston. Where's the storm heading? Gonna be heading this direction. It's basically skimming the coastline. Alrighty. Well, we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream for tonight. Again, we're going to be live again tomorrow covering this winter storm. We're going to be live pretty much all day, starting sometime around or just after sunrise. So I need to get some sleep so we can be live for most of the day. Again, come back tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is going to be crazy. All right, we're going to have a lot of stuff going on, a lot of chasers out there, obviously a lot of cameras. It's going to get a lot crazier. Tomorrow's going to be a lot more interesting than what we've been seeing today. And I mean, today's been interesting, but tomorrow will be even crazier. So again, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel if you're new here. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. Make sure to follow us on Twitter, Facebook at MaxVelocityWX for the latest updates. Also, make sure to join our Discord server. There is a link below if you want to join our community on and off the stream. And also, we will be going, so we'll still be technically live here. We're just going to go to our 24/7 stream. So if you're new to the channel, go ahead and stay on the stream here. You're going to be redirected automatically to our 24/7 live weather camera stream, which is with storm chasers, with live cameras here across the Northeast and a lot more. And there will be pop-up alerts and all that good stuff. So stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically to our 24/7 stream. And then come back here tomorrow morning. We'll be live sometime around 7, 8 o'clock, I'd say, in the morning. And yeah, thank you guys all again so much for watching. Thank you again for the support today. Thank you to any new members of the channel. If you want to become a member, it is a join button down below. It really helps out our page a lot. Thank you guys all again so much for watching, and we will see you in the next forecast or live stream, which again, live stream will be tomorrow sometime around 7 or 8. Have a good one. Stay safe.